Chapter 3:16. That's right, Song Yu used sorcery. In order to completely destroy Yang Dingtian's terrifying mysterious fire, Song Yu finally gave up on being casual and chose to use sorcery to completely destroy Yang Dingtian's mysterious fire. Not only did he overdraft his own mysterious qi, he also crazily devoured all the mysterious qi around him. He forcibly overdrafted his cultivation from a 6-star revered martial artist to a 9-star revered martial artist. He made his mysterious fire dragon 3 times stronger just to destroy Yang Dingtian's mysterious fire. Because of jealousy, because of anger. How could a person like Yang Dingtian be worthy of a peerless beauty like Shimin Yanyan? How could he be worthy of such an amazing, mysterious fire? So, he must completely destroy it, even if the price was to be unable to cultivate for nearly a year. In the trembling eyes of the crowd, they only saw the blue and black 1,000-meter-long dragon opening its terrifying dark mouth and swallowing Yang Dingtian's red mysterious fire dragon. That red mysterious fire dragon crazily struggled to escape. But that blue mysterious ice heart heavenly fire dragon that seemed to have been demonized was too big and too fast. It didn't leave any chance for its opponent and directly swallowed it. Then, that red, mysterious fire dragon completely disappeared. Everyone cried out in surprise, looking at all this in disbelief, looking at the disappearing red, mysterious fire dragon. Their eyes were filled with infinite sadness. Even the female disciples of the Netherworld Sea had a look of shock and sadness. Even though Song Yu belonged to their side, even though many of them were once infatuated with Song Yu, but now they were full of disdain for Song Yu and sympathy and sadness for Yang Dingtian. Anyone could see that Song Yu used a very dishonorable method. Although the Netherworld Sea wasn't a Tyando League and didn't reject sorcery, but after all, this wasn't a life-and-death battle, but a competition. And it wasn't even a very important competition. To Yang Dingtian, maybe winning or losing was very important, but to Song Yu, winning or losing was only a face. But Song Yu still used a dishonorable method to completely destroy Yang Dingtian. This super handsome man, this cold and elegant proud son of the heavens, made them extremely disappointed. They now understood why Shimin Yanyan would choose Yang Dingtian and not look at Song Yu. This Song Yu's despicableness made his handsome face especially ugly. But all this sympathy couldn't be exchanged for anything. Yang Dingtian's mysterious fire dragon. Song Yu used a despicable method to devour it. The mysterious fighting flame was to fight a battle. In the beginning, he had used the most dangerous and direct method to fight against Song Yu. He realized that even though he had broken through to the martial honorable level, it was still very difficult for him to be a match for him. And his trump card was the 100 million demonic fire. He firmly believed that his million-spirit demonic flame could defeat Song Yu's mystic flame. So he used to fight the mysterious fire. As long as Song Yu lost the mysterious fire battle, or even if it was a draw, Yang Dingtian would be able to leave. Furthermore, to prevent Song Yu from using any evil methods, he had specially summoned many beautiful female disciples from the Sea of Hades to watch the battle. This was to pressure Song Yu so that he would care about his image and not use any dishonorable methods. Who would have thought that Song Yu would still use sorcery? After devouring Yang Dingtian's mysterious fire dragon, Song Yu's smile became complacent and sinister. He said, "Yang Dingtian, did you think I would be so pedantic that I wouldn't use any tricks? You're too naive." Huh. Song Yu laughed as he frantically channeled his mysterious qi into the blue-black dragon's stomach to completely crush the 100 million demonic fire dragon. "Yang Dingtian, your mysterious fire is finished. You're finished too." Song Yu said coldly, "After I destroy the mysterious fire, you'll be next. No one can leave after offending the Sea of Hades." At this moment, Song Yu had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Not only did he want to destroy Yang Dingtian's mysterious fire, but he also wanted to completely destroy Yang Dingtian. Shameless! The ones who scolded were none other than the many female disciples from the Sea of Hades. As for Yen Yen, she had already placed her hand on her sword and was prepared for the worst. Yang Dingtian looked at the sinister Song Yu and slowly closed his eyes. "Why, have you accepted your fate?" Song Yu sneered. After Yang Dingtian closed his eyes, he felt the 100 million demonic fire dragon in his stomach. At this moment, the huge 100 million demonic fire dragon was being crushed in the blue-black dragon's stomach and was in great danger. As for the heart flame in Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi, it was on the verge of collapse and could be extinguished at any time. Yang Dingtian had entered the most dangerous moment. He did not want to fight to the death. He only wanted to think of a way to break through Song Yu's defenses or force the arrogant Song Yu to let him leave through a draw. However, who knew that Song Yu's arrogance was completely fake? He directly shed all pretense of cordiality and revealed his most sinister side. "Next, it's time to put myself in death and then come back to life." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. Then he ignited a weak heart flame in his Sea of Qi and directly burned the walls of his Sea of Qi. The Sea of Qi that contained Mysterious Fire Dragon was an alternative space formed by the walls of the Sea of Qi. As for the walls of the Sea of Qi, they were formed by the Mysterious Fire Dragon after being compressed by thousands of times. Therefore, using the heart flame to burn the walls of the Sea of Qi was a kind of reverse transformation, turning the Sea of Qi back into Mysterious Fire Dragon and releasing it. What would happen if the walls of the Sea of Qi were turned into Mysterious Fire Dragon? The wall of his Sea of Qi was getting thinner and thinner. If it was light, his cultivation would degenerate. If it was heavy, his Sea of Qi would explode. Therefore, in the primal chaos mainland, when a person wanted to perish together with his enemy, he would most likely choose to detonate his Sea of Qi. The so-called detonate of the Sea of Qi was to use the heart flame to burn the walls of the Sea of Qi and turn the Sea of Qi, which had been condensed for decades, back into Mysterious Fire Dragon, and then explode it. The only outcome was, of course, to be smashed into pieces. Yang Dingtian's method was not to detonate the Sea of Qi, but the nature was very similar. It was just a very small version of detonating the Sea of Qi. The consequences were extremely serious. If it was light, the cultivation base would degenerate. If it was heavy, the Sea of Qi would explode and the body would be smashed into pieces. Therefore, this was called putting oneself in death and fighting to live. Yang Dingtian dared to do this because his Sea of Qi was golden. In the end, it was the golden Mysterious Fire Dragon that condensed a brand new Sea of Qi from the Naga royalty. Huff! The heart flame crazily burned the walls of the Sea of Qi, and Yang Dingtian's million-spirit demon fire dragon was struggling desperately. It was riddled with scars and could be completely destroyed at any time. Boom! Finally, where the heart flame ignited the inner walls of the Sea of Qi, countless Mysterious Fire Dragon suddenly burst out. In an instant, the empty Sea of Qi was filled up. But this time, the Mysterious Fire Dragon that was filled up was not the battle Mysterious Fire Dragon. It was not even pure Mysterious Fire Dragon, but golden Mysterious Fire Dragon. Go! Yang Dingtian ordered. Suddenly, the golden Mysterious Fire Dragon violently surged out through Yang Dingtian's profound veins and fiercely shot toward the million-spirit demon fire dragon. After the golden Mysterious Fire Dragon was infused with the million-spirit demon fire dragon, in an instant, the red fire dragon's body suddenly burst out with a dazzling golden color. The fire dragon, which was originally riddled with wounds and on the verge of death, instantly recovered. Its body did not become bigger, but it was originally composed of flames. At this time, it was completely composed of golden light and red flames. It became condensed and almost solid. Aolo! There was a roar that almost shook the sky and the earth. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as an enormous hole suddenly appeared on the chest and abdomen of the blue and black, profound flame dragon controlled by Song Yu. After that, a golden-colored, profound flame dragon suddenly charged out from within. It was like a king descending to the world. This golden fire dragon soared into the sky, then swooped down and ferociously entangled Song Yu's blue-black, profound fire dragon. It opened its golden mouth, revealing its golden fangs, aimed at the blue-black, profound fire dragon's neck, and fiercely bit down. No! Song Yu let out a mournful howl. His blue-black, profound fire dragon's neck was suddenly bitten open, and its huge head seemed like it would break off and fall off at any time. Countless blue-black flames fell from the sky. When they fell into the sea turned black and instantly froze into ice. No! In the midst of Song Yu's howl, Yang Dingtian's golden profound fire dragon continued to crazily bite, as if it wanted to tear the enemy 10 times its size into pieces. Ah! Song Yu's eyes were filled with determination amidst his frantic howl. Boom! Then the 1,000-meter-long blue-black, profound fire dragon's huge head suddenly broke off and exploded. The remaining half of its body quickly shrank and, with lightning speed, retracted into Song Yu's body. This Song Yu was actually so decisive, he directly cut off his head to survive, because his profound fire dragon's head was already entangled, and its entire body was about to be completely destroyed. He decisively cut off the dragon's head and returned the remaining small part of the profound fire dragon to his body. One must know that this profound fire dragon's head took up more than half of the profound fire dragon's energy. In other words, the profound fire that returned to his body was already completely damaged, and its energy was less than half of its original. Originally, this was a top-grade profound fire, but now it was probably not even comparable to a mixed fire. After cutting off the profound fire dragon's head to survive, Song Yu looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes filled with endless hatred. Yang Dingtian, you destroyed my profound fire today, and I will definitely let you die without a burial place. After saying that, Song Yu suddenly pulled out his sharp sword, wanting to completely smash Yang Dingtian into pieces. At this moment, many female disciples from the Netherworld Sea were still in shock from Yang Dingtian's victory. Seeing Song Yu actually wanted to kill with his sword, they could not help but angrily rebuke. Yang Dingtian looked at Song Yu and sneered. Do you think that you are still a 6-star marshal revered after using the sorcery? Yang Dingtian slowly raised the ugly sword in his hand, wielding an incomparably powerful force, and said coldly, Originally, we did not need to fight to the death. I only wanted to break through you and not defeat you. The best result would be that I lost, but I succeeded in breaking through you. I did not expect you to be so fierce and narrow-minded, wanting to kill me. Then, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying that, Yang Dingtian's sharp sword suddenly slashed. Immediately, that huge, golden, profound fire dragon in the sky suddenly shot toward Song Yu. Do you think that your profound fire dragon can break through my treasure's defense? Song Yu sneered. Suddenly, his entire body was enveloped by a snow-white light shield. There were countless treasures in the Netherworld Sea, and this light shield was even more valuable than Yang Dingtian's deep-sea Xian clothes. You are courting death. Yang Dingtian sneered. He slashed his wrist. Pah! A bolt of lightning was directly spat out from the golden, profound fire dragon's mouth. That's right. This was the lightning attribute's demonic sky split. The point attribute's attack could completely ignore all energy defense and directly penetrate it. This blue lightning instantly turned into a golden color in the dragon's mouth and blended with the dragon's color. Then it fiercely slashed into Song Yu's chest and directly tore a huge crack on his light shield. Impossible! Then, in Song Yu's disbelieving exclamation, this golden profound fire dragon suddenly drilled into the light shield's crack and fiercely hit Song Yu's chest, and then directly penetrated through his body. Of course, the so-called penetrating through his body was actually crushing him, because this golden, profound fire dragon's body was huge, far bigger than Song Yu's body. Puff! Blood crazily spurted out. Song Yu's body, like a straw, was directly sent flying a few hundred meters away and fiercely fell into the sea. And that golden, profound fire dragon made a turn in the air and then directly flew back to Yang Dingtian and became smaller and smaller. Finally, it turned into a golden flame and directly drilled back into Yang Dingtian's lower abdomen and turned into the heart's flame in his Qi Si, quietly burning, elegant and peaceful, as if that ferocious dragon just now was not it. Moreover, Yang Dingtian shockingly discovered that his profound fire was no longer red in color, but golden in color. His million-spirit demon fire permanently turned golden and carried the domineering energy of the Naga royalty. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and stretched out his hand towards Yan Yan and said, "Darling, let's go, leave this place." Chapter 317. At this moment, the icy heart, heavenly fire dragon's flames had stopped falling. The surrounding sea was filled with black flames and black floating ice. Yan Yan held back her tears and reached out to hold Yang Dingtian's hand. The surrounding dozens of young and female disciples of the netherworld sea applauded with envy and blessings in their eyes. As for Song Yu, who fell into the sea, he never got up again. Of course, he was definitely not dead. Yang Dingtian's mystic flame could not harm his life. Even though he had overdrawn his mystic qi and his body was very empty, he was still a 6-star marshal revered. Yang Dingtian released countless souls of the million-spirit demonic flame and flew towards the energy barrier above his head, looking for the exit of the netherworld sea. The golden beach was a few thousand meters above the entrance of the netherworld sea. Therefore, the battle with the mystic flame dragon did not touch the energy barrier at the top. Soon, countless resentful spirits found the exit of the energy barrier. Yang Dingtian held Yan Yan's hand, and the ethereal mystic wings appeared on his back. He was about to fly out. Wait! Suddenly, a voice seemed to come from the horizon. The voice was not loud, but it shook everyone's body. It was the master of the netherworld sea, Wu Yu. "Greetings, master." Instantly, dozens of female disciples of the netherworld sea knelt down. Their faces were almost touching the sea, and they did not dare to look up. The blue-black mystic flame energy scattered on the sea gradually gathered and turned into Wu Yu's appearance, floating in the air. "Song Yu, how long are you going to hide?" Wu Yu said coldly. Immediately, Song Yu flew out from the sea and knelt down in the air. His face was in a mess, and he looked dispirited. "Song Yu, are you seriously injured?" Wu Yu asked. "No, master." Song Yu said. "Then you can't defeat Yang Dingtian?" Wu Yu asked. "No," Song Yu said. "Yang Dingtian is not my opponent." "Then why did you lose?" Wu Yu asked. "Because he competed with me in Mystic Flame." Song Yu said, "If it was a normal battle, he would not be half as strong as me." "That's right, he was using a strategy." Wu Qiong said, "He used your arrogance and underestimation of the enemy. He used his strength to fight against your weakness." "But why did you agree when he said that he wanted to compete in Profound Flame?" Song Yu immediately fell silent. "That's right. Why did he have to agree? If it was a normal duel, Yang Dingtian had no chance of winning at all, nor would he be able to force him out of the circle. If he wanted to compete with the Profound Flame, why should he agree?" "Because you are conceited, arrogant, and supercilious. I feel that no matter which direction you take, Yang Dingtian is not your match at all." Wu Yu said, "Of course, there's nothing wrong with that. However, if one was proud, one should be proud to the end. If one was shameless, one should be shameless to the end. You cheated, you used sorcery, but so what? This was not the Taiando League, and no one would be judged by morality. Why are you hiding in the sea and not daring to show your face after losing? Do you feel ashamed to face others?" "Yes," Song Yu replied. "What's there to be ashamed about?" Wu Yu sneered. You lost dishonorably, but he won dishonorably as well. Then Wu Yu stared at Yang Dingtian. Don't you think so? Yang Dingtian, you won dishonorably. Yang Dingtian said, although I don't care about being dishonorable, I still want to ask, how did I win dishonorably? Because you stole. Wu Qiong said. Sect Master Wu Yu, please speak clearly. Yang Dingtian said. Because you stole a treasure from the Sea of Hades, the golden demon core of the Naga royalty, isn't that right? Wu Yu said coldly. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled. Don't try to deny it, Wu Yu said, because your last mysterious flame dragon was filled with the golden energy of the Naga royalty. You stole the demon core of the Naga royalty from the Sea of Hades from Miju, Tichou. What a joke! Yang Dingtian sneered. Sect Master Wu Yu, I went to Senior Miju, Tichou to ask for the Naga royalty demon core, but I was rejected. Moreover, the Naga royalty demon core is in Senior Miju, Tichou's hands, and you have seen it before. Still want to quibble? Wu Yu said coldly, if it wasn't for the Naga royalty demon core, how could you break through to the revered level in just a few days? When did I break through to the revered level? Yang Dingtian said, I'm only a 9-star martial ancestor now, and I haven't broken through to the revered level at all. I did break through in the past few days, but that was because of the purple Naga Xian veins. I have a full 3 feet of purple Naga Xian veins. You will know my specific cultivation level with a gentle probe. Wu Yu frowned, and suddenly a cloud of black fog gushed out and drilled into Yang Dingtian's wrist. A moment later it withdrew. At this time, Yang Dingtian's cultivation level had indeed not reached the revered level. As for my Xian flame containing the golden energy of the Naga, I can only say that I have a very close relationship with the Naga. I am wearing the deep sea Xian clothes, and I also have the Naga's deep sea Xian poison, Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian absolutely could not admit that he had obtained the Naga royalty demon core. Once he admitted it, he would almost certainly die, because he was afraid of Saint Tantai. Otherwise Yang Dingtian would have died long ago. And if he admitted that he had obtained the Naga royalty core, then Wu Yu would be completely justified in killing Yang Dingtian. You are really a glib talker. Sect Master Wu Yu said coldly, but all your explanations are futile. I can easily drill into the deepest part of your brain. You have no secrets to me. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled, and he said in his heart, Master, quickly protect the consciousness in my brain. Dongfang Minmi said, I will do my best, but I can't guarantee that I can resist this person's mental penetration. Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, Master, how strong is this Wu Yu? Much stronger than me, Dongfang Minmi said, because the netherworld sea belongs to the outside forces. It is not listed in the martial arts rankings of the chaotic world. Perhaps it is second only to the people of the hidden sect and the temple of annihilation. At this moment, Wu Yu turned into a cloud of black mist and suddenly flew over, entangling Yang Dingtian's entire body. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's entire body was completely unable to move. Then, a completely irresistible energy suddenly drilled into Yang Dingtian's brain. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's brain was completely blank. It was as if when his cultivation broke through, his entire spirit entered a complete nothingness. It was as if his entire brain was completely out of his control. At this time, Wu Yu's consciousness had already entered Yang Dingtian's brain, searching for the most secret information. However, the situation was slightly different. Yang Dingtian was not completely nothingness at this moment. It was as if he was standing high up in the sky and watching his spirit and consciousness, as if this brain was not his own. All of a sudden, this cloud of black mist suddenly trembled. A light burst out from the depths of Yang Dingtian's mind. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. This cloud of black mist quickly withdrew from Yang Dingtian's brain and loosened its entanglement around Yang Dingtian. It retreated a few hundred meters and then condensed back into Wu Yu's appearance. Wu Yu's eyes were fixed on Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian asked in his heart, "Master, did you block Wu Yu's consciousness?" Dongfang Minmi was silent for a moment. After a long time he said, "No, this person's strength is far beyond my imagination." Yang Dingtian's heart went cold. Once Wu Yu's consciousness completely penetrated Yang Dingtian's brain, there were basically no secrets left, not to mention the information related to the Naga royalty core. Right now, Wu Yu could kill Yang Dingtian, Miju Tichuo, and even Elder Wu Yin confidently. However, Wu Yu did not do anything. He only stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. After a long time, he said coldly, "Now, do you still want to say that you did not steal the Naga royalty core?" "Of course not," Yang Dingtian said coldly. "Ha ha ha." Wu Yu suddenly laughed. Suddenly, the sky shook and the earth shook. The sea water surged, and Yang Dingtian could not stand still. After a few minutes, Wu Yu stopped laughing and waved his hand. "Okay, Yang Dingtian, you can go." Yang Dingtian was stunned. What did this mean? Wu Yu was sure that he had obtained the Naga royalty core, but he still let him go? What kind of play was Wu Yu planning? Or what kind of conspiracy did he have? Song Yu recuperate in the netherworld, see for half a month, then go out and cultivate. Wu Yu said. Then the blue-black mysterious fire energy condensed into a blue flame and rushed back into Song Yu's body. Wu Yu disappeared in front of Yang Dingtian's eyes. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned and puzzled. What kind of trick was Wu Yu playing? Previously, he looked like he wanted to kill him, but now he let him go so easily? What was his purpose? Or did he find out something? What are you still standing there for? Why are you still not leaving? Suddenly, Elder Wu Yin's scolding came from the front. Yang Dingtian only heard her voice but did not see her figure. Immediately, he pulled Yen Yen towards the direction of Elder Wu Yin's voice and bowed. "Grandma, take care!" Of course, Yang Dingtian had already put a holy water pill in Elder Wu Yin's medicine. He just did not tell her. Then Yang Dingtian pulled Yang Dingtian and flew towards the exit of the Netherworld Sea. Soon enough, Yang Dingtian had left the Sea of Hades and arrived at the Silver Beach. Yen Yen looked at the Netherworld Sea under the sea and murmured, "I finally left this place. Let's go." Yang Dingtian kissed her and pulled her to the other side of the Silver Beach. Stepping on the fast boat here, they rowed towards the north. On the small boat, Yang Dingtian was rowing. Yen Yen lay comfortably on his lap with her beautiful eyes closed, enjoying the beautiful tranquility. "Husband, the thing that happened 6 years ago, the most painful secret in my heart, do you want to know now?" Yen Yen suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian, "Of course I want to know. I especially want to know who was so crazy to put an energy black hole in you, something even more terrible than the deep-sea Xian poison." Chapter 318. And then Yang Dingtian asked. Yen Yen tried her best to stop crying and said, "After knowing that he was my cousin Yang Zheng, I didn't dare to bring him back to Cloud Sky City. I only dared to drive the carriage to a remote place. I settled him in a rural mountain more than 500 miles away from Cloud Sky City. I found an abandoned hut and let him recuperate there. His injuries were very serious. I was afraid that he wouldn't be able to take it. So I secretly returned to Cloud Sky City and asked Sister Ningning for good pills. I even brought Lu-er along. Lu-er stayed in the hut to take care of him. I went out every day to gather herbs and hunt beasts to treat his injuries. Just like that, I took care of him for 2 months before his injuries gradually recovered." And then Yang Dingtian asked, "Martial Uncle Shiman, you didn't know?" Yen Yen didn't directly answer Yang Dingtian's question and said, "After Yang Zheng's injuries recovered, he suddenly left without saying goodbye. I was anxious and angry, so I ran out to find him. In the end, I found him more than 100 miles away. He had fainted on the side of the road. I was very angry and asked him why he left so quickly. He said, What can I do if I don't leave? Could it be that there was still something between us? After saying this, Yang Dingtian's face suddenly frowned. Yan Yan hurriedly kissed his face to please him. Actually, when I was very young, Father had already arranged a marriage for me, Yan Yan said. When he first took over the position of Cloud Sky City Lord, Father said that the position of City Lord belonged to the Yang family and that he would return it to the Yang family in the future. So when I was very young, he arranged a marriage between cousin Yang Zheng and me. So, since we were young, Cloud Sky City treated us as a couple, so he was especially good to me. Until the year I was 10, the Yang family rebelled. They wanted to kill my father and take over the position of Cloud Sky City Lord. Father ruthlessly suppressed them and then chased the rebelling Yang family members out. That's why this marriage was left unsettled. And then, Yang Dingtian asked. Then he suddenly cried and begged me to elope with him, Yan Yan said. Do you agree? Yang Dingtian asked. I didn't. I can't leave father and mother, Yan Yan said. Then he said that since this was the case, there had to be an end to this matter. Let him leave, as if he had never appeared. I don't want him to leave just like that. I don't want to leave Cloud Sky City either. Thus, I said that I would bring him back to Cloud Sky City and asked him if he dared to go back with me. In the end, after thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, I dare. Thus, I brought him back to Cloud Sky City. Then, what was Marshal Uncle Shimon's reaction? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan said, I brought Yang Zheng back to Cloud Heaven City and knelt in front of Father. My father looked at me for a long time before he sighed. Are you finally willing to face me? As it turned out, Father already knew that I had saved Yang Zheng. And because of me, he had already fallen out with the Northwest Qin City, fought 3 wars, and killed many of their people. Then, Father asked me if I had made a decision. He wanted Yang Zheng to stay, and I nodded. Yang Dingtian asked, Then, what happened next? Yan Yan said, Then Father announced that my marriage with Yang Zheng was still valid. Furthermore, Yang Zheng was still the successor of Cloud Sky City. Father even personally taught him martial arts and treated him as a direct disciple. But during that time, Father was very unhappy. Previously, he was very close to me and liked to coax me to talk every day. During that time, he didn't talk to me much. So, in order to please him, I began to work hard to learn how to cook. Every day, I would make different soups for Father to drink. Finally, Father smiled at me more often. But occasionally, he would tell me that I had to be responsible for my own choices. Yang Dingtian could imagine Shimen Wuya's state of mind at that time. The Yang clan was his greatest enemy, but for his daughter, he had no choice but to compromise. Yan Yan said, I thought that life would continue like this. Although it wasn't very sweet, at least it was happy. And every time I made soup, Yang Zheng would come and eat it secretly. He said that he envied my father and hoped that one day I would be able to make soup for him every day. That way, even if it was a god, he wouldn't change. Yang Dingtian asked, then? Yan Yan took a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes filled with pain. She said in a trembling voice, One day, he came to drink the soup I made as usual. When he saw me, his expression was a bit strange. I asked him what was wrong. He said that the soup was a bit salty. I thought that he was talking nonsense and didn't take it seriously. I packed the soup and brought it to Father. He said that he wanted to accompany me and that he had some things to report to Father. I didn't take it seriously and let him come with me. But on the way there, I asked him if the soup was really salty. He said that it might be his taste buds. It's fine, he told me to bring the soup over. At this point, Yan Yan's delicate body was already trembling. She continued, I was still worried at that time, so I scooped up a spoonful and wanted to taste it. His expression changed slightly and he told me not to drink it. I was suspicious, so I looked at him and said that he didn't want me to drink it, so I threw the soup away. The muscles on his face twitched. He smiled and said that if you want to drink it, you can drink it. So I drank a mouthful and nothing happened. Sister Ningning once gave me a very strange needle. She said that this needle could detect any poison in the world. After I drank it, I was still worried and secretly tested it with a needle. There were no symptoms either. So I laughed at myself and brought the soup in. At this point, Yin Yan's face was already covered in tears. And then Yang Dingtian asked. Then, after I entered Father's room, I scooped out the soup as usual and brought it to Father. Father took it and was about to drink it as usual. Suddenly, I realized that Yang Zheng didn't directly follow me. I felt strange and instinctively whispered, "Father, don't drink it." Father was very vigilant. He smelled the soup and then took out the needle to test it. He laughed at me for making a fuss over nothing. Then he directly picked up the bowl and drank it. Yin Yan sobbed. Not long after Father drank the soup, a strange bird cry came from outside. Then, 4 men covered in black robes rushed over with swords in their hands. The person in the lead was the one who wore the same mask as Yang Zheng. He should be his elder. The 4 of them fiercely rushed over and wanted to kill Father. It turned out that there was a strong poison in the soup. It was a poison that couldn't be detected by anything. At this point, Yin Yan was already out of breath from crying. Yang Dingtian gently patted her back and said, and then, in addition to these 4 people, 10 more people rushed in and surrounded Father. Also, there were shouts of killing everywhere outside. They have been preparing for this day for a long time. As long as Father drinks the poisonous soup, they will immediately kill him. Then they will rebel in Cloud Sky City and kill most of the people who are loyal to Father. Then they will take back Cloud Sky City. Yin Yan's voice trembled. They have been preparing for this day for a long time. Yang Zheng came every day to steal the soup, just for one day, to poison Father. Moreover, it was a poison that couldn't be detected by anything. Then I drank that spoonful of soup in front of Yang Zheng, and he didn't stop me. He just watched me drink it, so that I could continue to feed the soup to my father. Yin Yan's entire body was trembling. She said everything was a conspiracy. It was all for the sake of killing my father and taking back Cloud Heaven City. And then Yang Dingtian asked. Yin Yan continued. Then, just as the 10 or so experts were about to kill Father, Yang Zheng appeared. He said that he would spare Father's life, destroy his martial arts, and put him under house arrest. However, the masked old man said that he wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Not only did he want to kill Father and Mother, but he also wanted to kill me. Yang Zheng was furious and said that he had to marry me. Otherwise, he would commit suicide and let the Yang family die. In the end, the masked old man had no choice but to compromise. He said that he could keep me, but Father had to be killed. Furthermore, Yang Zheng could only marry me as a concubine. The main wife had to marry the Northwest Qin city's 2nd Mississippi, and then Yang Dingtian asked. Then Yang Zheng agreed and wanted to take me away. He said that if I couldn't see Father being killed with my own eyes, I wouldn't leave. I put a sword to my neck and said that if he touched me, I would commit suicide. In the end, Father smiled and told me to go out. The scene returned to 6 years ago. Shiminwia sat on a chair and said to Yin Yan, Go out. It's best that you don't see what happens next. I'm sorry, Father. It's all my fault. I won't go out. I won't go out. I'll die with you. Yin Yan was crying tears of blood. Shiminwia gently stroked Yin Yan's head and said, Go, you should be a good daughter. When it comes to important matters, you have to listen to Father. Go find your sister Ningning, okay? Remember, go find your sister Ningning. At this moment, Shiminwuya's gaze was gentle and firm. Every time this happened, Yin Yan had to listen to her father. Wipe away your tears. Remember that today is a small lesson, Shiminwuya said. Yin Yan wiped away her tears and turned to leave. No one stopped her. Yang Zheng quickly chased after her and said in a trembling voice, Yin Yan, don't blame me. I just wanted to take back everything that belonged to the Yang family. My love for you has never changed. Yan Yan turned around and looked at Yang Zheng's face. I don't blame you. From your point of view, what you did was right. Yang Zheng chased after her and said, I'll go beg my father and ask him to spare your father's life. Then you'll still marry me and will be the same as before. Yan Yan dodged and said, Don't dream like that. Then Yan Yan directly circulated her Xian Qi. Ignoring the fighting around her, she directly ran towards Ningning's valley. At this moment, she discovered that her Xian Qi had already regressed to the great mystic martial master level. Yang Zheng originally wanted to chase after her, but he knew that he had more important matters to attend to. Thus, he led the rebel forces and rushed towards the scripture pavilion. Inside Shimin Wuya's room. Junior Wuya, I've waited for this day for so long. The masked old man slowly walked forward and said, Do you know how much I sacrificed for this day? Don't you want to know who I am? Shimin Wuya sighed and said, Yang Yinchong, big brother, for today you sold yourself to the devil. Was it worth it? The masked old man fiercely lifted his mask. It was an incomparably terrifying face. His entire facial features were all twisted and rotten. It was completely disgusting to the extreme. It was worth it. Of course it was worth it. Yang Yunchong said coldly, Cloud Sky City was originally mine. I was originally going to become the most outstanding Cloud Sky City lord in hundreds of years. It was because of that disgusting pig-killing swordsmanship that I became a madman and a cripple. Do you know where I went to recover my cultivation? I went to the Dongli grasslands, tens of thousands of miles away. I went to the northernmost celestial Red Sea. I sold my soul and everything to the devil in exchange for the current me to recover my martial arts and break through to the master level. However, he has become neither human nor ghost. However, I don't regret it, because my son is normal. Most importantly, Cloud Sky City is back in the hands of the Yang family. Yang Yinchong said, And you, the usurper, will die in incomparable pain. Can you kill me? Shimin Wuya asked. Of course, we have 4 masters and 10 martial venerables here. Yang Yunchong laughed and said, And you, although you are already an advanced master, but do you know what you just drank? It's a dark crystal refined from the celestial Red Sea's water. It's enough to devour all energy. A few 100,000 pounds of seawater was refined into a dark crystal the size of a speck of dust. It's enough to completely destroy your cultivation. Right now, let alone the dozen of us, even if I were to kill you alone, it would still be more than enough. Shimin Wuya looked at Yang Yunchong indifferently. He stood up and slowly walked toward Yang Yunchong. Yang Yunchong instinctively took 2 steps back. What are you afraid of? Shimin Wuya laughed. What am I afraid of? Your cultivation is far inferior to mine. You're already a dead man. What am I afraid of? Yang Yunchong laughed and then pulled out an ugly big sword. You think too much, Shimin Wuya said. He raised his palm and slammed it toward Yang Yunchong. Yang Yunchong met it with a palm. Ah! Then, Yang Yunchong let out a shrill scream. All that could be seen was a dark shadow spreading from his palm all the way up, instantly covering his entire body. Yang Yunchong's body trembled crazily, like a ghost. Shimin Wuya said indifferently, Yan Yan told me not to drink it just now, so I didn't drink it. It looked like I drank it, but in fact, I directly used my qi to boil the soup. I saw this speck of dark dust in my palm, and then I kept it here so that I can return it to you now. Yang Yunchong screamed crazily and roared crazily. He felt that the energy in his body was quickly disappearing. Brother, I won't kill you. I'll lock you up. You and your son can spend the rest of your life together, Shimin Wuya said. At this time, the remaining experts finally came to their senses. They came over and pulled out their swords. They surrounded Shimin Wuya, trembling with fear, ready to fight. Yang Yunchong roared, Shimin Wuya, you're good. But just now, your daughter also drank a mouthful of soup. Her genius cultivation is completely destroyed." When Shimenwia heard this, his eyebrows furrowed, and he roared angrily, "Bastard, go to hell!" Swish, swish, swish. Shimenwia furiously attacked with his sword. Suddenly, blood spurted out. Yang Yinchong in front of him was directly torn into pieces. After that, the furious Shimenwia wielded his bloodthirsty sword. In an instant, he killed more than a dozen experts, 3 grandmasters, and 10 revered martial artists in the room. Swish, 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 swish. The sword shadow was like a dragon. More than a dozen experts of Qin City, almost without any resistance, were torn into pieces by the furious Shimenwia within a few seconds. Then Shimenwia rushed out of the small building and flew towards Shimenningning's valley. Back in reality, Yang Dingtian and Yin Yan's boat. And then Yang Dingtian asked. Yin Yan said. Then father came over and desperately poured qi into my body. He used all kinds of methods to suck out the dark crystal from my body, but he didn't succeed. Instead, his cultivation was damaged. Just like that, he was delayed in suppressing the rebellion in Cloud Sky City. That night, many people died. As for that old bastard Yang Yan, he wasn't clean in this rebellion either. But when he heard that father was fine and Yang Yinchong was killed, he immediately turned around and led people to slaughter the rebels. Yang Zheng, who was sent to attack the scripture depository, also died under Yang Yan's sword. Yang Jing died. Yang Dingtian asked. Dead. Yang Yan personally chopped off Yang Zheng's head for everyone to see. That way, my father couldn't take the opportunity to eliminate him and let that old thief live until now. Yin Yan said. Then Yin Yan smiled miserably and said, "The whole thing is like that. I destroyed myself. I almost destroyed my father and the entire Cloud Sky City." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and asked, "Then, do you love Yang Zheng? Or did you love him?" Chapter 319. Yan Yan didn't directly answer Yang Dingtian's question. Yang Dingtian asked again, "Yan Yan, do you love Yang Zheng? Have you ever loved him?" Yan Yan looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. "Husband, when do you think a woman can learn to love?" Yang Dingtian shook his head. "I don't know." Yan Yan said, "Sister Ningning has been lonely all her life. Perhaps when I told her about you, she pitied you and loved you. But I'm different. I'm a careless, bold, and unruly girl. It wasn't until I brought you to the Netherworld Sea, when your life and death were uncertain, that I learned to love. Unforgettable love. Before that, I never learned what love was, and I never loved anyone." Yin Yan said, "When we were young, Yang Zheng and I were childhood sweethearts. He treated me very well and was very gentle. After we grew up, he treated me even better and gentler. He never disobeyed me. At that time, father said that he wanted to betroth me to him. I didn't refuse because, if I did, Yang Zheng would have no place in Cloud Sky City. I didn't want him to be hurt. I had feelings for him and treated him as my family. Even when father announced our marriage again, I felt a bit suffocated. I even felt like I couldn't breathe, but I didn't object. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it, because I didn't fall in love with any man. If I must get married, then marrying a man who loves me, a man who is like my family, isn't bad either. But you're different." Yin Yan reached out and touched Yang Dingtian's face. She said softly, "You're so gentle that you don't have any patience. No matter what I say or do, you oppose it and go against me. But in the end, it turns out that you're right. You're not as handsome as Yang Zheng, and you're not as gentle and elegant as him. You're also unfaithful and stingy. But I love you very much. I love you so deeply that it's engraved in my heart. To say the most nauseating words, I can't live without you." Yang Dingtian forcefully pulled Yan Yan into his arms. "Husband, are you angry?" Yan Yan asked softly. Yang Dingtian shook his head. "I didn't. Are you jealous?" Yan Yan asked. No. When Yang Dingtian said this, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty, because he was really jealous, very jealous. You're just jealous, Yan Yan said in a tender voice. You're so unreasonable. Yang Zhang, and I didn't do anything. We didn't even hold hands, and you're jealous. Look at you and Dongfang Bingling. You have done so many intimate things in secret. If I were as narrow-minded as you, how could I live? Yang Dingtian immediately blushed. Yan Yan twisted her small waist and said in a tender voice, Good husband, I swear to you that Yang Zheng really didn't even hold my finger, really. At that time, even though we were engaged and he wanted to be close to me. However, I was young at that time and felt that intimate contact between men and women was disgusting. Unlike now, I've done all kinds of shameless things with you. Seeing Yang Dingtian's complicated and awkward expression, Yan Yan said softly, Husband, tell me, what do you think? Yang Dingtian said awkwardly, First of all, my thoughts are very perverted. Say it, say it. The more perverted you are, the more I love you. Yan Yan said, I was thinking, if Yang Zheng didn't rebel and didn't want to harm your father, then wouldn't you marry him? Then won't you marry him and become his wife? Then you won't belong to me anymore. Yang Dingtian said embarrassedly, That's right, his thoughts were very perverted. Using something that didn't happen to talk about it was simply groundless. That's not necessarily true. Yan Yan said seriously, Even if Yang Zheng didn't rebel, my cultivation is still very high. I might have broken through to revered martial artists by now. Or maybe not. But I'm still very powerful. Then, I still have to go to Inyang school with my father and meet you like a savage. Then, you took advantage of me the first time we met. Then, I still have to slap you half to death. Then, you still have to go to Inyang school and be hunted down by Dongfang Bingling. Then my father will definitely be fine this time. Definitely fine. Then, we'll bring you back to Cloud Sky City. Then you'll still go against me, and you'll become more and more powerful. Then, we'll still be entangled with each other and become a pair of dogs. Maybe Yang Zheng will become the lord of Cloud Sky City, and I'll elope with you. We'll still be intimate every day and do some shameless things, just like now. Am I right? Then, Yan Yan became passionate and her breathing became heavy. She said softly, So, even if Yang Zheng didn't rebel, I would still be with you. I would still become your woman, am I right? Yes, you're mine. No matter which time or space, which world, heaven or hell, you're mine. Yang Dingtian fiercely hugged Yan Yan in his arms and kissed her little mouth as if he wanted to kiss her until she breathed her last. Yes, I'm yours, I'm yours. Yan Yan trembled and said, Everything about me is yours. My mouth is yours, my face is yours, my legs are yours, my heart is yours, every inch of my body is yours. Eat me, kill me, eat me, tear me apart, and eat everything into your stomach. Then it was the real lightning striking the earth. Mu Liani had been waiting for Yang Dingtian for a few days. At first, she obediently stayed on the island and didn't leave. Later, she found that there wasn't even a ghost around. The fiercest animal was also the dolphin that jumped out of the sea every day to act cute. She couldn't stay on the island and directly jumped into the sea. She collected from the bottom of the sea every day, but because she was worried about Yang Dingtian in the Netherworld Sea, she basically threw away everything she picked after playing with it for a while. Then she unknowingly swam south. She didn't fear the sea at all. She was like the daughter of the sea. So, for a few days, she unknowingly pretended not to know and swam south for an unknown distance. Today, she was collecting from the bottom of the sea and playing with the fish at the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, she felt that there seemed to be some movement on the surface of the sea. She couldn't help but carefully float up. When she was less than a foot away from the surface of the sea, she suddenly heard a strange sound. The words were also strange. Just kill me! Tear me to shreds. It seemed that a murder was happening on the surface. Mu Liani carefully poked her head out and opened her eyes. Suddenly, she was completely stunned. Oh my God! Her eyes were going blind. Could it be any more shameless? Could it be any crazier? She, Mulieni, was also full of wildness. She wasn't a bashful young lady, but a bold and unrestrained girl. Because of curiosity, she had read a lot of related books and picture albums. However, the scene in front of her was really beyond her imagination. Even the most shameless picture album couldn't draw what was in front of her eyes. In shock, Mulieni felt her heart tremble, and her whole body was instantly numbed by electricity. After a few minutes, she finally saw the faces of the two people fighting on the boat. At first glance, it was even more incredible. One of them was her young master, the young master who always pushed and pinched her. One was the young lady of Cloud Sky City. The other was so beautiful that it was blinding, and her figure was so good that it made people jealous. The proud and noble young lady of Cloud Sky City. However, the princess of Cloud Sky City in front of her didn't have the slightest bit of noble and proud aura. She was completely the most shameless woman. Suddenly, Mulieni didn't know if she should continue diving or surface. Just then, a naughty little dolphin rushed over and directly knocked Mulieni's delicate body into the air. It originally wanted to be close to humans, but it didn't know how to control its strength. Bam! Mulieni directly fell onto Yang Dingtian's boat. The entire boat made a loud noise and shook violently, almost flipping over. At this moment, Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan saw Mulieni fall onto the boat and were completely stunned. Hiss! Immediately after, the water snakeskin suit on Mulieni's body suddenly cracked open. Note: begging for monthly votes. Chapter 320. At this moment, Mulieni's worldview had been completely destroyed. She had always said that she would stick to the young master, but now that she saw such an explicit scene, she only had one thought, and that was to run away as far as possible. Therefore, she didn't care about her tight leather clothes. She just wanted to jump off the boat and hide at the bottom of the sea again. But for some reason, she didn't have any strength in her hands and feet. Not to mention jumping off the boat, it was difficult for her to even move. Therefore, she could only close her eyes tightly and pretend that she didn't see anything. When Mulieni fell from the sky, Yan Yan also exclaimed. Her delicate body suddenly shrank, and she didn't know what to do. She directly covered her face and did everything else as usual. She buried her head in her arms and immersed herself in her own world like an ostrich, pretending that nothing had happened. A quarter of an hour later, the sea and the boat were calm. Yan Yan rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian. She turned over and lay on the edge of the boat with her legs together. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He didn't know why Yan Yan did this. I've calculated. Today is the best day to have a baby, Yan Yan said. Yan Yan, are you in such a hurry to have a baby? You're still a baby yourself, Yang Dingtian said. Not in a hurry. I'm already 20. Yan Yan said. No matter if it's a boy or a girl, when I walk on the street 10 years later, I want people to think that I'm the elder sister, not the mother. At this moment, Mulieni finally opened her eyes. She shyly took out her clothes and put them on. Then she poured a basin of water and put it in front of Yang Dingtian. Do it yourself. Then she poured another basin of water and added some natural petal fragrance oil. Then she warmed the water with qi and put it in front of Yan Yan. Yan Yan accepted Mulieni's clothes with a red face and whispered, Thank you, elder sister. You flatter me. You're a young lady, and I'm a servant. It's my duty to serve you, said Mulieni. In fact, Mulieni had only seen Yan Yan once or twice. She didn't have much of an impression of the princess of Cloud Sky City. However, even though she disliked Yang Dingtian, she didn't dislike Yan Yan. Because at that time, Yan Yan was alone, carrying the dying Yang Dingtian for nearly 10,000 li. Her face was haggard and full of scars, so she admired her greatly. Sister, don't talk nonsense, Yan Yan said in a tender voice. I had an older sister before, Sister Ningning. Now that she's gone, I treat you as my sister. Yan Yan's coquettishness and cuteness were popular among both men and women. Mulieni's heart softened at her words. Next, the three of them awkwardly sailed north together. However, Yang Dingtian didn't have another chance to steal her, even though Mu Liani dove into the sea to make space for them. Yan Yan didn't let Yang Dingtian have his way. Although Yan Yan was bold, she couldn't do that kind of thing with Yang Dingtian under other people's eyes. Yang Dingtian wasn't in a hurry to do that. He was just teasing his beloved wife. Most of the time, he was cultivating with his eyes closed. Previously, he had broken through to the martial honorable realm. However, in order to defeat Song Yu, he had no choice but to put his life on the line. He burned his energy C and turned it back into Xian Qi, causing his cultivation to degenerate. Now he was a 9-star martial ancestor realm. However, he was only half a step away from martial honorable realm. According to Yang Dingtian's current cultivation, he would definitely be able to break through to martial honorable realm before the martial contest. As for Yan Yan, her Xian meridians had completely recovered, so Yang Dingtian thought that she would work hard to cultivate and race against time to make up for the lost time. However, it wasn't like that at all. She was concerned about her stomach all day long. She always felt that there was a baby in her stomach. There was even one time when she said that she wanted to vomit after eating something because of self-hypnosis. She must be pregnant. The heavens took pity on her. It had been less than 2 days since she went crazy last time. It had been less than 5 days since she lost her virginity for the first time. It would take at least 2 months for her to have a pregnancy reaction. Therefore, Yang Dingtian didn't have much hope for Yan Yan's cultivation. If he wanted her to work hard, he should at least wait until she gave birth. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian was overjoyed by Mu Liani. Previously, Mu Liani kept saying that she wanted to give herself to him, but now she was working very hard to cultivate. Yang Dingtian used the mystic fire and the golden mystic qi to easily cleanse her marrow and meridians at the 3rd level. Then, Yang Dingtian cut off 2 inches of Naga's purple Xian meridians. After melting it with the mystic fire, he wrapped the mystic vein with the mystic fire, which had no offensive properties, and sent it into her qi sea to transform her Xian meridians with almost no pain. The lower the grade of the mystic vein, the more effective the Naga's purple Xian meridians were. Just 2 inches of Naga's purple Xian meridians raised the grade of Mu Liani's Xian meridians from the middle 6th grade to the upper 7th grade. Moreover, the remaining mystic qi energy in it directly helped her break through 3 levels, from a 9-star Xian martial warrior to a 2-star Xian martial master. However, when absorbing this Xian qi, Yang Dingtian didn't use the yin-yang devouring Xian technique on her. He only used the mystic fire to burn and refine the fire Xian qi, so Mu Liani still suffered a lot. Just in case, Yang Dingtian still gave her a special elixir of holy water. Speaking of which, this elixir of holy water was really embarrassing. At that time, when Yang Dingtian was healing Yan Yan's Xian meridians, he was worried that she would be in pain and in danger, so he directly poured more than half a kilogram of holy water into the bathtub. In the end, Yan Yan didn't use it, but Yang Dingtian did. After using it, there was still a lot of holy water energy left in it. Yang Dingtian didn't want to waste it, so he refined the bathtub of water into elixirs. There were dozens of elixirs, and basically this elixir could only be used by the woman closest to him, because the elixir's composition was too complicated. Other than the holy water, there were also all kinds of things that flowed out when Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan were having fun. After Mu Liani took the elixir, Yan Yan moved close to her ear and told her the origin of the elixir. Mu Liani blushed and said that she was shameless. Then, when Yan Yan wasn't paying attention, she viciously stepped on Yang Dingtian's leg. Just like that, amidst the awkwardness and sweetness, Yang Dingtian returned to the southwest continent after 3.5 days. Right now, there were still 12 days before the martial contest for the Cloud Heaven City Lord position. After returning to the Mu clan docks, Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan didn't stop at all and immediately headed north. Mu Lianqing's side was also fully prepared. After the ship reached the shore, they saw a group of knights by the shore. The leaders were actually Shimin Bao and Shui Hongxiao from the Wooden Sword Castle. When she saw Yang Dingtian, Shui Hongxiao disregarded the seawater and galloped her horse over. She shouted in surprise, "Big brother Yang!" When Yan Yan saw the beautiful and wild Shui Hongxiao, she instantly rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Shui Hongxiao noticed Shimin Yan Yan. She instantly blushed and pulled on the reins. Previously, she heard that Shimin Yan Yan was very beautiful, but it was just a rumor. She didn't expect her to be so dazzling after seeing her in person. It even made her feel a little ashamed. Furthermore, she always thought that this young mistress would be high and mighty and bossy. She wouldn't be gentle to Yang Dingtian. In the end, with just one look, she could tell that Shimin Yan Yan had extreme gentleness and love for Yang Dingtian. She also had a deep attachment and dependence. It could be said that Shimin Yan Yan's feelings for Yang Dingtian were much stronger than hers. Instantly, she felt disappointed and happy for Yang Dingtian. Perhaps only such a girl is worthy of Big Brother Yang. A girl like me is just wishful thinking. In a short period of time, many thoughts flashed through Shui Hongxiao's mind. Yang Dingtian first greeted Shui Hongxiao, "Little sister." Then he said to Shimin Bao, "Big brother Bao, why are you here?" Junior brother Yang, Martial Uncle Mu, was worried that the large group would affect your speed, so he left for the north 2 days ago. My master led many martial uncles from the Wooden Sword Castle to escort him. He was worried that no one would receive you when you returned, so he sent us here to wait for you, Shimin Bao said. Yang Dingtian's heart warmed. Although Li Guanong was a man of few words and was like an old farmer, he was really kind, but he was really warm-hearted. He had only met her once before, but he had helped her time and time again. Especially during this period of time, the Heavenly Phoenix Pavilion had been causing trouble for the Wooden Sword Castle. This kind of kindness was really hard to repay. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He cupped his hands at Shimin Bao and said to Yan Yan, "Yan Yan, this is Big Brother Bao from the Wooden Sword Castle, and this is little sister Shui Hongxiao from the Wooden Sword Castle." "Big Brother Bao, little sister Shui Hongxiao," Yan Yan called out intimately. As for Mu Liani, there was no need to introduce her. She was very familiar with Shui Hongxiao and had a good relationship with her. The few of them quickly packed their luggage and mounted their horses. They used their fastest speed to head north and catch up with Mu Lianqing and Li Guanong's large group. They didn't even return to the Mu clan docks. The few of them rode on their horses, and when they passed by the Mu clan docks, they realized that the place had been burned into ruins. Uncle Mu personally burned it, Shui Hongxiao said. Seeing that Mu Liani's eyes were a little red, Yang Dingtian said gently, "Liani, I'm sorry. I caused your home to be burned down." Mu Liani shook her head forcefully and said, "From today onwards, Cloud Heaven City is my home. You and young lady Yan Yan are my family. Yes, we're going to take back our home, our Cloud Heaven City," Yang Dingtian yelled out. Then the group didn't look at the burned Mu clan docks anymore and sped up towards the north. "Big Brother Bao, are your injuries better?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Almost," Shimin Bao said. "It's all thanks to Madame Shimin's elixir." Yang Dingtian nodded. He felt that after leaving the southwest continent and sailing on the sea, he was going to cut off 2 inches of Naga's purple mystic meridians and use the mystic fire to melt it before giving it to Shimin Bao to reconstruct his mystic meridians. Of course, it would be very painful for Shimin Bao to reconstruct his mystic meridians, but Shimin Bao was a man and shouldn't be afraid of this pain. Recently, is the Sky Wind Pavilion still so domineering towards the Wooden Sword Castle? Yang Dingtian asked. Shimin Bao nodded and said, "It is getting more and more prosperous. It almost doesn't give my Wooden Sword Castle a place to stay." He definitely had to help with this matter, but it had to wait until after the city lord's martial contest. Right now, The most important thing was the city lord's martial contest. Everything else had to be placed behind. Just like this, the group rode crazily and constantly changed horses. After 3 days, they traveled over 2,000 miles and caught up with a large group led by Li Guanong and Mu Lianqing. Chapter 321. Greetings to young lord. Following Mu Lianqing's command, the 500 fully armored cavalrymen knelt down in unison. Yang Dingtian looked at this group of people with fiery eyes. This was an army that Mu Lianqing had spent tens of years to build. Neat armors and neat weapons. Perhaps their cultivation levels weren't high. In fact, their salutes weren't even very neat. However, they were his men and belonged to his army. Yang Dingtian could see that even though they had traveled 1,000 miles, their morale was still very high. This was because most of them were wandering warriors or bandits from the southwest continent. For example, Nyodali, who was pursuing Mu Lianqing, had recruited all the youths in the mountain stronghold. This group of people all had lowly statuses and were looked down upon by the world. Mu Lianqing used Yang Dingtian's identity to recruit them and gave them a glorious background. Yang Dingtian's identity was a pressure even for a prodigy like Qin Huaiyu. Although Cloud Heaven City was now under the control of Yang Yan and Shimin Ju, Yang Dingtian still had a righteous heart. However, Yang Dingtian had always been righteous. He was Shimin Wuya's designated successor, the successor of Cloud Heaven City's lord and the direct disciple of Dongfang Minmi. No matter which identity it was, to this group of low-level warriors, he was a legendary existence. To be able to become Yang Dingtian's army was an absolute honor to them. Yang Dingtian looked at the 500 warriors kneeling on the ground and couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. He rode on his horse and shouted, "If you all follow me, your future path will be very difficult and dangerous. I can't promise you anything. What glory, wealth, or power? I can't promise you anything. I can only say one thing. As long as you are my brothers, I will never abandon you. Die for young lord." 500 warriors shouted with all their might. They looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes filled with fanaticism and worship. Ever since Mu Lianqing recruited these 500 warriors, other than training them, he only had one thing to do in his free time. That was to constantly instill Yang Dingtian's invincibility and to constantly instill in them the kind of genius and glory that Yang Dingtian was. Yang Dingtian was not only the successor of Cloud Sky City, but he was also the successor of Yinyang School appointed by the world's #1 expert, Dongfang Minmi. If he followed Yang Dingtian today, he would become the most glorious supreme warrior in the world tomorrow. He might even become a direct descendant of the Yinyang School. Wherever he went, he would be dazzling and envied by others. All the warriors present were familiar with Yang Dingtian's deeds. It took him less than a month to advance from an enlightener to a mystic warrior. When he was still a mystic martial warrior, he defeated the Qin clan's young master, Qin Shaobai, who was 1 rank higher than him. When he was still a mystic martial warrior, he had defeated the Raging Flames Castle's young lord, Tuobi Yi, who was 2 ranks higher than him and even possessed a mystic skill. In fact, Mu Lianqing had even fabricated many glorious achievements that Yang Dingtian didn't have. The most exciting thing was that a year ago, Yang Dingtian was only a mystic martial warrior, but now he was going up north to fight for the Cloud Sky City lord's position. And his opponent was a martial supreme expert. In short, in the hearts of all the warriors, Yang Dingtian was omnipotent and could create impossible miracles. They didn't emphasize Yang Dingtian's cultivation, but they always emphasized Yang Dingtian's invincible legend. Yang Dingtian pays his respects to martial Uncle Li. Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan bowed deeply. Gratitude wasn't something that could be expressed with words. Yang Dingtian didn't express his gratitude towards Li Guanong's kindness. Nephew's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. It is truly delightful and fascinating. Li Guanong helped Yang Dingtian up with a smile. Mu Lianqing went forward and continued to kneel as he greeted. old slave Mu Lianqing pays his respects to young lord and young mistress. Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan were helpless and could only allow Mu Lianqing to help him up after he finished kneeling. Then the husband and wife both knelt down and greeted. Yang Dingtian, Shimin, and Yan Yan pay their respects to Uncle Mu. After a short chat, Mu Lianqing said, "Young lord, should we take a break or continue heading north?" Yang Dingtian looked at Li Guanong. "Everything will be up to young Lord Yang." Li Guanong said, "Continue heading north." Yang Dingtian said, "Yes." Mu Lianqing shouted, "All warriors continue heading north." Then the group of over 500 people rode 2 horses each and continued heading north. Just like this, the group didn't stop and continued heading north. 2 days later, they had traveled over 1,000 miles. Right now, they were only 300 miles away from the southwest continent's northern coast. There were already 3 large ships waiting there. As long as the group arrived, they would use their fastest speed to head north and reach the northwest continent in less than 3 days. There, Shimin Lai's Black Blood Cavalry would receive them. After another 2,000 miles, they would reach Cloud Heaven City. For the past few days, the 500 cavalrymen had frantically traveled over 3,000 to 4,000 miles and were already exhausted. Even though they had avoided the Sky, Phoenix Pavilion, and Raging Flames castles' sphere of influence, they were still cautious. If a large force were to launch a sneak attack, it would be a disaster for this young and inexperienced army. "Young lord, we will try our best to avoid large cities and towns along the way. However, there is no way we can avoid the city in front." Mu Lianqing said, "Unless we are willing to take a detour of 1,000 miles and take those crisscrossed mountain paths, we will have to pass by Luofeng City." Yang Dingtian nodded. Luofeng City was considered a large city in the southwest continent's savage land and had a population of around 200,000 to 300,000. It was the gathering place for the surrounding 2,000 miles and was also the only small plain in this region. Therefore, unless they took a detour of 1,000 miles, they wouldn't be able to go around this city. This city didn't belong to any major force and was considered a commercial and trading city. It had accumulated quite a bit of wealth, but its martial Dao force was relatively weak. It was considered a neutral city. The merchant groups here were willing to serve any force. Therefore, until now, there wasn't a major force that had a hand in this city. After all, in this world, money wasn't important. Martial Dao resources were everything. "Uncle Mu, who is in charge of Luofeng City?" Yang Dingtian asked. "The full power of this city is in the hands of the Merchant Association. There are a few influential merchants who take turns to be the city lord of Luofeng City." Mu Lianqing said, "Then do they allow a large-scale army to pass through?" Yang Dingtian asked. "As long as they pay." Mu Lianqing said, "When they pass through the city, they have to put down all their weapons. A few days ago, I had already sent an envoy to greet them and gave them a large amount of bribes. They have allowed us to pass through. Of course, we are using the name of a mercenary group." Yang Dingtian nodded. When they were 30 miles away from Luofeng City, Yang Dingtian gave the order to stop and let the 500 over cavalrymen set up camp. He then changed his appearance and brought Mu Lianqing to Luofeng City. When they arrived at Luofeng City, Yang Dingtian felt something was wrong. The city gates were closed, and there were many warriors patrolling on the city walls. They were fully armed and looked as though they were facing a great enemy. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian noticed that the city walls were stained with blood. Yang Dingtian went forward and cupped his hands. "Fierce Horse Mercenary Group requests to enter Luofeng City." At the same time, Mu Lianqing lifted up a chest which was filled with gold coins. There were at least a few thousand of them, and it was more than enough to pay for the passage. "Go away. From today onwards, there is no Luofeng City. There is only South Continent City." On the city gates, there were already warriors shouting, "No armed force is allowed to enter." When Yang Dingtian saw the person on the city gates, he was instantly astonished. It was actually someone he knew. Furthermore, he was once Yang Dingtian's subordinate. Back when Yang Dingtian was impersonating as Shenlang, he was the commander of Qin Mingli's guards. Right now, the person on the city walls was a subordinate of Yang Dingtian's cavalry leader. Could it be that the northwest Qin city had already encroached on Luofeng City? Could Qin Mingli be in the city right now? Chapter 322. Qin Mingli's husband was the nominal city lord of West Continent City. At this time, Luofeng City had changed to South Continent City. It was obvious that it had fallen into the hands of the Northwest Qin family. The Qin family had indeed sounded the horn to occupy the Southwest continent. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but frown deeply. Once the Qin family started to move, they would be able to sweep through the Southwest continent. Qin family didn't even need to show themselves. At this time, the Northwest Qin family had 2 hired thugs. The legal side had the Sky Wind Pavilion, while the underworld had the Raging Flames Castle. In the Southwest continent, there was no power that could stop them. They couldn't even withstand a finger from the Qin family. What the Qin family needed to do was to build a good relationship with the upper echelons of the Taiando League, so that the many big shots of the Taiando League would turn a blind eye to their actions. Of course, the Qin family and Dongfang Bingling had completely fallen out. However, it didn't mean that Dongfang Bingling would stop Qin Wanzhou's expansion. This woman worshipped the most direct power. She wouldn't put her thoughts on these political struggles. There was only one thing she wanted to do, and that was to become stronger, stronger, and stronger. When her cultivation surpassed Qin Wanzhou's, she would directly go to Qin City and chop off the heads of Qin Wanzhou, Qin Huaiyu, and the others. Yang Dingtian directly took out a purple gold coin, which was equivalent to 100 gold coins. He offered it and said, "Officer, you have worked hard to defend the city. May I ask who is in charge of the South Continent City?" The cavalry leader's eyes lit up, but he suppressed his greed and coldly shouted, "Why are you asking so much? Leave immediately, or we will shoot arrows." After speaking, he raised his hand high, and dozens of crossbows behind him were aimed at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian obviously wasn't afraid of these crossbows, but he frowned and took a few steps back. With so much money, the cavalry leader was very tempted, but he still suppressed his greed. It was obvious that it wasn't that he didn't want to take it, but that he didn't dare to. It seemed that the Qin family was serious about taking over the southwest region. Yang Dingtian placed the purple gold coin on the ground and asked, "Sir, when will South Oblast City open its gates?" Whoosh, 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 whoosh. What answered Yang Dingtian were dozens of sharp arrows that shot directly at Yang Dingtian's feet. "What should we do?" Mu Lianqing asked. Yang Dingtian frowned and said, "Let's go back first. We'll discuss it later." Soon, Yang Dingtian returned to the camp and held a small meeting to explain the situation. "What should we do next?" Mu Lianqing asked, "Should we bribe or forcefully attack?" Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "Bribery is useless. The Northwest Qin City doesn't lack money. If I'm not mistaken, the person in charge of Luofeng City this time is a direct descendant of the Qin City. He has an astronomical amount of money. Even if we bribe him with all our belongings, it's useless. Could it be that the only way out is to attack by force?" Yan Yan said, "We don't know how many soldiers there are in the city, how many experts there are, and who is in charge. Forcefully attacking won't work either." Yang Dingtian said, "We have too few people, and this is a newly formed army. If we forcefully attack, the losses will be too great. Then what should we do? We are already pressed for time, and we can't afford to waste a single day." Mu Liani said. Yang Dingtian said, "Perhaps the highest commander in Luofeng City is an old friend of mine. Today, I will sneak into Luofeng City and investigate before making any plans." Yan Yan said, "Husband, that is someone from the Northwest Qin City. She is definitely an enemy and not a friend." Yang Dingtian said, The situation between this person and me is very complicated. I have to confirm if it is her. If it is her, we can pass through Luofeng City without wasting any effort. Li Guanong suddenly said, "Nephew, actually you can leave the army first and bring young Lady Shimin back to Cloud Heaven City. Brother Mu and I will lead the team and take a detour. Even though we will be late by a few days, it doesn't matter. Therefore, you don't have to enter the city and take this risk." Yang Dingtian said, "If it is during normal times, I will definitely do so. But now, the northwest Qin city is marching southward. I don't know how many forces they have sent into the southwest continent, but according to my estimation, it could be 30,000, 50,000, or even more. Therefore, it is a foregone conclusion that the Qin city will sweep through the southwest continent. Our 500-man army will be in great danger and might be wiped out at any moment. The Qin city will definitely not allow the southwest continent to have an organized military force. Unless we are willing to scatter these 500 men, it will be very dangerous. I even feel that there are many roaming cavalrymen monitoring our surroundings." That's right. Today we have seen dozens of scouts scouting our camp. Shimin Bao suddenly spoke. Yang Dingtian said, "Time is of the essence. Therefore, I have to bring this team out of the southwest continent in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous." Mu Lianqing said, "I originally hoped to strengthen young Lord's forces, but I didn't expect to bring such a huge trouble to young Lord. Why don't we scatter them?" "Don't say that, Uncle Mu. As long as they follow me, they will be my brothers. I will never abandon them." Yang Dingtian said. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian stood up and said, "All right, time is of the essence. I will immediately sneak into Luofeng City and meet with their supreme commander." "I will go with you," Li Guanong said. "No, Uncle Li. You have the highest cultivation level among everyone here. Stay at the camp and protect the team. I will go alone." Yang Dingtian said, "I believe that no one in the entire Luofeng City can stop me." Li Guanong didn't argue as he nodded and said, "Then, nephew, take care." Yang Dingtian dressed up a little and took advantage of the night to activate the Void Spirit Mystic Wings. He executed the flight technique and flew to 1,000 meters in the sky before flying towards Luofeng City. Yang Dingtian's flight speed was very fast. In just a few minutes, he was above Luofeng City. At this time, there were flying patrols above Luofeng City. However, it was impossible for them to discover Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian easily entered the city. After entering the city, Yang Dingtian discovered two important things. The first was that Luofeng City had completely turned into a large military camp. The original population of 2 to 300,000 had decreased by more than half. There were military camps everywhere in the city. At this time, the entire city was brightly lit. Countless troops were in formation as if they had just arrived at Luofeng City. Moreover, there was an endless stream of troops entering Luofeng City from the north. These troops were undoubtedly shipped from the northwest Qin city from the north. Yang Dingtian roughly calculated that there were about 30,000 troops in the city at this time. Moreover, there was an endless stream of troops entering from the north. Yang Dingtian simply continued to fly north and continued to observe. Nearly 200 miles of road. There were troops advancing with torches in their hands. They were continuously entering Luofeng City. On the northern coastline, there were hundreds of large ships anchored. Countless military equipment, food, and troops were continuously disembarking. After the troops were organized at the empty space on the pier, they neatly headed south. No wonder Luofeng City's gates were closed. They didn't even dare to accept Yang Dingtian's bribes. It turned out that Qin City wanted to build Luofeng City into a large military camp to conquer the southwest continent. The troops in the city, the troops on the road, and the troops that had just disembarked were close to 100,000 people. Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the pressure of Mount Tai. Any forces that tried to resist would be instantly turned into dust. It seemed that after falling out with Dongfang Bingling, Qin Wanchou had increased the speed of his expansion. Otherwise, 30 to 40,000 troops would be enough to conquer the southwest continent. Now, Qin Wanchou had actually sent 100,000 troops. Moreover, more troops were continuously disembarking. It seemed that Qin Wanchou wanted to use the fastest speed to conquer the entire southwest continent. The fall of the southwest continent was already unstoppable. It was only a matter of time before the entire southwest continent fell into Qin City's hands. Yang Dingtian's heart instantly sank. Qin City was Cloud Sky City's greatest enemy. However, this enemy was so strong that it was completely unimaginable. All of Cloud Sky City's troops, added together, barely exceeded 10,000 people. Even if they gathered all of the troops in the territory, it wouldn't exceed 30 to 40,000. In order to conquer the southwest continent, Qin City had sent out more than 100,000 troops. Even if he obtained the final victory in the martial arts competition for the position of the city lord, he would have to face the monstrous power of northwest Qin City. If they used force, Cloud Sky City really didn't have much power to resist. It seemed that there was only one reason why Cloud Sky City didn't completely fall. That was because of Shimin Wuya, a Grandmaster-level expert. In this world, a Grandmaster-level expert was like a nuclear bomb on Earth. They were completely strategic weapons. With a Grandmaster-level expert, even if Northwest Qin City was 10 times stronger than Cloud Sky City, they wouldn't dare to completely fall out with them. Of course, under the same principle, Qin City had Qin Wanchou, a Grandmaster. Even if they completely fell out with Dongfang Bingling, Yinyang School wouldn't dare to directly fall out with Qin City. Of course, these were all matters for the future. The most important thing now was how to get his 500 troops out of the danger of being annihilated. Could it be that he really had to completely disband this army on the spot? Previously, Yang Dingtian was still fantasizing that the highest commander in Luofeng City was Qin Mingli. This way, he could still use their old friendship to ask Qin Mingli to let these 500 people pass. But now that he saw that Qin City had sent more than 100,000 troops into the southwest continent, Yang Dingtian didn't dare to fantasize about Qin Mingli being the highest commander. Even Qin Huaiyu wasn't qualified to be the highest commander in this army. Currently, the highest commander in Luofeng City was most likely Qin Wanchou himself. Now, Yang Dingtian's 500 troops were really facing a disaster of annihilation. Previously, Yang Dingtian was still fantasizing about sneaking into Luofeng City, Lord's Mansion, to see Qin Mingli. Now, he definitely couldn't have this thought anymore. Currently, the people living in the city Lord's Mansion were either Qin Wanchou or Qin Wanchou's younger brother, Qin Zheng. At the very least, it would be Qin Huaiyu. If Yang Dingtian were to enter, he would be walking right into a trap. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian's 500 troops were already on the verge of annihilation. Originally, Yang Dingtian thought that Luofeng City only had a few thousand troops. If that was the case, Yang Dingtian's 500 men might still have a chance to catch a breather. From the looks of it, the enemy could simply extend a finger and crush this 500-men army. Therefore, there was only one thing that Yang Dingtian had to do now. That was to use the fastest speed to return to the campsite and get Mu Lianqing and Li Guanong to lead the troops back to the south. The faster, the better. Once they reached the southernmost point, they would immediately board the ship and make a 20,000-mile detour back to Cloud Heaven City. They had to abandon everything and use the fastest speed to return to the south. Once the enemy caught up, it would be a complete annihilation. Therefore, Yang Dingtian used the fastest speed to fly back to the campsite. When Yang Dingtian flew 300 miles and returned to the campsite, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This was because his 500 troops were surrounded. Furthermore, they were surrounded from all directions without a single gap. A total of 10,000 troops had surrounded Yang Dingtian's 500 cavalrymen in a 5-mile radius. Yang Dingtian's 500 cavalrymen had a very smooth journey. This was because in the entire southwest continent, as long as they avoided the Raging Flames castle and Sky Wind Pavilion sphere of influence, no matter how many troops passed by, no one would bother about them. This was because there were too many ownerless lands in this piece of land. Who knew that they would encounter the Qin city's army entering the southwest? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and quickly landed in the center of the campsite. Young lord, you are finally back. We have been surrounded. The number of troops surrounding us is uncountable. Mu Lianqing said. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's 500 cavalrymen had all mounted their horses and pulled out their spears and swords, preparing for battle. Yan Yan, Mu Liani, and Shui Hongxiao were also fully armed. Nephew, what should we do? Li Guanong asked. Yang Dingtian replied, Marshal Uncle Li, we have been surrounded by 10,000 troops. The northwest Qin city has wantonly invaded the southwest. More than 100,000 troops have already landed and are continuously entering Falling Wind City. The southwest continent cannot be protected. Ah, Li Guanong was instantly shocked. He originally thought that the Raging Flames castle had sent a few thousand men to surround his 500 men. Who knew that the Qin city had actually sent more than 100,000 troops into the southwest? The southwest continent could not be protected. Then what should we do now? We have to make a decision as soon as possible. Li Guanong said. Yan Dingtian replied, the troops will be in the shape of a sharp knife. Marshal Uncle Li, Uncle Mu, and Big Brother Bao will be the tip of the knife. We will charge towards the south and tear open an opening. We will not stop and will charge towards the south until we reach the most difficult seaside. We will then take the boat and take a detour of 20,000 miles to return to Cloud Heaven City. Li Guanong's expression changed. Mu Lianqing and I will lead this troop and charge out. You will bring young Lady Shimin and immediately fly towards the north and return to the northwest continent. Otherwise, when the battle starts, you will be entangled and will definitely delay the city, Lord Marshal contest. Yang Dingtian replied, let us lead everyone out of the encirclement first. After he finished speaking, Yang Dingtian ordered the 500 cavalrymen to get into the shape of a sharp knife. He and Li Guanong would be the tip of the knife. They drew out Ah Chao's huge sword and were about to charge towards the south. At this moment, a rider quickly galloped over from the enemy's formation and shouted at Yang Dingtian from afar, Who is the leader of your mercenary group? Yang Dingtian replied, I am. My master invites you over for a chat. That messenger said. Yang Dingtian asked, Who is your master? 7th young Lady Qin. That messenger replied, 7th young Lady Qin? It was really Qin Mingli. Qin Mingli was the youngest among all the siblings. She was the 7th child. Chapter 3:23. Yang Dingtian slashed with his sword. Immediately, blood flowed from Qin Chi-Chi's neck to her breasts. Qin Chi-Chi didn't beg for mercy. She just stared at Yang Dingtian with a smile that wasn't a smile. Suddenly, 10,000 horses galloped outside, shaking the heavens and the earth. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords rubbing against their sheaths could be heard. The candles in the tent were shaking. The entire tent was shaking. 10,000 cavalrymen were like a gale, sweeping in from all directions. The beautiful Qin Chi-Chi just looked at Yang Dingtian with a smile, allowing the blood to flow from her neck. She didn't say anything, didn't do anything. The bright red blood dyed her thin skirt red point 10 minutes later. There was no sound of fighting. Outside it was completely silent. Yang Dingtian slashed with his sword, tearing a large piece of the tent apart. Outside, the 10,000 cavalrymen had already disappeared without a trace. A few hundred meters away, Yang Dingtian's 500 brothers were safe and sound. Even their swords had been sheathed, but their faces were filled with confusion and confusion. Qin Chi-Chi's 10,000 cavalrymen had completely retreated. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping wasn't an attack, but a retreat. The sound of swords rubbing against their sheaths wasn't a sword being unsheathed, but a sword being sheathed. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Shi Chi and said, "After the incense burns out, if the 10,000 cavalrymen don't receive orders, they will all retreat. They won't attack, right?" "That's right," Qin Shi Chi said. "Then why did you say that after the incense burns out, as long as you don't use the commander's seal, the 10,000 cavalrymen will kill all my men?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I'm just messing with you to test you," Qin Shi Chi said. "Aren't you afraid that I'll really kill you?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Didn't you not kill me?" Qin Shi Chi said. At this moment, half of her skirt was dyed red with blood, due to the excessive blood loss. Her delicate body was on the verge of collapse. Her red lips were turning white and dry, but she still had a smug and mocking smile on her face. "You're crazy," Yang Dingtian said. "I've already told you that I'm crazy," Qin Shi Chi said. "Not only am I crazy, but I'm also a liar." This woman was really a lunatic, using her own life to amuse others. "You are a demon woman. Compared to Dugu Fengwu, you are even more of a demon woman." Yang Dingtian said. "Thank you for the compliment," Qin Shi Chi replied. "Then why did you send 10,000 cavalrymen to stop me and meet me today?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Just to pass the time," Qin Shi Chi replied. "You won't kill me?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Not now," Qin Shi Chi said. "I'm just here to meet you and have a chat. I'm also here to see who you are." "And the result?" Yang Dingtian asked. "What a disappointment." Qin Shi Chi pursed her lips. "You know that I'll sweep through the entire northwest continent after taking over the southwest. When that time comes, your Cloud Heaven City will be my #1 target to eliminate. Half a year later, you will be my greatest opponent in the northwest continent. Thus, I'm here to test your foundation in advance." "And the result?" Yang Dingtian asked again. "What a disappointment." Qin Shi Chi said, "Kid, half a year later, I will do my best to eliminate your Cloud Heaven City. I'm a very shameless woman and will do anything. So just you wait. Either you wash your neck clean and wait for me to kill you, or you kneel down and surrender. Even if there are 10 of you, you won't be a match for me." Yang Dingtian turned a deaf ear. "But you still have a way, and that is to kill me now. Rape me first before killing me," Qin Shi Chi suggested seriously. Yang Dingtian still ignored her. This woman was a lunatic, and there was no point in talking to her. "Kid, you can leave now," Qin Shi Chi said. "You're not going to kill me now?" Yang Dingtian asked. "No, I didn't plan to kill you in the first place. After I'm done with my entertainment, I'll let you go," Qin Shi Chi said. "You're still very useful. Of course I can't kill you now." Then she walked to the corner of the tent, lifted the carpet, and took out a purple crystal token. She handed it to Yang Dingtian. "Here for you. This token is only valid for 3 days. You can use it to pass through Luofeng City. When you reach the northern coast, you can gather ships to send you north. A few hundred meters ahead, I prepared 553 people's armor for you. You can pretend to be Qin City's army." After she finished speaking, Qin Shi Chi clapped her hands. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. A black shadow stopped in an instant and silently entered the tent. She took out an elixir and stuffed it into Qin Shi Chi's mouth. Then, she drew a line across Qin Shi Chi's neck. Instantly, the blood on Qin Shi Chi's body froze. The black shadow waved her hand, and all the blood and ice shattered and flew out. The blood on Qin Shi Chi's body disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a faint red mark on her neck. Then the black shadow carried Qin Shi Chi and walked out. Qin Shi Chi waved her snow-white hand and said to Yang Dingtian, "Little man, I'll see you in half a year or never. I wish you success in obtaining the position of Cloud Heaven City Lord. Of course, I don't think you'll win the martial arts contest. You have an 80% chance of losing. Qin Huayu left you a very powerful secret weapon. Even if you become the Cloud Heaven City Lord in the end, that's not bad. Wait for me to torture you until you wish you were dead. Qin Chi Chi said sweetly. How old was she? She actually called Yang Dingtian little man. Little man, don't lose the martial arts contest for the position of the city lord. Don't disappoint me. Then the Black Shadow Woman carried Qin Chi Chi and left silently. From the beginning to the end, the Black Shadow Woman didn't even look at Yang Dingtian. It was as if he didn't exist. However, Yang Dingtian clearly knew that this Black Shadow Woman was a masterclass expert. She was Qin Chi Chi's personal bodyguard. Just now, Yang Dingtian wanted to kill Qin Chi Chi, but it was all a pipe dream. Qin Chi Chi left, leaving behind an enchanting fragrance. Demonic woman. Demonic woman. From now on, Duge Fengwu could no longer be called a demonic woman. Compared to Qin Chi Chi, Duge Fengwu was as pure as a child. She was Qin Wanchou's daughter? Yang Dingtian didn't believe it. Qin Wanchou might be cunning, but how could he give birth to such a vixen-like daughter? Half a year later, he would meet this demonic woman again. When that time came, it would be a battle to the death. Half a year later, this demonic woman would attack Cloud Heaven City. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yang Dingtian could successfully obtain the position of Cloud Heaven City Lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to be this demonic woman's opponent. Demonic woman, when that time comes, I will really make you wish you were dead. Yang Dingtian said viciously and left the tent. When he returned to the main camp, countless admiring and strange gazes looked at Yang Dingtian. That was because many people had seen it clearly just now. A black-clothed woman walked out while carrying a delicate and beautiful woman. That beautiful woman was weak and pale as though she had been ravaged. The most terrible thing was that the black-clothed woman got rid of all the bloodstains on Qin Chi Chi's body, leaving only a piece on her dress. When the black-clothed woman entered the tent, her speed was very fast, and no one could see her clearly. But when she carried Qin Chi Chi and left, she walked very slowly, and Yang Dingtian's men saw it clearly. At this moment, Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Everyone's mind was engraved with an iron-like fact. Yang Dingtian used his beauty to subdue the enemy's owner, Qin Chi Chi, both physically and mentally. He took the initiative to release his mortal enemy, Yang Dingtian, and his 500 men. At this moment, the admiration of the 500 brothers for Yang Dingtian was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. What did it mean to subdue the enemy without fighting? What did it mean to break the enemy's plan? That was it. Moreover, the enemy's owner was a soul-stirring beauty that could make one's heart tremble. Oh my God! However, the 500 brothers were still worried. After all, young Master Yang Dingtian's wife was here. In front of his wife, he made another woman bleed until she couldn't walk. Although he was brave and honorable, he would still be angry, especially since the other woman's beauty was inferior to hers. Yan Yan rushed forward on her horse. Everyone's heartstrings were pulled, waiting for the Cloud Sky City's princess to fly into a rage. "Brother, you've worked hard," Yan Yan said gently. Suddenly, everyone fell down and looked up at the sky speechlessly. Was there any justice in this? Her husband had conquered another beauty, and he had done it in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone knew about it. Not only was his wife not angry, but she even said that her husband had worked hard. For a man to do this, he was forcing other men to commit suicide. Yan Yan obviously wasn't acting. In fact, she could tell that nothing had happened between Yang Dingtian and the seductive vixen. She saw Yang Dingtian's deep helplessness. "Husband, is she difficult to deal with?" Yan Yan asked. "She will be Cloud Sky City's most dangerous enemy," Yang Dingtian said. "You couldn't kill her just now." "I think her martial arts are very weak," Yan Yan said. "I can't kill her," Yang Dingtian said. Even if she doesn't have the strength to truss a chicken, she will destroy Cloud Sky City in half a year. She will bring more power than she has today. Then what should we do? Yan Yan asked. Powerful, 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 Yang Dingtian said. Then Yan Yan felt that the atmosphere was a little heavy. She smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, maybe we should be obedient to Dongfang Bingling and coax her to kill this little vixen. Yan Yan clapped her hands and said, good idea. Even if you have to sacrifice your body for Dongfang Bingling, I won't mind. Then, 3,000 meters ahead, they found 553 sets of armor. They were all Qin City's army uniforms. Not one more, not one less. It was obvious that Qin Chi knew the details of Yang Dingtian's team very well. Then Yang Dingtian was even more surprised to find that every set of armor had a name written on it. After putting it on, everyone's armor fit very well. Qin Chi, this demoness, knew the situation of his team like the back of her hand. She almost knew everything about them. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that this woman was even more dangerous and scary. Then, when Yang Dingtian brought his team of 500 people to Luofeng City, he only showed his token. As expected, they entered the city and left without a hitch. 3 hours later, the team of 500 people arrived at the seaside and successfully obtained 3 large ships. 2.5 days later, Yang Dingtian successfully arrived at the northwest continent. Then, the team of 500 people madly rushed and left Qin City's territory. 1 day later, Yang Dingtian brought the team of 500 people and arrived 30 li away from Wind Cloud Castle. In front of them, a ball of flame was rushing over. It was Madame Shimin. She brought her team to welcome Yang Dingtian and her daughter. Chapter 324. Bao. From afar, Madame Shimin opened her arms and ran towards Yan Yan. She then hugged her tightly. It had already been more than a year since Madame Shimin last saw her daughter, and she had long been worried sick about her daughter. After hugging Yan Yan, she didn't let go. Everyone stopped. Yang Dingtian stood at the side and watched as Yan Yan and her mother hugged and cried. In the end, Madame Shimin released her arms and hugged Yang Dingtian as well, hugging him and Yan Yan together. After Madame Shimin finished crying, Mu Lianqing and Mu Liani went forward and knelt down to greet her. Old slave Mu Lianqing greets Madame. Servant Mu Liani greets Madame. Madame Shimin quickly went forward to help the two of them up. Mu Lianqing and Madame Shimin hadn't seen each other for 20 years. Mu Lianqing sobbed and said, Old slave earnestly requests Madame to let old slave and my daughter return to Cloud Heaven City. You are an old friend. Of course, I hope you are by my side. Madame Shimin smiled and said, However, I am a housewife. Cloud Heaven City is under little Tian's control. Uncle Mu is an elder. With your help, of course, we would like it. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, Next, Madame Shimin, Li Guanong, and the others greeted each other. At this moment, a person in black armor came forward and said to Yang Dingtian, Sir, since you have returned to the northwest continent, I shall return to report. This person was Qin Chi-Chi's trusted aide and had been following him since Luofeng City to monitor him. Yang Dingtian nodded. This is a letter from my master. The black-armored person handed over a letter. Yang Dingtian opened the letter and read it. Yang Dingtian, I took the southwest, and Qin Huaiyu took the northwest. I used weapons, and Qin Huaiyu used strategies. I am greedy and want both the southwest and the northwest. Therefore, you must not let Cloud Heaven City fall into Qin Huaiyu's hands. This is why I let you leave the southwest continent. Finally, I have 2 sentences for you. The first sentence, your current cultivation is far from enough to win the grand martial contest for the position of city lord. The second sentence, even if you lose the duel, don't fight to the death. Leave your life, I have uses for it. Qin Chi-Chi. This witch's handwriting was very beautiful and graceful. unlike Dongfang Bingling's handwriting, which was full of sword qi. After reading the letter, Yang Dingtian became even angrier and colder. First of all, the reason why Qin Chichi let him off in the southwest continent was definitely not because she had some bullshit feelings for him. The reason why she let him and his 500 brothers go was because of the internal strife in the northwest Qin city. She and Qin Huaiyu were fighting for power, this which had obtained the initiative in the southwest continent, while Qin Huaiyu had obtained the initiative in the northwest continent. Not only did Qin Chichi want to monopolize the southwest continent, but she also wanted to prevent Qin Huaiyu from successfully taking over Cloud Heaven City. Hence, she didn't hesitate to go easy on Yang Dingtian and sabotage her own brother, Qin Huaiyu. Of course, Yang Dingtian was not angry about this, but the utter arrogance in her words. She saw Cloud Heaven City as something in her pocket and Yang Dingtian as a puppet. She didn't care about him at all. Yang Dingtian came in front of the black armored man and said in a low voice, "Go back and tell your master something." "Please speak," the black armored man said. "I will definitely rape her and kill her," Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian insulted his master, but the black armored man remained expressionless. He nodded and said, "Okay, I will pass the message." Whoosh! Then a pair of profound chi wings suddenly appeared on the black armored man's back, and he directly flew towards the south. This person was merely a messenger and a watcher, but he had the cultivation of a martial honorable. It could be seen how powerful the northwest Qin city was. On the way back to Stormy Valley, Yang Dingtian saw that Madame Shimin had brought over 200 people, but they were not the Black Blood Cavalry. Instead, they were a strangely dressed army. Every one of them had a fierce face, naked upper body, and hideous tattoos. He couldn't help but ask, "Madam, where is Brother Shimin lie?" "In Stormy Valley. He has to protect the castle," Madame Shimin said. Yang Dingtian asked, "During this period of time, where have you and the Black Blood Cavalry stayed? Is it this Stormy Valley?" "Since half a year ago, we stopped wandering around and entered Stormy Valley," Madame Shimin said. "All the forces in the northwest continent are afraid of the northwest Qin clan. No one dared to take us in, right? Why is this Stormy Valley so daring?" Yang Dingtian asked. Stormy Valley was 3,000 miles away from Cloud Heaven City. It was considered a very strange force. If one said it was big, it was very big. It had a territory of 2,000 miles. If one said it was small, it was very small. The total number of residents in the territory was only 200,000. The reason for this was because it was located in the largest mountain range in the northwest continent, the Sunset Mountain Range. There were lofty mountains and steep ridges everywhere. It was very remote and cold. The people who lived in this mountain range had a very low level of civilization. They had always been regarded as a barbarian tribe. The Sunset Mountain Range ran through half of the northwest continent from east to west and stretched for almost 10,000 miles. It directly separated the north and south of the continent. The south had a pleasant climate. It was humid, rainy, and lush. The north was dry and had little rain. Everywhere was cracked by magma and was full of scars. However, because the south was full of hills and the north was flat, the north was more prosperous than the south. This Stormy Valley was the biggest force in the Sunset Mountain Range. It was almost completely isolated from the other forces in the northwest continent. They did not interact with each other. Furthermore, the Stormy Valley was full of hostility towards people outside the mountain range. Therefore, the Stormy Valley was probably the only force that was not afraid of the Northwest Qin City. The Northwest Qin City did not even have the slightest desire to conquer the Stormy Valley. Moreover, the current master of the Stormy Valley, Ho-Mo Shah, was a violent master. Therefore, basically no one was willing to provoke this solitary, barbaric, and violent tribe. However, they did not expect Madame Shimin and Shimin Lai to enter Stormy Valley. "We were forced to enter Stormy Valley," Madame Shimin said. Madame Shimin said, "More than half a year ago, Qin City had increased the destruction and annihilation of our black blood cavalry. Our losses were extremely huge. They fled in all directions, but could not find any place to hide. Helpless, we hid in the deep mountains and forests of the Sunset Mountain Range. Only then were we able to survive. This Huemo Shah did not allow any outsiders to enter his territory. You entered the Sunset Mountain Range. Were you not afraid that he would kill you? Yang Dingtian asked. Madam Shimin said, that day we were chased for thousands of miles. We had nowhere else to go, so we fled to the Sunset Mountain Range. Not long after, we were surrounded by Huemo Shah's barbarian cavalry. We were supposed to be wiped out and even eaten alive by these barbarians. In the end, Madame Shimin's face trembled slightly. Then she said softly, Huemo Shah found me and seemed to like me very much. He wanted to marry me as his third wife. Therefore he took us in. Yan Yan was shocked. She said softly, Mother, you must not marry such a big demon. Of course not. Madame Shimin's face turned red, and she said, but at that time the pursuers were right behind us. Seeing that over 1,000 black blood cavalry were about to be wiped out, I couldn't just watch them die, so I could only feign civility with him. What did you say then? Yang Dingtian asked hurriedly. I said, Little Tian is now the head of the family. I need his consent before I can remarry, Madame Shimin said softly. Ah. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Madame Shimin continued, This person has a violent personality. He is barbaric and straightforward. At first, he was still pretending to pursue me. Later, when he saw that I did not give him any face, he felt that he had been deceived. Therefore, he became more and more impatient. A few days ago, he even found an opportunity to kill a brother of the black blood cavalry. Recently, he has even started to put me under house arrest. I am worried that one day he will go berserk. Yang Dingtian asked, Then why did he allow you to come out again this time? Madame Shimin said, At that time I said that I could only remarry with your consent. Therefore, I told him that you had returned to the northwest continent and that I was going to pick you up. He was very anxious, so he sent out 200 barbarian cavalrymen. Half of them were to monitor, and the other half were to protect you. He agreed to let me pick you up. Then Big Brother Shiminlai and more than 1,000 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry are all detained in the Stormy Valley? Yang Dingtian asked. Madame Shimin nodded and said, Therefore, unless you agree to his request, he will definitely let them go. Otherwise, he will definitely not let the Black Blood Cavalry leave. He will even start a massacre. Yang Dingtian could not help but furrow his brows tightly. There were only 4 days left until the martial arts contest for the position of the city lord. However, such a thing happened again. Little Tian, why don't you go to Cloud Heaven City to participate in the martial arts contest first? Then you can come and pick us up? Madame Shimin asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, Impossible. That lunatic, Huemo Shah. If he didn't see me this time, he would have run out of patience and start a massacre on the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry. Then what should we do? We can't possibly let Mother marry that beast, right? Yan Yan said. There will always be a way. I will go and meet him, Yang Dingtian said. Then Yang Dingtian increased his speed and rushed towards the Stormy Valley. Time was tight. Before going to Cloud Heaven City, Yang Dingtian still had to go to the abandoned mine and the other side of the unfreezing pool. He had to kill the Abyss Lord and dig out the remaining 9,010,000-year-old blood metal metals. He would then use the mystic fire to forge a true soul sword. This way, he would have more confidence in defeating Shiminju. Yang Dingtian's speed was very fast. After 5 hours, he rushed into the Stormy Valley with Madame Shimin. Yan Yan Mu Lianqing, and the 500 cavalrymen did not enter. The people in the Stormy Valley were all barbaric tribes. If they were to see Yan Yan's absolute beauty, there would be trouble. Furthermore, time was tight. Yang Dingtian had to settle this Huemo Shah within a day, and let him release Madame Shimin and the Black Blood Cavalry. The center of the stormy valley was obviously the Stormy Castle. The so-called Stormy Castle was just a bunch of buildings made of huge wood and was built in a valley. The entire castle had less than 30,000 people living in it. Most of the people inside were topless, had terrifying tattoos, and wore all sorts of things on their noses. Just as Yang Dingtian entered the valley, he heard a thunderous voice. "You are Yang Dingtian? You have the final say on Pep's matters? All right, I will give you a choice now. Either you let me and Pep consummate tonight, or I will kill all of you and forcefully capture Pep to consummate with her." This should be the owner of the Stormy Valley, Hua Mo Sha. Chapter 325. Then a gust of hot wind blew over. A group of nearly 1,000 wolf cavalry barbarian soldiers came over. The leader was a giant man who was more than 2 meters tall. The muscles on his body were as taut as mountains. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered with scars. His face was not very ugly, but his nose was unusually big, which was really abrupt. The beard on his face was like steel needles. In his hand, he held a huge black iron rod, which was at least a few thousand kilograms. It was covered with terrifying barbs. Anyone who was hit by this rod would immediately be badly mutilated. Whether it was his face, facial features, or his entire body, they were all filled with violent killing intent. A timid person would probably be scared out of their wits just by looking at him. When this fire melt Mo Sha saw Madame Shimin, his gaze was fiery. After glancing at her beautiful face, his gaze landed on her moving parts without hiding it. His gaze became more and more intense, as if he wanted to directly burn her clothes. After looking for half a minute, Fire Melt Mo Sha looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "You are her son-in-law, Yang Dingtian. Can you make the decision for little beauty Pepe?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I can make the decision for my mother-in-law." Fire Melt Mo Sha said, "Then it's easy. Immediately agree to the marriage between the two of us. From now on, I will be your father-in-law. If you have any problems, I will help you. Let's get married now and consummate our marriage tonight." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that's not possible. What's wrong with that?" Fire-melting Mo Sha's shout was like a clap of thunder, almost deafening everyone's ears. "My mother-in-law already has a husband," Yang Dingtian said. "I know. Didn't he die long ago?" Fire Melt Mo Sha said, "It's that Shimanwuya. He died more than a year ago. Not to mention that he's already dead. Even if he's not dead, I want this woman. Not to mention remarriage, it's normal for a woman to have 2 or 3 husbands. How about this, Fire Melt Valley Lord? I've heard that you have a son, and he's your greatest pride. He was once heavily injured by a demonic beast, and not only was his cultivation destroyed, he was even bedridden. Yang Dingtian, I can save your son. As a condition, you have to let Madame Shimin and all the Black Blood Cavalry leave." Yang Dingtian had inquired about this matter on the way. This son who was seriously injured by the demonic beasts was called John Lang. He was the most outstanding son of Mo Sha and even his successor. "In your dreams," Mo Sha shouted, "I have dozens of sons. If one dies, there will be dozens more. There's only one such beauty in front of me. Do you think I'm stupid enough to trade my son for a beauty?" Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. This barbarian king before him was truly unimaginable. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. However, this barbarian king actually didn't care about his son's life at all. Yang Dingtian wanted to negotiate again, but Mo Sha directly raised his huge magic wand and roared, "If you say another word, I'll smash you into meat paste. Then, in front of everyone, I'll consummate my marriage with your mother-in-law here." Yang Dingtian immediately shut his mouth. Yang Dingtian and Madame Shimin were locked in a room. The two of them were silent. "Little Tian, as a great woman, is it because you want to sacrifice yourself to save the lives of more than 1,000 Black Blood Cavalry?" Madame Shimin suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "Of course not. Yes, as a great woman, I have to do this. I have to marry that huge man." Madame Shimin said, "I've told myself countless times that I should do this, but I just can't do it. I can't do it no matter what. Am I a selfish woman?" Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "If you really want to sacrifice yourself, then I can only kill myself in front of Marshal Uncle Shimin. I can't even protect his wife." "Then what should we do?" Madame Shimin said, "I'll fake a marriage with him and then let him release the Black Blood Cavalry. Then. Anyway, I definitely won't let your father-in-law be humiliated." Madame Shimin's meaning was very clear. She was going to fake a marriage and let Mo Shah release the people. Then she would commit suicide to protect her innocence. Although this barbarian king is violent, he's not stupid. He will definitely release the Black Blood Cavalry after getting you. Yang Dingtian said, "Now, where are the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry?" "They are all locked in the dungeon. A few million kilograms of magma can surge out at any time and burn them alive. Shimin Lai is also there. He said that he will leave everything to you and that he will be together with his brothers." Madame Shimin said. Then Madame Shimin looked at Yang Dingtian and suddenly said, "Little Tian, if I commit suicide after being defiled, do you think I can still save my innocence? Do I still have the face to see your father-in-law?" "Don't even think about it," Yang Dingtian shouted. Madame Shimin immediately went forward and hugged Yang Dingtian. She cried and said, "Then what should I do? I can't just watch more than 1,000 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry die. They have already sacrificed too much and suffered too much by following me. Mother-in-law, I'll think of a way, I'll think of a way." Yang Dingtian patted Madame Shimin's back gently. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Yang Dingtian helped Madame Shimin sit up and wiped her tears. Then he said, "Come in." A maid walked in. Suddenly, a fragrant wind rushed in. Looking at this maid again, Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. Even Mo Shah's maid had such an enchanting figure. This maid was wearing beast skin, and most of her beeswax skin was exposed. She had long legs and a slim waist. Her figure was actually very attractive. Looking at this woman's face, she was even more enchanting. Yang Dingtian rarely saw such a seductive woman. She was a pure demon, even more seductive than a fox spirit. Obviously, she was definitely not a maid, and there wasn't such a beautiful and seductive maid. "I am Mo Shah's wife, Jiao Liao." This woman introduced herself. Jiao Liao was obviously a barbarian name. "What do you want?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Do you not want your woman to marry Mo Shah?" Jiao Liao asked. "This is my mother-in-law," Yang Dingtian said coldly. "All right, is it because you don't want your mother-in-law to marry my husband, fire-melting Masha?" Snaketail said. "Of course not," Yang Dingtian said. "Okay, then we have common interests," Jiao Liao said. Yang Dingtian asked, "Do you have a way?" "Yes, there's a very direct way," Jiao Liao said. "What way?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Just kill Mo Shah," Jiao Liao said. "Kill him? He is a master-level powerhouse. Who can kill him?" Yang Dingtian said. "Of course not. He is just a 9-star Marshal Venerable who brags that he is a master-level powerhouse." Jiao Liao said, "Because the grade of his Xian veins is not high enough, he can't become a master. This is his biggest regret." Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps he had a way. Chapter 326. Madam, Huarong Mo Shah is your husband. Although he is going to marry another woman, I don't think this is enough for you to have the intention to kill him. Yang Dingtian said, "Therefore, I really want to know the reason why you want to kill him." Yang Dingtian stared at Jiao Liao. Of course, he was afraid that this was a trap, although the possibility was not high. Because Huolong Mo Shah had the advantage, there was no need to arrange any traps. Reason? Jiao Liao said, You know that Huolong Mo Sha has the most outstanding son, but he was injured by a monster. As a result, his cultivation is completely destroyed and he is almost dead. That Zhan Lang is my son. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Even so, you have no reason to kill Huolong Mo Sha. Jiao Liao said, Zhan Lang was injured by a monster. It was not an accident, but he was framed. The person who did it was Huolong Mo Sha. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, That's impossible. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Jiao Liao said, Because he has always suspected that Zhan Lang is not his biological son. Because Zhan Lang is very handsome and delicate, completely different from Huolong Mo Sha. And do you know who the previous master of Raging Storm Valley was? Who? Yang Dingtian. It's my father, Snake Demon Buddha. Jiao Liao said, After Huolong Mo Sha married me, he used very dishonorable means to seize the position of Valley Master. Among his many sons, Zhan Lang's performance was very outstanding. Huolong Mo Sha acted like he liked Zhan Lang, but in fact, he hated him very much. He hated him and was afraid that one day Zhan Lang would sit on the position of Valley Master. Then, is Zhan Lang Mo Sha's biological son? Yang Dingtian asked. Jiao Liao shook her head and said, Of course not. That beast Huolong Mo Sha can't have such a son. Then, Jiao Liao looked at Yang Dingtian. Now, do you believe that I have the reason and determination to kill Fire Mo Sha? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, All right, since you've decided to work with me to kill Fire's Melt Mo Sha, what's your plan? Although he is not a master stage expert, he is still a 9-star martial venerable. I am not his match at all. How do you want to kill him? What's your cultivation level? Jiao Liao asked. A 9-star martial ancestor is still half a step away from becoming a martial saint. However, I can defeat a beginner martial saint. Yang Dingtian said. Ah, Madam Shimin said in surprise, Little Tian, you're actually a 9-star martial ancestor? This is too shocking. A year ago, you were only a Xian martial warrior. Yang Dingtian smiled and didn't say anything. He also didn't say that he had already broken through to martial saint and for some reason dropped to the level of a 9-star martial ancestor. But more than a year ago, Shiminju was already a martial saint. You're a 9-star martial ancestor, but you're still not his match. Madam Shimin said, Don't worry, mother-in-law. I still have a lot of confidence. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian said to Jiao Liao, Madam, I once fought a battle between a martial saint and a half-master stage expert. 4 5-star and above martial saints were barely able to fight 1 and a half-master stage experts to a draw. This Fire's Melt Mo Sha is a typical half-master stage expert. If you want to kill him, you'll need at least 5 5-star and above martial saints. Then I want to know how many martial saints we have on our side. Jiao Liao said, You're 1, I'm a 3-star martial saint, your mother-in-law is 1, and your black blood cavalry's commander is also 1. We only have 4 martial saints. Madam Shimin said, Although we have 4 martial saints, we don't have a single 5-star martial saint or above. I originally had one, but because of the poison a year and a half ago, coupled with the fact that I'm mentally exhausted, my cultivation has been regressing. Now, I'm barely a 2-star martial saint. Yang Dingtian immediately frowned. 4 2-star and 3-star martial saints against a 9-star martial saint. There was really no chance of winning. In less than 10 minutes, they would all be killed. For experts above the martial ancestor stage, even if they were 1 level higher, the difference in cultivation would be huge. In Yang Dingtian's situation, a 9-star martial ancestor being able to defeat a 2-star martial saint was completely heaven-defying. How many people could have 2 mysterious flames, a peerless treasure sword, the heaven-defying yin-yang qi transformation technique, and even lightning attribute Xian skills? Yang Dingtian had 5 trump cards, which was why he could defeat a martial artist who was 3 or 4 levels higher than him. Madam, we're not strong enough. Yang Dingtian said straightforwardly. That's right. Under normal circumstances, the four of us together wouldn't be able to kill him. Jiao Liao said, but I can think of a way to drink his wine and cause his cultivation to deteriorate greatly. If we use poison, we'll be discovered. He'll be very careful. Yang Dingtian said, That's right. This beast looks violent and rough on the surface, but he's actually very cunning. Jiao Liao said, So we have to make him completely believe that he'll drink the poison wine. What do we have to do to make him completely believe? Yang Dingtian asked. That requires your mother-in-law to make a certain sacrifice. Jiao Liao said, At our wedding, the bride and groom have to drink cross-cupped wine. I've already poisoned the wine. First, we have to make your mother-in-law drink it. Then, we can make him completely believe that he'll drink the poison wine. Then, after entering the bridal chamber, I'll suggest that the new madam and I serve him together. However, we have to do it in my room. This is a scoundrel, so he'll definitely agree. I've already prepared a secret passage in my room. You can use the secret passage to enter the room. When the poison takes effect, the four of us will work together to kill him. Yang Dingtian looked at Jiao Liao and asked, What kind of poison is this? Is there an antidote? Ghost powder. There's no antidote. Jiao Liao said. What happens after being poisoned? Yang Dingtian asked. Jiao Liao said, After being poisoned, the entire body's profound veins will be surrounded by an evil energy. Then, the profound veins will start to wither, and the cultivation will start to deteriorate until the profound veins are completely withered. Jiao Liao finally looked at Madame Ximin and said, In the end, the poisoned person's meridians will tighten and their body will wither to only half of its original size. Their cultivation will be completely destroyed. I'm willing, little Tian. Madame Ximin said straightforwardly, I'm willing. My only wish now is for you to take back the Lord of Cloud Heaven City and quickly have a baby with Yin Yin. As long as these wishes are fulfilled, I can't wait to see your martial Uncle Ximin. I'm willing to do this. Yang Dingtian frowned and said, Can you do this? Do something to the cup and create a mechanism. The wine my mother-in-law drinks is not poisonous. When she drinks it and hands it to Horong Mo Sha, she can activate the mechanism and release the poison. Impossible, Jiao Liao said, because I've been raising this cup for a few years. The wine is not poisonous, but the cup is poisonous. I've been waiting for his wedding day for many years, because every time he gets married, he will use that profound jade cold ice cup. Yang Dingtian's heart instantly turned cold. This Jiao Liao was indeed planning to kill Horong Mo Sha. Many years ago, she had already started preparing. She raised the poison in the cup so that Horong Mo Sha could drink it during his wedding. Only this kind of poison is effective on an expert like him. Otherwise, no matter what kind of poison it is, as long as he feels that something is wrong after drinking it, he can immediately use his profound qi to force it out, Jiao Liao said. This ghost powder was of course a strange poison, but it couldn't be compared to the deep-sea Xian poison. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the dark crystal either. Little Tian, let me do it, Madame Ximin said. I'm willing to be poisoned. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Mother-in-law, actually, even if you are poisoned, I'm 100% sure that I can cure you. Impossible, Jiao Liao said. There's no cure for ghost powder. If I say I can cure it, then I can cure it, Yang Dingtian said. That's right. As long as little Tian says something. Even if it's impossible, he can do it, Madame Ximin said. Since it's like this, little Tian, you should agree to this plan even more. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and shook his head. I don't agree. Why? Why? Madame Ximin and Jiao Liao asked in unison. Getting married is a very sacred matter. I don't want you to get married to Horong Mo Sha. If you do that, I won't have the face to see martial Uncle Ximin, Yang Dingtian said. But this is fake. I'm forced to save people, Madame Shimin said. Yang Dingtian, don't be so pedantic. It's very disappointing, Jiao Liao shouted coldly. Yang Dingtian said, I have another way to deal with Horong Mo Sha. However, I need your cooperation. Really? Jiao Liao asked, how confident are you? 80%. Yang Dingtian said, or even higher. Jiao Liao's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she said, if I had 30% confidence, I would dare to fight with my life on the line, let alone 80%. Tell me the plan. Yang Dingtian moved closer to the two of them, lowered his voice, and told them the entire plan. 3 minutes later, Yang Dingtian finished telling them the entire plan. Jiao Liao's expression became more and more joyful, and she said, you can really weaken him by 30%. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, then it's settled. This beast is dead for sure this time, Jiao Liao said. Okay, then let's split up. Yang Dingtian said, mother-in-law, go dress up and go to Jiao Liao's room to make the necessary preparations. Madame Shimin's beautiful face turned slightly red, and she said, really, do we have to do this? Won't it damage your reputation? I don't care. Yang Dingtian then said to Jiao Liao, Madam, I'll give you a token. Think of a way to give it to Shimin Lai, and then think of a way to bring him here. Jiao Liao said, that's easy, I'll do it immediately. After saying that, Jiao Liao took out a thin mask and put it on, turning into an ordinary maid, and walked out. When she reached the door, Jiao Liao's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of flirtatiousness, and she said, in order to make it look real when we do that thing later, it's best to make it look real. Madame Shimin's face turned red, and after she left, she muttered, this woman is really shameless. An hour later, 4 women came in with all kinds of clothes in their hands, and they said, we'll help third Madam bathe and change clothes. Madam, please. Yang Dingtian said, please tell Horong Mo Sha that I have something to tell him. Sorry. A middle-aged woman said, our king said that before he consummates with the new madam, he doesn't want to see you, and he doesn't want to say anything to you. If you let us pass the message, he'll cut out our tongues. Yang Dingtian said, don't worry, if I let you pass the message, not only will you not be punished, but you will also be greatly rewarded. Just tell him that I have a way to let him break through to the master level and become a real master level powerhouse. The middle-aged woman was stunned, and then a light flashed in her eyes. She knew Horong Mo Sha quite well. Although this valley master was called a master level powerhouse, he was a 9-star revered martial artist and seemed to be very close to the master level, but he was still unable to cross it. This could be said to be his biggest regret. Breaking through to the master level was Horong Mo Sha's biggest wish, and it definitely surpassed marrying Yang Peipei. Then the middle-aged woman shook her head and said, sorry, I won't pass the message for you. Yang Dingtian directly took out a handful of purple gold coins from his bosom, and there were at least a few thousand gold coins. For these people in front of him, it was almost 10 lifetimes worth of wealth. He directly stuffed the purple gold coins into the middle-aged woman's hand and said, after you pass the message, I'll give you the other purple gold coins. With so much money, I think it won't matter even if your tongue is cut off. The middle-aged woman's eyes suddenly lit up, and an extremely greedy look burst out. But she also looked at the 3 women beside her with some worry. Yang Dingtian took out a few more purple gold coins and gave one to each of the 3 women. Now, absolutely no one will know that you took my money. Yang Dingtian said. The 3 women nodded desperately. The middle-aged woman put the purple gold coins into her bosom and said, young master, please wait a moment. I'll pass the message for you now. Only 10 minutes later, the middle-aged woman returned. Her tongue was not cut off, and her face was full of excitement as she said, young master, my king invites you over. Then she immediately looked at Yang Dingtian eagerly. Yang Dingtian directly took out a handful of purple gold coins and stuffed it into her hand. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." The middle-aged woman directly knelt down to thank him, and she was so excited that her whole body trembled. Then he took out another purple gold coin and gave one to each of the 3 maids. Immediately, the 3 maids all knelt down to thank him. "None of you are barbarians from the Sunset Mountain Range, right?" Yang Dingtian asked. "No, we are all poor people at the foot of the mountain. The king felt that the women in the mountains did not know how to serve people, so he half bought and half robbed us and brought us here." The middle-aged woman said, "After you get this money, think of a way to leave here and return to your hometown to live." Yang Dingtian said, "That's for sure." The middle-aged woman said, "This servant will not be able to spend this money in 10 lifetimes. Who would be willing to be a barbarian servant?" "Yes, yes." The other 3 women nodded, and their eyes were full of longing. Even if it was 2 purple gold coins, it was enough for a family of 4 or 5 to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. 10 minutes later, Yang Dingtian saw Huemo Sha again in his incomparably huge palace. Huemo Sha took out a piece of paper, and with a stroke of his chi, the paper immediately burned. "You said that you have a way to help me break through to the master level. Convince me before this paper burns, or I will smash you into a pulp." Huemo Sha said coldly, raising a huge magic wand in his hand. Chapter 3:27. The whole piece of paper burned up in less than 15 seconds. By the time Mo Sha finished speaking, half of it had already passed. "You have inferior 7th grade Xian veins, so you can't break through to the Grandmaster realm." Yang Dingtian said, "Nonsense, do you think I don't know?" Mo Sha shouted angrily. This was the most painful part in his heart. He was already 60 years old. More than 10 years ago, he had a fortuitous encounter and broke through to the 9-star Martial Venerable. Then, in the past 10 years, he had not made any progress. He didn't know how many pills and treasures he had used, but his cultivation had not made any progress. Because he had inferior 7th grade Xian veins, the 9-star Martial Venerable in front of him was already his limit. At this time, 3/4 of the paper had been burned. "I can help you improve the grade of your Xian veins," Yang Dingtian said. At this time, the paper was almost burned up. Mo Sha's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the magic wand smashed towards Yang Dingtian's head, not listening to a word of explanation. Because he felt that Yang Dingtian's words were extremely ridiculous. Improve the Xian veins? He had almost never heard of fire-melting Masha. He had only seen it in some ancient records. Even a Grandmaster realm expert could not help people improve the grade of their Xian veins, let alone a mere 20-year-old child. The furious Mo Sha felt that he had been deceived and teased, and directly wanted to smash Yang Dingtian to death. Yang Dingtian stood there motionless and directly took out something from his arms. Crystal clear, purple light overflowed. It was only an inch, but it lit up the entire palace. Inside the 1-inch crystal, there seemed to be countless energy flashing, as if countless stars were breathing and shining. Mo Sha stopped his hand, and the magic wand stopped an inch away from Yang Dingtian's head. The strong wind directly blew Yang Dingtian's face, and he felt a sharp pain, and blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. Mo Sha did not know what it was, but he could see that it was a treasure, and an extremely rare treasure. "What is this?" Mo Sha asked. "The Naga's Xian veins." Yang Dingtian said, "What?" Fire Melt Mo Sha was immediately shocked and surprised. He looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, "The profound veins of the Naga race? Impossible. How did the ancient Naga races, Xian veins, end up in your hands? That's impossible. They're demigods." Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "I just came out from the netherworld sea." Mo Sha was stunned. The netherworld sea was world-famous, especially in the hearts of people like Emo Shah. The netherworld sea was omnipotent. It possessed all the treasures in the world. It was the most mysterious and powerful place. If it was really the Naga's Xian veins, then it would not be a problem for him to break through to the master realm. If there was one thing in the world that could increase the grade of Xian veins, it would undoubtedly be the Naga's Xian veins. This matter was recorded in many ancient books. The Naga's Xian veins were almost the only treasure that could raise the grade of Xian veins. This inch of purple Naga's Xian veins is enough for you to break through to the 8th grade, even if it's only the lower grade. But it's more than enough for you to break through to the master realm. Yang Dingtan said indifferently, "If you let go of my mother-in-law and all the black blood cavalry, I'll give you this inch of purple Naga's Xian veins." Emo Shah's whole body trembled, and his eyes lit up. At this time, he really threw all the beauties aside. Compared to breaking through to the master realm, what were beauties? For more than 10 years, his cultivation had not improved at all. Today, he was finally going to break through to the master realm. After the ecstasy and excitement, Emo Shah's face suddenly revealed an incomparably cunning light, and his palms suddenly opened. Swoosh! An incomparably powerful energy sucked this inch of purple Naga's Xian veins from Yang Dingtian's hand. Emo Shah grabbed this inch of purple Naga's Xian veins. His eyes were incomparably infatuated and fanatical. He moved closer and admired it desperately. "How is it? Valley Master, do you agree to my deal?" Yang Dingtian sneered. "Ha!" Emo Shah laughed wildly and said, "In your dreams, idiot! I want this purple Naga's Xian veins, but your mother-in-law, I'm still going to marry and sleep with her. If you don't want to die, leave immediately and wait for my wedding wine. Otherwise, I'll smash you into meat paste right now." Yang Dingtian smiled faintly. He had long been mentally prepared for Emo Shah's shamelessness. "Valley Master, you're turning hostile too quickly." Yang Dingtian sneered. "I've never been hypocritical. I've always been straightforward and shameless." Emo Shah said proudly, "Now that this Naga's Xian veins is in my hands, do you still want to take it away?" Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Valley Master, this Naga's Xian veins is in your hands. But it's useless?" Emo Shah said angrily, "What did you say? What trick do you want to play? I'll smash you to death. Because you've melted this Naga's Xian veins, so you can't absorb its energy." Yang Dingtian said, "I don't believe it." Emo Shah roared. Immediately, he activated his Xian Qi. In an instant, his huge palm suddenly turned red. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the temperature was getting higher and higher. In the end, Emo Shah's palm was completely red and grabbed the devil's palm. Suddenly, the black iron devil's palm also turned red. "Haha! Do you know how high the temperature of this black iron needs to be to turn red? You actually said that I can't melt this Xian veins, haha." Emo Shah laughed crazily. Yang Dingtian could see that this black iron needed about 5,000 degrees to melt. And this Emo Shah, with just his Xian Qi and heart fire, could increase the temperature to 5,000 degrees. It was really shocking. It could be seen that he was jealous of the extreme Yang's martial arts. Then, Emo Shah used his burning red palm to grab this purple Naga's Xian veins, trying to melt it. Yang Dingtian laughed inwardly. Really, the ignorant were fearless. With just his Xian Qi and heart fire, he couldn't even heat up the bloody black gold. He wanted to melt the Naga's Xian veins. What a dream! Ordinary Xian fire couldn't melt the purple Naga's Xian veins. Emo Shah tried his best, but this purple Naga's Xian veins were still cold and didn't have any reaction. "Ah!" Emo Shah roared, and the flames on his body burned fiercely. Suddenly, the table and chair beside him couldn't withstand such a high temperature and began to carbonize, and the black iron devil staff in his other hand turned red. Hua Emo Sha had reached his limit. However, this purple Naga's Xian veins were still cold. Finally, Hua Emo Sha gave up. He knew in his heart that he couldn't melt this Naga's Xian veins. Yang Dingtian, you have a way to melt this Naga's Xian veins? Hua Emo Sha asked coldly, his eyes full of disdain and doubt. Of course. Yang Dingtian said. Dream on. Hua Emo Sha sneered. What's my cultivation and what's your cultivation? I can't do it. You want to melt this Naga's Xian veins? You're dreaming. Of course I can do it, Yang Dingtian said, because I have the Xian fire. What? Hua Emo Sha was shocked. What? You have the Xian fire? No wonder Hua Emo Sha had such a huge reaction. Because the Xian fire was almost every warrior's dream. Having the Xian fire almost meant the birth of a great grandmaster. Of course, Hua Emo Sha didn't know about such a mysterious force like the Netherworld Sea. But in this world, Hua Emo Sha could defeat anyone who had the Xian fire with one hand. Even in the northwest Qin city, such a powerful force. Only Qin Wanchou had the Xian fire. And as the number 2 expert of Qin city, Qin Wumian didn't have the Xian fire even though he was an 8-star great grandmaster. So he couldn't break through to the great grandmaster level. And this kid in front of him actually said that he had the Xian fire. A 20-year-old kid actually said that he had the Xian fire. Even Dongfang Bingling didn't have the Xian fire. Kid, you're dreaming. Hua Emo Sha laughed. If you have the Xian fire, I'll have the fucking sword soul and break through to the great grandmaster level. Hua Emo Sha would rather die than believe that this kid had the Xian fire. Yang Dingtian didn't explain. His finger gently moved, and suddenly a flame soared into the sky. It was bright red and incomparably beautiful. Hua Emo Sha's eyes trembled. Then he sneered. How can you prove that this is the Xian fire? It's clearly an ordinary heart fire. Swoosh! Yang Dingtian lightly pointed. Immediately, the Xian fire turned into a light sword, shooting through Hua Emo Sha's Xian iron wand. Silently, the Xian fire directly passed through the Xian iron wand, instantly burning a hole in the wand. The piece of Xian iron almost directly vaporized and disappeared. Hua Emo Sha was shocked. Only the Xian fire could do this, instantly burning through his Xian iron wand. What kind of terrifying temperature was this? This kid in front of him indeed had the Xian fire. Immediately, Hua Emo Sha's heart was filled with boundless jealousy and hatred. Why? Based on what? He was already 60 years old, and he was the master of the Storm Valley. Why couldn't he obtain the Xian fire? And this kid who was still wet behind his ears could actually obtain the Xian fire? Why? Instantly, Hua Emo Sha's heart was filled with soaring killing intent. After a full few minutes, he suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said to Yang Dingtian with a smile, How about we make a deal? You melt this inch of Naga's Xian vein, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but gasp in amazement at his shameless face. Yang Dingtian said coldly, Let go of my mother-in-law. Let go of all the black blood cavalry. Let me take them away, and I'll help you melt Naga's Xian vein. No, don't push your luck. Hua Emo Sha shouted fiercely. I can let you and all the black blood cavalry go, but I must have your mother-in-law. Yang Dingtian said coldly, Let go of my mother-in-law. Let go of the black blood cavalry, and I'll help you melt Naga's Xian vein. I'll smash you into minced meat right now. Hua Emo Sha roared, and then smashed down with his Xian iron wand that was still completely red. Yang Dingtian stood there without moving, and only looked at Hua Emo Sha coldly. This barbarian king naturally wouldn't kill Yang Dingtian. His demonic palm stopped an inch away from Yang Dingtian's head, and said coldly, Okay, I promise you. You swear. Yang Dingtian said, I swear if Yang Dingtian helps me melt this section of Naga's Xian vein, I'll let go of Yang Pei Pei and all the black blood cavalry. If I go against my oath, I'll let my ancestors never rest in peace and never be reincarnated. Hua'emo Shah's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he shouted loudly to finish his oath. Okay, our deal is a success, Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand. Hua'emo Shah said, melted in my hands. Yang Dingtian sneered, and then summoned the Xian fire again, condensing it into a ball. Whoosh! The condensed, million-spirit demon fire suddenly drilled into that inch of Naga's Xian vein. Suddenly, this section of Naga's Xian vein burst out with incomparably bright light, illuminating the entire palace to the point that it was almost impossible to see anything. Hua'emo Shah's eyes were filled with amazement and jealousy, and he looked at all of this with fanaticism. When the Naga's Xian vein reached its peak, it exploded with a loud bang. Suddenly, countless purple rays of light burst out, covering Hua'emo Shah's entire body, fiercely spreading, almost bursting the entire palace. Quickly condense them, or I'll tear you to pieces. Hua'emo Shah roared, seeing countless Nagas' Xian vein photons desperately escaping. His heart ached. These were all treasures of heaven and earth. He desperately swallowed these purple photons. After the purple Xian vein energy entered the Xian vein, it immediately started to take effect. Hua'emo Shah felt his Xian vein start to heat up, starting to regenerate and reconstruct. This was real. This was the real Naga's Xian vein. It could really raise the grade of Xian vein. Although the process was incomparably painful, even more painful than cleansing the marrow and meridians, he could clearly feel his Xian vein start to improve and sublimate. This kind of pain, as a 9-star honorable martial artist, was still bearable. What made his heart ache was that countless purple Xian vein photons were crazily overflowing, and he could not swallow them no matter how hard he tried. Quickly think of a way to retrieve these Xian vein energy, or else I'll kill all of you and rape your mother-in-law first before killing her. Hua'emo Shah roared violently. Don't be anxious. Yang Dingtian sneered in his heart and summoned the darkness profound flame from his spatial ring, and then the million-spirit demon fire. Immediately, countless purple Xian vein energy photons started to condense towards the profound flame. In a short few seconds, all of the escaping Xian vein energy photons flew back into the profound flame, turning into a purple ball of light. Although this purple ball of light was a little strange, and it even had a faint black color, making it look even more mysterious. But at this time, the fanatical Hua'emo Shah already completely did not notice it. My profound flame won't be able to last for too long, Yang Dingtian said indifferently, so you have to swallow this purple ball of light and then reconstruct your Xian vein bit by bit. This process will be very, very painful, 10,000 times more painful than cleansing the marrow and meridians. Hua'emo Shah nodded and shouted, Elders, come and protect me. Immediately, 4 figures flew out from the shadows of the imperial palace. Every one of them was an honorable martial artist, and they sat around Hua'emo Shah. Remember, when this ball of light enters my mouth later, if I die, I will tear this Yang Dingtian into pieces. Hua'emo Shah said, Yes. The 4 honorable martial artists' elders said in unison. Hua'emo Shah opened his mouth and said, All right, release it. Yang Dingtian pushed his palm, and the purple ball of light suddenly drilled into Hua'emo Shah's mouth. Then, Yang Dingtian withdrew the million-spirit demon fire and darkness profound flame as quickly as possible. Boom! Countless purple Xian vein energy photons suddenly exploded in Hua'emo Shah's body. Ah! A miserable howl sounded. Immediately, countless cracks appeared on Hua'emo Shah's body and blood spurted out. The 4 elders' expressions changed, and they wanted to smash Yang Dingtian to death. Hua'emo Shah's body was distorted, and it was obvious that he was enduring hellish pain. Fortunately, he was a 9-star honorable martial artist, and he only had 1 inch of purple Naga Xian vein. If it was Yang Dingtian, he would not be able to withstand such a huge impact. Soon, Hua Sha desperately devoured the Xian vein energy. Countless Naga Xian vein factors slowly transformed Hua Sha's Xian vein. Gradually, Hua Sha's pain weakened. 10 minutes later, his body was no longer distorted, and he sat cross-legged on the ground, continuing to devour the Xian vein energy and transform his own Xian vein. Yang Dingtan said, "Lord Valley Master, you should have felt the energy of the purple Naga Xian vein by now. You should fulfill your promise. I will take my leave." Hua Sha did not open his eyes and directly stretched out his hand and cut his neck. His intention was very obvious, and that was to kill Yang Dingtian. This person was really shameless, breaking the oath he made, and directly wanting to kill Yang Dingtian. The 4 honorable martial artists stood up, pulled out their sharp swords, and were about to kill Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian was already prepared for the scene, and said with a cold smile, "Lord Valley Master, I forgot to tell you something. I actually have 1 inch of purple Naga Xian vein, which is enough for you to break through to the 8th grade. You can even break through to the 8th star honorable master." After that, Yang Dingtian took out another inch of purple Naga Xian vein from a spatial ring and flashed. Hua Sha quickly waved his hand, stopping the 4 honorable martial artists from killing Yang Dingtian. "Of course, even if you snatch this purple Naga Xian vein now, it will be useless, because only I can use Xian fire to melt it." Yang Dingtan said, "In view of your shamelessness, I have decided to wait until you release my mother-in-law and everyone else. Then I will melt it and give it to you." Then Yang Dingtian turned and walked out. "Then I will take my leave now." After that, Yang Dingtian did not stay any longer, and directly left the imperial palace. Hua Sha's body trembled, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. He had already decided that he would not let Yang Dingtian leave alive. As for the other inch of purple Naga Xian vein, it was very simple. He would capture Yang Pei and strip her naked. If Yang Dingtian did not melt it and hand over that inch of purple Naga Xian vein, he would torture Yang Pei to death. Without a doubt, Yang Dingtian would definitely compromise. "Idiot, you want to fight with me? I'll make you beg for death, but you can't die. After you melt the other inch of purple Naga Xian vein for me, I will ravage your mother-in-law again and again in front of you, and let you die in pain and humiliation." Hua Sha said fiercely. Then he hurriedly swallowed the energy of this inch of purple Naga Xian vein, and continuously transformed his own Xian vein. Of course, what he did not know was that the world's most terrifying energy black hole had already seeped into his Xian vein. Not long after Yang Dingtian left the imperial palace, a woman came over and said, "Young master, the madams are ready. You should go immediately." Then the maid led the way in front. Yang Dingtian followed her to the east corner of the castle, inside a fragrant courtyard. "Madam, I'm here," Yang Dingtian said. At this time, there was no one in the courtyard. "Young master, come in. Let's make the show real, and let you see my unique ability." An incomparably charming voice came from inside. "Shameless woman." There was also a very shy and soft voice. Chapter 328. Yang Dingtian, Jiao Liao, Madam Shimen Lai. The 4 of them circulated their profound qi to the extreme and prepared their strongest profound skill, killing moves. Yang Dingtian held Chao's youngling sword in his right hand and circulated the energy of million spirit demon fire to the extreme. The 8th grade Devil Flame Island Art's 3rd move, Devil Calamity Prison, Splitting Blade, was also prepared. The reason why he didn't use Devil from the Heart was because the time required was too long and there were too many requirements for the target. On the left and right, he circulated the lightning attribute Mountain Split to the extreme. Normally, Yang Dingtian would never use lightning attribute profound skill because it might expose his identity as the hidden sex disciple, which was very fatal. But now, in order to kill Huemo Sha, he had to use this move. Although Huemo Sha's body was penetrated by the energy black hole, and he suffered great pain from the transformation of his profound veins, so his current cultivation was far from his peak. But he still couldn't be underestimated. Yang Dingtian had to use lightning attribute profound skill to tear apart his defense. The four of them held their breaths, waiting for the moment to kill. "Bitch, I'll kill you!" Huemo Sha roared furiously. Carrying a soaring murderous aura, he turned into a raging fire and charged into the room. Boom! Instantly, the sturdy wall shattered into pieces. Huemo Sha charged in like a wild beast, raised his huge devil wand and smashed it on the bed. Mountain split, the lightning attribute, profound skill in Yang Dingtian's left hand suddenly struck out. Instantly, an incomparably huge lightning struck down on Huemo Sha's head. Lightning attribute, profound skill ignored any defense. Moreover, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was already infinitely close to revered martial artist. So the power of this lightning strike was extremely huge. After Huemo Sha was concentrated, the raging fire shield on his body instantly extinguished. His beast-like, huge body was instantly paralyzed. Yang Dingtian's lightning attribute, profound skill, couldn't kill him, or even seriously injure him, but it could tear apart his energy defense and paralyze him to the ground. This was enough. Kill! After the lightning strike, Yang Dingtian's youngling sword slashed down. Demonic prison, splitting saber. Instantly, a set of huge black and red flaming sabers slashed down at Fire's Melt Emo Sha. At the same time, Shimin Lai, Madame Shimin, and Jiao Liao unleashed their strongest profound skills at the same time. Madame Shimin's profound skill was a red sleeve of light that fiercely wrapped around the neck of the fire-melting Masha. Shimin Lai's profound skill was a gigantic light sword that descended from the sky. On the other hand, Jiao Liao's profound skill was countless light shadow illusionary snakes that drilled through the fire-melting Masha's body. Furthermore, these light shadow illusionary snakes were poisonous. This was because snake-tailed Jiao practiced the art of poison. Being attacked by four profound skills, Fiery Molten Sand's enormous body shook violently. Its eyes, which were the size of copper bells, suddenly widened and shot out rays of disbelief. Boom! For enormous bursts of energy suddenly drilled into his body, violently tearing apart his internal organs, his profound veins, and his sea of energy. PFFF! No! An intense roar rang out. Blood spurted out from Fiery Molten Sand's 7 orifices like arrows. At first it was bright red, then purple red, and then black red. At the same time, Fiery Molten Sand's body instantly turned black. He had been poisoned by Jiao Liao. At this moment, Fiery Molten Sand's eyes were filled with blood. He stared at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "You tricked me." "That's right, I tricked you." Yang Dingtian said coldly, "Don't you feel that your cultivation has deteriorated greatly?" It directly went from a 9-star revered martial artist to a 5-star revered martial artist. Coupled with the pain of reconstructing the profound veins, your cultivation is even more unbearable. That inch of purple Naga's profound veins are fake? Fiery Molten Sand asked. Of course it's real, Yang Dingtian, but I poisoned it, a poison that will devour all of your profound energy. I understand you are indeed sinister and powerful, Fiery Molten Sand said. Then Fiery Molten Sand looked at Jiao Liao and said, "You betrayed me?" "Yes, I betrayed you," Jiao Liao said in a coquettish voice, and even had a lustful smile on her face. "You didn't sleep with Yang Dingtian. You were just acting to kill me. You didn't sleep with him, did you?" Fiery Molten Sand said. "Is that important? We want to kill you. Why do you care if I didn't sleep with him?" Jiao Liao said, "Of course it is important. My woman can't be slept with by other men." Fiery molten sand said. Then don't worry. I will definitely make you wear a green hat. Jiao Liao said. I will definitely find a man and let him enjoy every inch of my body. In bed, I will definitely be 100 times more slutty. Fiery molten sand immediately roared when he heard this. Immediately, blood spurted out of his mouth. You harmed my father, you harmed my son. You should have known that this day would come. Jiao Liao said coldly, I have been waiting for this day for many years. In my dreams, I want to kill you all the time. Today, I finally get what I want. Fiery molten sand immediately looked at Madame Ximin and said, I really regret it. I really regret that I didn't force myself on you. Otherwise, I would have slept with you thousands of times. Impossible, Madame Ximin said coldly. Before you tainted me, I had already become a corpse. I will definitely not betray my husband, even if I am forced. My husband is not like you. He is an indomitable hero, so I will keep my chastity for him. Not like you. Your wife not only wants to make you wear a green hat, but also wants to kill you. Fiery molten sand ignored Madame Ximin's words. Instead, he looked directly at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, I regret that I didn't smash you to death just now. Because you are blinded by greed. Yang Dingtian sneered. However, it is still not too late now. It is still not too late. Suddenly, Fiery molten sand's face became extremely ferocious and fierce. His eyes seemed to shoot out 2 balls of flames. Let's all die together. Let's all die together, Fiery molten sand laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent, and his whole body emitted an extremely dangerous aura. Jiao Liao's expression changed, and she said, Not good. He is going to explode his sea of qi. Run. Even if Fiery molten sand's cultivation had regressed to a 4-star revered martial artist, his sea of qi was still extremely shocking. Once he exploded, Yang Dingtian and the other 3 basically had no chance of survival. Wanna run? It is too late. Fiery molten sand roared. You are really stupid. Why didn't you just kill me directly? You actually made me talk so much and gave me the chance to burn my sea of qi with my heart fire and explode it. Let's all die together. Let's all die together. Fiery molten sand's body emitted a terrifying red light. Then he pounced in the direction of Yang Dingtian and Madame Ximin. Madame Ximin's beautiful face was pale. Fiery molten sand was about to explode his sea of qi and die together with everyone. At this moment, Yang Dingtian sneered, Let's all die together? Stop dreaming. Then, Yang Dingtian waved his hand. Boom! Suddenly, a bright red flame burned out of Fiery molten sand's stomach and directly burned through his sea of qi. What exploding his sea of qi? Don't even think about it. This was the secret move of the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. Birth of Demon from the Heart. In the beginning, Yang Dingtian could not use this move, because once it was discovered by the enemy, he could immediately stop it. Right now, Hua Emo Sha was bent on perishing together with Yang Dingtian. He had completely disregarded the Qi vessel's defense. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had cast birth from the devil's heart, and it had burned through his Qi vessel and abdomen. Fiery molten sand looked at his sea of qi and lower abdomen that were burned through. At this moment, he could no longer feel the existence of his sea of qi. He could clearly feel that his profound veins were rapidly withering. No. Fiery molten sand roared unwillingly. Countless amounts of blood spurted out. At this moment, he had completely changed from a 9-star revered martial artist to a useless trash without the strength to truss a chicken. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and withdrew the Birth of Demon from the Heart mystic flame. Originally, Birth of Demon from the Heart could not be stopped or withdrawn. But ever since he had the mystic flame, Yang Dingtian could freely release and withdraw it. Then he let Fiery molten sand consume a saint's spirit pill. He could not let him die like this. Come, let's go out. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "If you want to leave Raging Storm Valley smoothly, there is still one last test." Yang Dingtian, Jiao Liao, Madame Shimin, and Shimin Lai walked out of the courtyard. At this moment, the courtyard was surrounded by thousands of people. 5 revered martial elders, more than a dozen martial ancestor realm experts, more than 100 martial mystic realm experts, and thousands of barbarian cavalry surrounded Yang Dingtian and the other 3. When Yang Dingtian and the other 3 came out, everyone immediately raised their weapons and aimed at Yang Dingtian. A great battle was about to break out. "You killed our valley master?" An old man stepped forward and asked. "He is not dead yet." Yang Dingtian said. The old man said coldly, "You just barged into Raging Storm Valley and killed our valley master. We will definitely trample you into meat paste." "You can't do it." Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "We have 4 revered martial artists and 5 of you. So you can't kill us. So I will make a deal with you here. Release my 1,000 over black blood cavalry, and I will return fiery sand to you." "He is already trash. What do we need him for?" The old man said coldly. The barbarians were so snobbish and ruthless. "If you are smart enough, you should know clearly that your biggest enemy is not me, but your inner circle. Once fiery sand is finished, someone will have to become the new valley master. Don't tell me that you will use up most of your strength to help someone else." Yang Dingtian sneered. The faces of the experts from Raging Storm Valley changed slightly. Of course, they knew this logic. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was right. The most important thing now was to fight for the position of Valley Master. "Jiao Liao, where is your son?" Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Jiao Liao was slightly stunned, then shouted, "Dummy, bring wolf cub out." "Oh." In the distance, a strong man responded loudly. After a while, a huge strong man ran over with a dying young man on his back. This strong man was Jiao Liao's most loyal servant called Dummy. Because there was something wrong with his brain, he was always loyal and would never betray. The 18-year-old young man on his back was Zhan Lang. He was once the most outstanding young man in Raging Storm Valley and the most outstanding son of Fiery Sand. However, he did not look like Fiery Sand's son. He did not look like a barbarian. Instead, he looked like someone from outside the mountains. He was very delicate and pretty. However, he was on the verge of death. He was so thin that only bones were left. When he saw his mother, he could not even open his eyes, let alone speak. It made people suspect that he would die at any time. Seeing her son, Snake Tail's tender tears immediately gushed out. As everyone knows, Jiao Liao's son, Zhan Lang, was seriously injured by a demon beast. His cultivation was completely destroyed, and he was in critical condition. Everyone knows that he can't be saved. Yang Dingtian said. Everyone present nodded. Everyone knew about this matter. Jiao Liao did not know how much she had to pay, but she could not save her son's life. At this time, Yang Dingtian took out a small pill from his arms and stuffed it directly into Zhan Lang's mouth. Then he directly pushed the pill into Zhan Lang's stomach with his profound qi. He used his profound qi to catalyze the holy water inside and let it permeate throughout his body. In just a few minutes, a miracle appeared. Zhan Lang's pale and terrible skin actually recovered its rosy color. The originally thin skin and flesh gradually recovered its elasticity. A strong vitality was revived in Zhan Lang's body. Everyone was stunned and looked at the miracle in front of them in disbelief. Jiao Liao, who was in ecstasy, was completely shocked. Although she begged Yang Dingtian to save her son, in fact, she did not have much hope in her heart. Who would have thought that Yang Dingtian would be so amazing that he could save her son in such a short time? It was completely a miracle. After opening his eyes, Zhan Lang seemed to have slept for too long. His eyes were confused, and finally his gaze fell on his mother. Little Wolf. Snake Tail let out a mournful cry and pounced on Zhan Lang, hugging him tightly in her arms. At this time, all the thousands of people on the field stared blankly at Yang Dingtian. They were completely stunned by Yang Dingtian's means. I don't know who among you will be the final winner and who will become the new Valley Master. Yang Dingtian said, but all of this has nothing to do with me. I don't want to interfere in any of your Stormy Valley's affairs. However, no matter who becomes the new Valley Master, they will be my allies. I will give you a holy water divine pill for free, a divine pill that can bring the dead back to life. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. With such a pill, it was almost equivalent to having an extra life. Who wouldn't be envious and crazy? Do you want to make this deal? Yan Dingtian said, no matter who becomes the Valley Master of the Stormy Valley, they will be Cloud Sky City's allies. I will immediately give you the divine pill. Do you want to make this deal? Suddenly, the 5 elders present looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and danger. Of course, it was not directed at Yang Dingtian, but at each other. The 5 elders represented the 5 biggest forces in the Stormy Valley. The Valley Master of the Stormy Valley would definitely be one of the 5. Therefore, they were each other's biggest enemies. If they killed Yang Dingtian in order to avenge Emo Shah, the price they would have to pay was too high. It was not worth it. Moreover, Yang Dingtian's last condition made their hearts burn with passion. Whoever became the Valley Master would be able to obtain a divine pill. At this moment, none of the 5 elders were willing to offend Yang Dingtian. After all, they had 4 martial honorables on their side. It was impossible to kill them. The 5 of them nodded at the same time and said, "We agree." Yang Dingtian stepped forward and high-fived the 5 elders. Happy deal. Then he placed the dazed Emo Shah on the ground and said, I'll return the Valley Master of the Stormy Valley to you. Please release over 1,000 of my black blood cavalry brothers. The 5 elders nodded and took out 5 tokens. They handed them to a barbarian and said, Release all the black blood cavalry and return all their weapons and horses. Yes, the barbarian held the token and flew away. After an hour, Yang Dingtian saw the 1,000 over black blood cavalry brothers. Their faces were filled with anger and unwillingness. The reason why they were disarmed was not because they were weak. In fact, even though the Stormy Valley had tens of thousands of barbarian cavalrymen, it was not easy to annihilate the 2,000 over black blood cavalry. However, Madame Shimin had fallen into the hands of Emo Shah, and the black blood cavalry did not dare to act rashly. Therefore, their hearts were filled with anger and unwillingness, and they wanted to fiercely charge forward and kill. Therefore, they looked at the barbarian cavalrymen of the Stormy Valley with hostility. However, the moment they saw Yang Dingtian, all the black blood cavalry's eyes were filled with fanaticism and admiration. Greetings, young lord. All the black blood cavalry knelt down and shouted in unison. Yang Dingtian rode on his horse and shouted, Brothers, get on your horses. Let's kill our way back to Cloud Sky City. Kill our way back to Cloud Sky City. All the black blood cavalry brothers shouted crazily. Chapter 329. Kill our way back to Cloud Sky City. Kill our way back to Cloud Sky City. The shouts of more than 1,000 black blood cavalry brothers shook the sky. Then, under the leadership of Yang Dingtian, the black blood cavalry left the stormy castle like a tide. The barbarian cavalry in the castle looked at the black blood cavalry brothers with complicated feelings and envy. Although these barbarian cavalry were rough and wild, they could faintly feel that the black torrent in front of them was very different from them. Their opponent's spirit and aura made them feel proud and powerful forever. Of course, any army with faith was incomparably powerful. There was no doubt that the black blood cavalry was an army with faith. Their faith was the omnipotent Yang Dingtian. Of course, these barbarian cavalry were even more unaware of the catastrophe that was about to befall the Stormy Valley. In the Stormy Valley, Emo Shah was the most powerful. He was a 9-star marshal revered and was infinitely close to becoming a grandmaster. Among the many experts in the Stormy Valley, he was far ahead. Therefore, he was able to secure his position as the Valley Master. The remaining 5 elders were all martial revered experts, and their martial arts cultivation was about the same. Then, there would definitely be a fierce battle to determine who would become the new Valley Master. Following this, no one knew how much blood would be shed in the stormy valley. No one knew how long it would take for the dust to settle. However, this had nothing to do with Yang Dingtian. His heart was filled with high spirits as he led the Black Blood Cavalry, who were extremely loyal to him, out of the mountain. This time, the crisis in the stormy valley only lasted for less than 6 to 7 hours before it was perfectly resolved. It would not delay the grand duel for the position of the city master in 4 days. After leaving the valley, the Black Blood Cavalry stretched along the mountain road. Yang Dingtian flew into the sky and was on high alert for over 100 miles. Yang Dingtian flew in the sky and was on high alert. Suddenly, he realized that the Black Blood Cavalry that was chasing after Yang Dingtian with all their might was Jiao Liao, the seductive Jiao Liao and his son Zhan Lang. Yang Dingtian descended from the sky, and after the Jiao Liao caught up to him, she dismounted from her horse and knelt in front of Yang Dingtian, saying, "Jiao Liao and Zhan Lang beg City, Lord Yang Dingtian, to take us in. From now on, we will be at your beck and call." Yang Dingtian was stunned. This Jiao Liao had actually requested to join him and even brought her son along. "Madam, why are you like this? The Stormy Valley has no leader now, and it is your ancestors' foundation. It is time for you to develop your grand plans. Your son is very likely to be the future master of the Stormy Valley. Why do you want to follow me? Our futures are uncertain." Yang Dingtian said. Jiao Liao smiled sadly. "I betrayed and killed my husband. How can the Stormy Valley tolerate me? If I stay here, my life and little wolf's will be in danger. Of course, if I use my beauty to rely on a man, I believe that I can stand firm and even slowly control the Stormy Valley. However, I, Jiao Liao, am not a licentious and shameless woman. I have enough of this deceitful life. This Stormy Valley is your ancestors' foundation. Are you willing to give it up?" Yang Dingtian said. Jiao Liao smiled bitterly. "This Stormy Valley is not my ancestors' foundation. My grandfather snatched it from someone else. It was only passed down for 1 generation before it was snatched away by Huarong and Mo Sha. Therefore, I don't have the slightest attachment to this Stormy Valley. I only want to lead Little Wolf and live a peaceful life." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Peaceful? If you follow me, it might be hard to find peace. This time, I am going to take back the Cloud Heaven City, Lord position. My enemy is stronger than me. Furthermore, even if I take back the Cloud Heaven City Lord position, I will face an incomparably strong enemy in half a year. If you follow me, there will be countless battles before I break through to the Grandmaster Realm." Jiao Liao smiled and said, "The peace I am talking about is a kind of trust, a kind of reliance in the heart. For Madam Shimin, you did not hesitate to risk your life to enter the Stormy Valley and kill Huarong and Mo Sha, who are much stronger than you. For more than 1,000 Black Blood Cavalry, you did not hesitate to enter the Stormy Valley's 5 elders to negotiate. This let me know that you will not give up on anyone who follows you. This is more important than anything else." Following that, Jiao Liao said to Zhan Lang, "Little Wolf, come kneel." Zhan Lang's expression was slightly complicated as he looked at Yang Dingtian with an unruly gaze. However, he was extremely filial to his mother. If his mother asked him to kneel, he would kneel. "Quickly, pay your respects to your master," Jiao Liao said. When these words came out, even Yang Dingtian was shocked. This Zhan Lang was around 18 years old, which was about the same age as Yang Dingtian. He actually acknowledged Yang Dingtian as his master. What was going on? Zhan Lang was also shocked. Although Yang Dingtian had saved him, he only thought that it was because of that pill. Yang Dingtian was so young, but he was actually his master? How could this be? One had to know that John Lang also thought highly of himself and felt that he was stronger than all the young people in the world. Mother, I reached the martial mystic realm when I was 17 years old. How old is he? He's almost 30 years old, and he's still a martial ancestor. He doesn't have the qualifications to be my master, right? Zhan Lang said. Jiao Liao's expression changed. City Lord Yang Dingtian is not even 22 years old this year and is a martial ancestor realm expert. Do you think he has the qualifications to be your master? Zhan Lang was slightly startled. He had always thought that Yang Dingtian was almost 30 years old because everyone called him the City Lord. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian's face was covered with a beard, and he did look older than his actual age. A 22-year-old martial ancestor realm expert was indeed strong enough. Zhan Lang felt a little more admiration in his heart, but he still said proudly, when I'm 21 years old, even if I'm not a martial ancestor realm expert, I'm not far from it. Moreover, when I was young, I was delayed by fire and sand for a long time. Otherwise, it's not certain who's stronger than who. If you want to be my master, you have to be at least a Grandmaster realm expert. As soon as he said this, all the black blood cavalry turned around and glared at Zhan Lang. Jiao Liao laughed coldly. City Lord Yang Dingtian was just an enlightener a year and a half ago. In just a year and a half, he almost broke through to martial ancestor realm. Do you think he has the qualifications to be your master? Immediately, Zhan Lang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A year and a half, from a novice warrior to a 9-star martial ancestor realm? How is this possible? This completely went against the common sense of this world. This completely went against all his knowledge. He, Zhan Lang, had such a high talent. According to the humans outside the mountains, he could be considered an early 8th grade Xian Vein talent. He started practicing martial arts at the age of 5 and only broke through to martial profound after more than 10 years. Now, there was a person who started practicing martial arts at the age of 20 and almost broke through to martial ancestor realm in a year and a half. How is this possible? This completely subverted the truth of this world. How is this possible? Zhan Lang looked at Yang Dingtian with a mysterious gaze. Yang Dingtian smiled slightly. Looking at this handsome young man, he liked him a little more. Obviously, this young man was not the flesh and blood of Huo Mo Sha. He did not know who his biological father was, but he actually gave him an early 8th grade Xian Vein talent. Lady Snaketail, are you sure you want to follow me? Yang Dingtian asked. Please accept me, master. Jiao Liao lay down and touched the ground with her forehead. Good. Yang Dingtian dismounted and helped Jiao Liao up. He said, I am very happy that lady can join Cloud Sky City. Thank you, master. Jiao Liao said happily. Then Yang Dingtian walked in front of Zhan Lang and said, Little wolf, I like you very much. If you are willing, you can become my sword servant. Of course, you have to be willing. How long will it take for you to break through to martial ancestor realm? Zhan Lang suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, When I broke through to martial ancestor realm, I took a lot of shortcuts and was a little impatient. Next, I will take it one step at a time. So I think it will take 3 years to break through to martial ancestor realm. Maybe more, I don't know. Zhan Lang's eyes lit up. You are so powerful. I am willing to be your sword servant. Then Zhan Lang handed over the sword with both hands and said, Sword servant Zhan Lang greets master. Yang Dingtian took the long sword and gently touched the tip of the sword to the top of Zhan Lang's head. Thank you for your trust. I welcome you to be by my side, Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Zhan Lang was slightly surprised. Is it over? Aren't you going to say something impassioned? Yang Dingtian smiled and turned to mount the horse. Jiao Liao giggled and pulled her son up. After the two of them mounted their horses, Jiao Liao said to Zhan Lang, Little wolf, follow your master. Then she rode her horse to Madame Ximen's side and bowed. "Jiao Liao greets Madame." Madame Ximen's expression was a little complicated, but she still smiled gently. "Welcome to Cloud Heaven City. Let's go, full speed ahead." Yang Dingtian ordered. Instantly, all the cavalrymen rushed out at full speed. Yang Dingtian suddenly extended his wings and flew into the sky. Zhan Lang on the ground looked at Yang Dingtian in the sky and was instantly filled with admiration. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian's army met up with the army led by Li Guanong and Mu Lianqing. The moment they saw Yang Dingtian and the others, the anxious Yan Yan let out a sigh of relief. She resisted the urge to throw herself into Yang Dingtian's embrace and went forward to greet Ximen Lai. "Big brother!" Ximen Lai, who was like a mad lion, now had a look of vicissitudes on his face. He held his sword and bowed. "Ximen Lai greets Madam." He wasn't referring to young mistress, but Madam. This was because he had already treated Yang Dingtian as the master of Cloud Heaven City. Everyone met each other one after another and expressed their warm and generous intentions. Yang Dingtian pointed at Jiao Liao and said, "This is Madame Jiao Liao. She just joined us." Jiao Liao was very low profile and was very respectful to Yan Yan, Li Guanong, and Mu Lianqing. Yang Dingtian pointed at the 500 cavalrymen and said to Ximen Lai, "Big brother, these are the warriors that Uncle Mu spent all his wealth to recruit. In the future, I will have to trouble you to train them into an elite army. Yes, I will obey the city lord's orders." Ximen Lai bowed. At this moment, the 500 cavalrymen were suddenly excited. Looking at the black blood cavalry that was close to 2,000 people, their hearts were filled with envy. They hoped that one day they could also become such a mighty army. "Good. Continue north to Cloud Heaven City." With Yang Dingtian's command, the 2,000-strong army immediately headed north towards Cloud Heaven City. 2 days later, Yang Dingtian's army was only 300 miles away from Cloud Heaven City. Everyone here was a cavalryman, because the endurance of the war horses here far exceeded that of the war horses on Earth. If they traveled at full speed, they could reach Cloud Heaven City in less than a day. At this moment, they had already entered Cloud Heaven City's territory. However, along the way, they didn't encounter any obstructions or attacks. The forces within Cloud Heaven City's territory didn't come out to welcome them, nor did they attack them. They only looked indifferently at Yang Dingtian's army. Arriving at an abandoned city in a valley that was easy to defend and hard to attack, Yang Dingtian's army entered. Yang Dingtian summoned Madame Ximen, Ximen Lai, Li Guanong, Jiao Liao, and Mu Lianqing for a meeting. "There are still 2 days before the city Lord Marshal contest. I need to make a trip 800 miles away from here. All of you will set up camp here and wait for me to return." Yang Dingtian said he wanted to go to the abandoned mine, kill the Lord of the Abyss, and forge a real soul sword. "Yes." Everyone replied in unison. Although this was an abandoned castle, Yang Dingtian wasn't too worried about the safety of this army. That was because there were already 4 Grandmaster-level experts here. In terms of top-notch martial strength, they were not much weaker than Yang Yan, Ximen Ju, and the others. Therefore, even if he left, this army would not be in any danger. Yan Yan opened her mouth. She really wanted to follow Yang Dingtian. At this moment, she really didn't want to be separated from Yang Dingtian for even a minute. However, she only opened her mouth and didn't say anything. Instead, she smiled sweetly at Yang Dingtian. Half an hour later, Yang Dingtian spread his wings and flew towards the west. Chapter 330. This place was only 800 miles away from the abandoned mine, which was about the same as Cloud Sky City. To Yang Dingtian, a distance of 800 miles was as easy as blowing off dust. Flying a few thousand meters in the air, Yang Dingtian flew west at a speed of a few hundred miles per hour. In less than 2 hours, he would reach the abandoned mine. Here he had to pass through the abyss. This place was the border between Cloud Sky City and Northwest Qin City. It was a few thousand meters deep magma abyss, and there was only one suspension bridge. Moreover, every 100 meters, there was an anti-air sentry post to prevent anyone from flying over on a flying mount. There were also many patrolling flying cavalrymen. But to Yang Dingtian, these were nothing. Using flying mystic skills and the empty spirit mystic wings, Yang Dingtian could fly a few thousand meters in the air. This was a height that the anti-air crossbows and patrolling flying cavalrymen could not reach. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was able to cross the border with ease. Yang Dingtian did not look at Cloud Sky City's last line of defense, the Abyss Castle. More than a year ago, Yang Dingtian and Ningning had passed through here. In the metal sword gathering in, the two of them had even discovered an extremely intimate relationship. More than a year ago, Yang Dingtian still had to sneakily disguise himself and pass through this border. At this moment, things were still the same, but people had changed. Sister Ningning's gentle and sweet voice seemed to still be by his ear, but the beauty had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where Shimin Ningning had gone. More than a year ago, after she displayed her power in Cloud Sky City and poisoned countless people, she had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Yang Dingtian flew in the air and stared the ground. It was as if he could feel Sister Ningning on a horse, smiling sweetly with him. Soon, Yang Dingtian landed outside the abandoned mine. There was still no one here. It was almost the same as it was a year ago, but it was more desolate and the weeds were more lush. At that time, Ningning had been waiting for him outside, and she had single-handedly fought 4 assassins sent by Qin Shaobai. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and walked into the abandoned mine. The abandoned mine was still dark, but with Yang Dingtian's eyesight, he could see clearly even in the dim light. Yang Dingtian easily penetrated 1,000 meters into the mine. More than a year ago, there were only a small number of demonic beasts here, and they were all cleaned up by Yang Dingtian, so they were almost extinct. But now, along the way, there were traces of some demonic beasts. However, they were all level 1 and level 2 gold-eating beasts. Back then, Yang Dingtian had a hard time fighting them alone. He could not even defeat a level 2 demonic beast. At this moment, he didn't even need to use half a finger to clean up these low-level, gold-eating beasts. However, he wouldn't do that. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't be willing to take the lives of demonic beasts. However, it was obvious that the youngling sword in his possession had greatly attracted the gold-eating beast's greed. Many gold-eating beasts became restless and sneakily followed him. They even tried to sneak attack Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian smiled slightly. Internal force suddenly burst out from his body. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, all the gold-eating beasts fled at lightning speed. They no longer dared to approach within 100 meters of Yang Dingtian. Very quickly, Yang Dingtian arrived at a collapsed area. The collapsed area here was at least a few hundred meters. It was caused by the fiery earth dragon's final madness. Yang Dingtian used Chao's youngling sword and easily cleared out a passage. He continued to go deeper. Suddenly, he felt that the collapsed area here seemed to have been cleared out by someone, but was later buried again. Yang Dingtian was immediately shocked. Who could it be? Someone actually entered the mine? His heart was immediately filled with uneasiness. Was the 10,000 years old bloody black gold under the unfreezing pond extremely important? If someone came in, what was his purpose? Could it also be 10,000 years old bloody black gold? That would be very bad. Immediately, Yang Dingtian acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He activated all the mystical skills in his body and prepared to fight at any time. Very quickly, Yang Dingtian walked through a few hundred meters of collapsed area. As he continued to go deeper, everything in front of him was already pure white. He was getting closer and closer to the unfreezing pond, so the mine tunnel was also filled with icicles. Very quickly, he reached the end of the mine tunnel. Below, there was an incomparably huge cave. It was at least the size of a few football fields. The unfreezing pond was just below. Previously, there were a few cold snakes living in the unfreezing pond. Later on, they were all killed by Yang Dingtian. At this moment, there were actually a few demonic beasts leisurely cruising around in the unfreezing pond. Just that, they were all very low-level ice, attribute demonic beasts. Yang Dingtian directly flew down from above and dived into the unfreezing pond. Instantly, a burst of cold air attacked him, and the energy released from his body instantly scared the surrounding metal attribute demonic beasts away. Yang Dingtian hugged Chao's youngling sword and dived down at lightning speed. The unfreezing pond here was much smaller than the central lake in Dongli grassland. Therefore, the cold energy here was also much weaker. More than a year ago, Yang Dingtian was completely unable to endure it. In the end, he completely fainted and became numb. He almost lost his life, and now, Yang Dingtian was completely carefree. This bit of cold did not have much harm to him. He dived down 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. At 100 meters, which was the coldest place in the unfreezing pond, Yang Dingtian felt an unbearable chill. At this moment, Yang Dingtian only needed to summon the mystic fire and he would not feel any cold. But there was no need for that. After passing through 100 meters, the gravity field reversed. Yang Dingtian began to float up. The temperature was getting higher and higher. After floating up 100 meters, Yang Dingtian suddenly jumped out of the water and arrived at the other side of the unfreezing pond. Yang Dingtian directly flew into the purplish-red tunnel and went deeper. So far, he did not see any traces of outsiders entering. What he was most concerned about was whether the 10,000 years old bloody black gold was still there. Yang Dingtian's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already dived down 2,000 meters. The turn in front was an incomparably huge magma abyss. Inside lived an incomparably powerful abyss lord. At this moment, even though he was 100 meters away, Yang Dingtian felt a wave of silence. He could not feel any energy fluctuation at all. Could it be that the abyss lord was killed? Yang Dingtian was worried. He slowly approached. After going around this turn, the huge magma abyss was in front of him. On the walls of the abyss, the 10,000 years old bloody black gold were inlaid like lanterns. There were 950 of them. Not one more, not one less. Yang Dingtian immediately heaved a long sigh of relief. It was good that the 10,000 years old bloody black gold was still there. This was the only guarantee that Yang Dingtian could forge soul swords of absolute grade and above. But someone had indeed entered the cave. Why didn't they dig out the 10,000 years old bloody black gold? Could it be that they were killed by the Abyss Lord? Yang Dingtian walked forward and glanced at the blood-red magma. He wanted to check if the Lord of the Abyss was still there. The blood-red magma was quiet. He could not see the Abyss Lord at all. Yang Dingtian could not help but be slightly stunned. Could it be that the Abyss Lord was killed? That was impossible. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian could not help but reach out to touch the 10,000 years old bloody black gold beside him. As expected, the blood-red magma below moved violently. Then a huge eye opened. It was an eye with a diameter of more than 1 meter. The diameter of the eye was 1 meter. It was obvious how huge the Abyss Lord was. Dongfang Minmi said that this Abyss Lord was the overlord of the demonic beasts within a few thousand miles. It was definitely a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. In terms of pure strength, even a great grandmaster was no match for it. To kill it, one had to use intelligence. However, Master Dongfang Minmi once said that as long as one had the mystic fire, even if one's cultivation was lower, one could kill the Abyss Lord. Master, I have returned to the abandoned mine. How should I kill the Abyss Lord? Yang Dingtian asked. Just use the mystic fire. Dongfang Minmi said. Put the mystic fire into the blood-red magma. This abyss lord lives by absorbing the fire-type energy in the magma. After your mystic fire enters the magma, it will be automatically absorbed into the body of the abyss lord. Then, you can kill it by igniting it in its body. Although its shell is extremely tough and has an extremely huge energy shield, as long as the mystic fire is in its stomach, it can be easily burned to ashes. So simple? Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Yes, it's that simple, Dongfang Minmi said. And there won't be any danger. The Abyss Lord will almost not fight back. It just needs a longer time. How long will it take? Yang Dingtian asked. About half a month, Dongfang Minmi said. It needs to swallow enough mystic fire energy before it can be burned to death. Half a month? Yang Dingtian said. If it's half a month, there won't be enough time. In 2 days, I have to return to Cloud Sky City to participate in the martial arts contest for the position of the City Lord. Master, is there any way to kill it in 2 days? Dongfang Minmi said firmly, absolutely not. This Lord of the Abyss was as powerful as the Millennium Owl in the Horror Mountain Village. It's just that the Millennium Snack is electric type, so it's extremely precious. However, in terms of true energy, the Millennium Snack might not be comparable to this Abyss Lord. In a direct battle, even a Grandmaster is no match for the Abyss Lord. The energy of humans and demonic beasts is completely unmatched. Yang Dingtian immediately panicked. If he couldn't kill the Abyss Lord in 2 days and forge a soul sword, then what was the point of him coming here? In order to ensure his victory in the martial arts contest for the position of the City Lord, Yang Dingtian came here to forge a real soul sword so that he could achieve twice the result with half the effort in the contest. If he needed half a month to kill this Abyss Lord, then it would be too late. Master, is there no other way? Yang Dingtian asked. There's no other way, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian's heart turned cold. What should he do? He wasn't that stupid to rush down and fight with the Abyss Lord. He wouldn't do something like hitting a rock with an egg. Should he give up and return to Cloud Sky City first? He was really unwilling to do that. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly smelled a familiar and soul-stirring fragrance. Then he saw a green skirt. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled. He said with a trembling voice, Sister Ningning, is that you? Sister Ningning, is that you? Chapter 331. There was no response. There was still only the soul-stirring fragrance. Sister Ningning, are you there? Yang Dingtian shouted. Suddenly, the Lord of the Abyss in the magma below opened its eyes. There was still no response. Yang Dingtian turned and walked toward the green figure. At the corner of the stone wall on the right, he saw a green dress tied to it. There were beautiful words written on the stone wall. Little Tian, before I left, the only thing I was worried about was you. But I didn't know where I could help you. I thought that in a year, you would come here to kill the Lord of the Abyss and excavate 10,000-year-old bloody black gold to forge a soul sword. This Lord of the Abyss is extraordinarily powerful. I was worried that you couldn't kill it, so I condensed a deep-sea mystic poison blood pill. You can find a way to wrap it in flames and lure it to consume it. There were thousands of words, thousands of thoughts, but she didn't know where to start. Don't worry about me. No matter what the future is, no matter who I am, you just need to know that you are the only man I have ever loved. I will love you forever, Ningning. Below the runes there was a green pill. However, this pill was not in a solid form, but in a liquid form. It was condensed from fresh blood. Looking at the beautiful words and the deep-sea mystic poison condensed from blood, Yang Dingtian's heart was in a mess. He was moved, full of doubts and full of complicated emotions. In order to help Yang Dingtian, Shimin Ningning was really meticulous. She came here specially and left this deep-sea mystic poison pill condensed from blood for Yang Dingtian. But who was Sister Ningning? What was her identity? Yang Dingtian held the deep-sea mystic poison pill condensed from blood in the air. This thing was suffused with a terrifying and beautiful green light. He was worried that he couldn't kill this Lord of the Abyss in a short time. With the mystic fire, it would take at least half a month to kill this extremely powerful 1,000-year-old demon beast. Now, with this deep-sea mystic poison condensed from Ningning's blood, killing the Lord of the Abyss became simple. Yang Dingtian released the mystic fire and directly burned the deep-sea mystic poison. Suddenly, the deep-sea Xian poison spread out. The blood inside boiled and vaporized, leaving behind only the faintly discernible deep-sea Xian poison. The mystic flame continued to burn. In the end, the deep-sea mystic poison could no longer be seen. However, this flame had become slightly green. Yang Dingtian controlled the flame and directly fell into the magma below. Unexpectedly, this flame seemed to have an incomparably strong attraction to the Lord of the Abyss. It actually opened its mouth and swallowed the slightly green mystic flame. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned, but in this way, the speed of killing the abyssal overlords became even faster. After swallowing the poisonous flames, the Lord of the Abyss was startled at first, and then it opened its mouth to spit them out. But at this moment, the poisonous fire in its stomach suddenly exploded, instantly turning into countless green energy that seeped into the abyssal lord's body. The Lord of the Abyss let out an earth-shattering howl. Then he frantically tried to use the magma to jump up. Its incomparably huge body instantly appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. This Lord of the Abyss was even bigger than the Millennium Owl. Its eyes were more than 1 meter in diameter, and its entire head was dozens of meters long. The body that rushed out of the magma was already more than 200 meters long before it was fully exposed. Such a huge behemoth, even the movie Behemoth Godzilla from the Earth era was far from comparable. Therefore, its roar alone was enough to shake the heavens and the earth and shake the mountains. Yang Dingtian's scalp went numb, and his whole body trembled. Boom! Before the Lord of the Abyss could completely jump up, its incomparably huge body condensed and froze in the air. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it was quickly petrified. Immediately after, it fell into the magma. Countless streams of magma suddenly shot up into the sky. After falling into the magma, the Lord of the Abyss's entire body was quickly petrified, and it was trapped in the magma, unable to move. Roar! The raging Lord of the Abyss suddenly opened its mouth toward Yang Dingtian and breathed out earth-shattering flames. When it was still a few hundred meters away from Yang Dingtian, he already felt a completely unbearable energy and temperature. Wherever the flames passed, all the cliffs and stone walls were instantly burned into water. Only more than 9 million 10,000-year-old bloody black gold remained untouched. Looking at the flames rushing toward the sky, Yang Dingtian's body instantly felt as if it was going to be burnt to a crisp. He knew that he absolutely could not resist this terrible flame. He hurriedly summoned the dark, profound flame from the soul ring and blocked in front of him. Hopefully, this dark, profound flame would be useful. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian would really be burned alive. The endless flames of the Lord of the Abyss frantically devoured Yang Dingtian, and Yang Dingtian was about to be completely burned to ashes. This flame was completely comparable to the flames of a nuclear explosion, as if it was the devil's fire released from the depths of hell. At this moment, the dark, profound flame suddenly became excited and suddenly soared into the sky. The originally thin, dark, profound flame suddenly opened its mouth. Whoosh! The endless flames were quickly devoured. The dark, profound flame was like a space door. After the endless flames were devoured, they instantly disappeared without a trace. Devouring. Endless raging flames frantically entered the darkness of the darkness, profound flame. All over the sky, the endless flames were completely devoured by the dark, profound flame that was less than 5 inches long. Seeing this scene, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. This darkness, celestial flame was simply too stunning. The Lord of the Abyss below had already entered a state of complete madness. With nearly half of its body petrified, it madly spat out raging flames aimlessly, and then it was continuously devoured by the dark, profound flame. Yang Dingtian suddenly thought of something and said, "Master, is the energy flame of a grandmaster stronger, or the energy flame of the Lord of the Abyss stronger?" "Of course, it's the energy flame of the Lord of the Abyss. These two cannot be mentioned in the same breath," Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian said, "If that's the case, then in the future, even if you fight against a grandmaster, as long as you release the dark, profound flame, won't you be able to completely devour the opponent's energy attack?" "Of course not," Dongfang Minmi said. "Although the energy of this Lord of the Abyss attack is incomparably huge, it's aimless, and it's purely spitting fire. Therefore, the energy within the unit space is not strong, and the direction is fixed, so it's easy to be intercepted by the dark, profound flame. If it's an attack from a human martial artist, it's completely traceless, and your dark, profound flame will have a hard time intercepting it in a certain direction." Roar. At this moment, the Lord of the Abyss suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, the flames that it spat out suddenly turned into a terrifying blue color. Then, something even more terrifying happened. These endless blue flames actually spread over the dark, profound flame, and suddenly pounced towards Yang Dingtian. Although this dark, profound flame was heaven-defying, it was indeed not invincible. As long as the Lord of the Abyss changed its direction, or the energy it spat out became stronger, the dark, profound flame would not be able to completely devour it. "Run, run!" Dongfang Minmi shouted loudly. Without his master's reminder, when the blue flames came over, Yang Dingtian frantically ran backwards. His speed was incomparably fast, and the distance of 2,000 meters was covered in less than half a minute. But the terrifying blue flames chased closely behind and were already licking towards Yang Dingtian's back. Yang Dingtian was greatly alarmed. If he was really licked, even with the deep-sea mystic clothes, he would not be able to prevent the fate of being burned to ashes. The counterattack of this Lord of the Abyss before its death was simply too shocking. "Quick! Quick! Quick!" Yang Dingtian used all his strength and profound energy to rush towards the unfreezing pool. In an instant, the endless blue flames swallowed everything in the cave. The solid ice in the cave melted instantly, vaporized, and disappeared. The stone walls and countless crystals melted into water in an instant. A few thousand meters of mine tunnel melted in an instant. After Yang Dingtian jumped into the unfreezing pool, he finally avoided the terrifying flame attack. However, he could clearly feel that the temperature of the unfreezing pool was actually rising, and even the position of the unfreezing water was dropping. The blue flame spewed out by the Lord of the Abyss had actually boiled and vaporized the unfreezing pool. It was truly powerful to the point of no return. Yang Dingtian could only continue to dive, and then he was surprised to find that the blue flames had actually entered the unfreezing pool and chased after him. Yang Dingtian frantically dove down, 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 desperately trying to get rid of the blue flames. After diving for nearly 100 meters, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the earth-shattering tremors above had ended, and the terrifying blue flames did not continue to chase after him. Yang Dingtian stayed in the unfreezing pool for a while. After confirming that there was no movement above, Yang Dingtian floated up. At this time, only more than half of the unfreezing pool was left, and the temperature was far lower than before. Yang Dingtian jumped out of the pool. At this time, the ground here and the mine tunnel were all flowing with magma. Because the blue flames had burned all the stones into magma, the magma was constantly flowing into the unfreezing pool. Yang Dingtian could not land on his feet. He floated in the air and flew in the direction of the Lord of the Abyss. Along the way, it had been completely destroyed. All he could see was flowing red magma. Soon, Yang Dingtian returned to the magma abyss of the Lord of the Deep Sea. At this time, the Lord of the Deep Sea was already on the verge of death. Its entire body had been petrified, and countless huge cracks had cracked open. Glaring flames were burning from the cracks of its body. Its eyes had been completely petrified, leaving only the last bit of light. Its incomparably huge body was sinking bit by bit. Little Tian, quickly, go and dig out the demon core of the Lord of the Abyss. You have the mystic fire and yin-yang qi transformation technique. You can devour the powerful mystic qi inside. Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian's eyes lit up. He immediately jumped down, pulled out his youngling sword, and stabbed the head of the Lord of the Abyss. Chapter 332. In the process of falling, Yang Dingtian saw the darkness profound flame floating in the air. At this time, the darkness profound flame was only a little bigger than before, but its color became darker and darker, making people feel intimidated. Just now, he didn't know how much flame energy it had devoured. Yang Dingtian took out the soul ring. In the process of falling, he quickly put the darkness profound flame back into the spatial ring. Unfortunately, this darkness profound flame had not grown up yet. It couldn't be refined into the Qi Sea, so he couldn't use it as he wished. Bang! Yang Dingtian fell on the head of the Abyss Lord. However, at this time, the Abyss Lord was already unable to react. Yang Dingtian's sword easily pierced through. If it was in the past, Yang Dingtian was completely unable to pierce through the shell of the Abyss Lord. But with Ah Chao's youngling sword, it was not a problem at all. He quickly cut open the head of the Abyss Lord. Immediately, he saw a fiery, red, crystal-clear demon core. It was only the size of a fist, like an agate, and below the demon core, the brain of the Abyss Lord was quickly petrified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! With a slash of the ugly sword, Yang Dingtian easily dug out the demon core. Holding the demon core, Yang Dingtian flew up. Puchi! After the huge Abyss Lord was completely petrified, it finally sank into the magma completely. Yang Dingtian held the red demon core and floated above the magma. What a beautiful demon core! It was completely pure fiery red. But compared to the Golden Naga Royalty Demon Core, it was still a lot worse. The Naga Royalty Demon Core seemed to have the universe and stars inside. It was incomparably mysterious. But the demon core of the Abyss Lord in front of him was only beautiful and pure, but it didn't give people a mysterious feeling. Yang Dingtian summoned the million spirit demon fire, condensed it into a ball, and then suddenly drilled into the demon core. Huff! The million spirit demon fire easily pierced through the demon core of the Abyss Lord. Then, the red demon core melted little by little, turning into a red energy ball. Boom! In an instant, it turned into an incomparably vigorous, profound Qi energy, a profound Qi that was filled with fire energy. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and quickly circulated the fire transformation art along with the mystic fire. He quickly refined the fire attribute, profound energy, into pure profound energy, and then quickly swallowed it into his body. In less than half an hour, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that his Qi vessel had started to expand. Clearly, he was about to make a breakthrough. This was because Yang Dingtian's cultivation was very close to that of a martial honor. In addition to his heaven-defying nine-yang profound veins, breaking through to martial honor was extremely difficult for others. However, for Yang Dingtian, as long as he had enough pure profound Qi, breaking through to martial honor was a piece of cake. Expand, expand, expand. Yang Dingtian's sea of Qi expanded to its limit. Boom! A ball of white light suddenly exploded in front of his eyes, and then everything entered into nothingness. Yang Dingtian had broken through. He had once again broken through to the martial, honorable realm. However, this time, Yang Dingtian did not have the time to be excited. This was because the Abyss Lord's demon core was still overflowing with profound energy. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and quickly refined and swallowed it. Time passed by minute by minute. The red demon core in Yang Dingtian's palm shrank little by little and dissipated in the air little by little. At this time, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel it. The energy of the Abyss Lord's demon core and the Naga Royalty demon core were completely different. The profound chi energy per unit of time was much less. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, a full 15 hours passed. The energy in this abyss, Lord's demon core, was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, the entire demon core was only left with a weak light. The swallowing was over. Unfortunately, after a full 15 hours of swallowing, Yang Dingtian only broke through about half a level. In other words, the profound chi energy contained in this millennium abyss, Lord's demon core, only allowed Yang Dingtian to break through about half a level. However, the Naga royalty demon core allowed Yang Dingtian to break through 4 levels. Moreover, the profound chi energy in it was not exhausted. It could be seen that the energy contained in the Naga royalty demon core was dozens of times more than that of this millennium abyss lord. If the 1,000-year-old abyss lord was already so powerful, then how powerful was the Naga clan? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. At this time, he was already a 1-star martial honorable. He was still half a level away from 2-star martial honorable. Next, it was time to collect the 10,000 years old bloody black gold and forge the real soul sword. Yang Dingtian flew into the air and quickly used his youngling's sword to dig out the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold that looked like small lanterns. These 10,000 years old bloody black gold seemed to have a life of its own. Every time he dug it out, he seemed to hear a soft cry full of excitement and reluctance. Soon, Yang Dingtian dug out the remaining 950,000 years old bloody black gold. To be exact, there were 954,000 years old bloody black gold. The weight of these 950,000 years old bloody black gold added together was more than 10,000 pounds, close to 20,000 pounds. Yang Dingtian piled them on the ground and built a beautiful pyramid. Master, I returned the mysterious fire devil hammer to the divine weapons villa. How should I forge the soul sword? Yang Dingtian asked. That mysterious fire devil hammer is useless to you now. Using it to forge your soul sword will only destroy the entire hammer. Dongfang Minmi said. Then how should I forge the soul sword now? First, use the mysterious fire to melt all the bloody black gold and wrap your youngling's sword tightly. Dongfang Minmi instructed. Yang Dingtian released the million-spirit demonic fire and drilled into the bottom of the pyramid made of 10,000 years old bloody black gold. Immediately, the mysterious fire started to burn. Originally, these 10,000 years old bloody black gold that were plucked out had already turned dark. Now that they were burned by the mysterious fire, they turned red again. Merely half a minute later, these 10,000 years old bloody black gold started to melt. The mysterious fire was indeed much stronger than the best quality earth fire. It could melt the 10,000 years old bloody black gold so easily. 3 minutes later, all the 10,000 years old bloody black gold had completely melted. Yang Dingtian used his mysterious qi to sprinkle the 10,000 years old bloody black gold on the youngling's sword. Immediately, the youngling's sword became longer and thicker and bigger. Finally, 900,000 years old bloody black gold completely melted and wrapped around the youngling's sword. It turned into a giant sword that was more than 10 meters long and 1 meter wide. At this moment, this treasure sword weighed close to 20,000 pounds. In this world, no one would use such a heavy weapon. Next, it's time to truly forge the soul sword. Dongfang Minmi said, Next, you have to condense the mysterious fire's energy to the extreme. Then, you have to force out all the impurities in this giant sword and burn them. After refining it to the extreme, you have to use your mysterious qi and mysterious fire to grind the treasure sword and turn it into a true soul sword. Yang Dingtian's heart was suddenly filled with excitement. A true soul sword was about to be born from his hands. What grade would it be? He was incomparably looking forward to it. Chapter 333. This nearly 20,000 kilogram giant sword floated in the air. It was completely edgeless, but it was domineering and awe-inspiring. Yang Dingtian even had an impulse to stop forging and directly grabbed this 10-meter-long giant sword to fight. If it was in a large-scale exhibition, he would really kill gods and Buddhas who blocked his way. With a sword, he was afraid that hundreds of people would be turned into minced meat. However, this kind of flashy thing could only be thought of. He was not Sun Wukong holding a 20,000-kilogram weapon to fight. Yang Dingtian began to condense the mystic fire, condensing it like never before. He drew out the mystic fire and then poured all his mystic chi into it. Boom! Suddenly, the bright red flame soared hundreds of meters into the air. Although the momentum was not as shocking as the Abyss Lord's giant flame of a few thousand meters, it was still extremely shocking. Then, this 100-meter mystic fire began to condense, and condense. When it condensed to only 1 foot, it was already extremely dazzling. Even ordinary martial artists could not directly stare at it, otherwise they would be directly blinded. This bright red light reached the extreme and completely turned into a dazzling white, even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. "Go!" Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted. The mystic fire in his hand shot out. Boom! The mystic fire fiercely hit the nearly 20,000-kilogram giant sword, and countless sparks burst out, like a giant firework erupting. These were the impurities in the giant sword. However, before these impurities completely dissipated and fell to the ground, Yang Dingtian suddenly used his mystic chi to gather these impurities under his feet. Then, Yang Dingtian condensed his mystic chi again, and then suddenly bombarded. Every time the mystic fire bombarded, it was not inferior to a powerful mystic skill attack. Therefore, with Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he could only sustain 10 bombardments, and then the mystic chi in his body was completely exhausted. Yang Dingtian hurriedly took a mystic gathering pill, and then closed his eyes to absorb the mystic gathering pill. After 15 minutes, the mystic chi in Yang Dingtian's chi si was filled again. Boom! Yang Dingtian launched another mystic flame attack. Every time, he would condense the mystic flame to the extreme. Then, like Mars crashing into Earth, he would fiercely smash the sword, forcing out the impurities in the huge sword and burning them. Merely 10 minutes later, the 10 rounds of profound fire bombardment ended, and Yang Dingtian had exhausted his profound energy once again. At this moment, there was only less than 2,500 kilograms of weight left in the 20,000-kilogram greatsword. His size had also shrunk by 3/4. The impurities of the giant sword under Yang Dingtian's feet had also piled up into a small hill. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and began to devour all the battle profound energy around him. There was no doubt that the profound chi here was extremely dense, especially for battle profound chi. In addition, Yang Dingtian's body was special. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it would take a full 4 to 5 hours to fill the sea of chi. However, Yang Dingtian only needed 2 hours to fill the sea of chi to the brim. After filling it to the brim, Yang Dingtian repeated the previous mystic fire bombardment. Just like that, the obsidian flame bombarded him again and again. Time passed by minute by minute. After a full 20 hours, Yang Dingtian had already carried out a total of 11 mystic fire bombardments. At this moment, the entire greatsword's weight was less than 1/20th of its original weight. It was only about 400 kilograms. Moreover, its length was only about 7 feet. From the looks of it, it indeed looked like a normal and awe-inspiring treasure sword. However, the forging was not over yet. Next was the most crucial refinement. Just the mystic fire bombardment alone was not very effective. Huff! Yang Dingtian condensed the mystic fire to the extreme, and then calcined it inch by inch. The sword embryo was completely burned into red-black gold water, which dripped down bit by bit. Below, he had to use his other hand to catch the dripping black gold water and condense it into a treasure sword again. This could be said to be the most crucial step in forging a soul sword. The grade of a soul sword basically depended on this procedure. The success of this procedure was related to one's cultivation to a certain extent, but it was not the most important. It was related to the mystic fire the most, followed by the grade of the sea of qi and mystic veins. Furthermore, the entire process could not be disturbed at all. Yang Dingtian held his breath and calcined the sword embryo bit by bit. He watched it turn into red water bit by bit, dripping down bit by bit. Then, Yang Dingtian used the mystic qi in his other hand to catch it and float in the air. The calcination was extremely slow and difficult. Not long later, Yang Dingtian's body broke out in sweat. This sword embryo melted inch by inch, dripping inch by inch. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours passed, 4 hours passed. Yang Dingtian's sweat had almost dried up. His entire body was so dry that it was about to split open, and his mystic qi seemed to be completely exhausted. However, there were still 2 inches of sword embryo that had not melted. However, his mystic qi was about to be exhausted. Master, why is it like this? I've heard that although the reconstruction of the sword body is extremely important, it can be completed without even half of the mystic qi being exhausted. Why is it that my mystic qi is completely exhausted and the reconstruction of the sword body is not over yet? Yang Dingtian asked in his heart. Dongfang Minmi was speechless. After a long while he said, "The higher the grade of the soul sword, the slower the reconstruction of the sword body. You have the heaven and earth mystic fire and the 9 yang mystic veins. According to normal circumstances, 1/3 of the mystic qi is enough for you to complete the reconstruction of the sword body. Now that the mystic qi is exhausted, it is still not completed. I really can't imagine how high the grade of this soul sword will be. This is a good thing. But if the mystic qi is exhausted and the reconstruction of the sword body is not completed, what should we do? There is only one chance. Yang Dingtian, if the mystic qi is exhausted and the reconstruction of the sword body is interrupted, what will happen? The grade of the soul sword will be greatly reduced. That is a complete waste of God's gift." Dongfang Minmi sighed. "I thought that your cultivation is enough to forge the soul sword, but I didn't think that the grade of your soul sword would be so shockingly high, so your mystic qi cultivation is not enough." "What should I do?" Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Minmi said, "You need to make the decision yourself." Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then said, "I know." In any case, the reconstruction of the sword body could not be interrupted. Yang Dingtian suddenly gritted his teeth and made a decision. He had already done this before. Now he had to do it again. Last time, he fought to live from the brink of death. He used the heart flame to burn his qi and turned it into golden mystic qi to defeat Song, use mystic fire dragon. This time, Yang Dingtian wanted to burn his qi again, turn it into mystic qi, and pour it into the mystic fire to continue forging the soul sword. After making up his mind, Yang Dingtian immediately used it. The heart flame directly burned the inner wall of the qi. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's body shook violently. The energy in his body shook violently and became restless. It was as if a nuclear bomb was about to explode. At this time, it was the most dangerous time. The qi could explode at any time. Yang Dingtian was very careful. The heart flame burned the golden qi bit by bit. Boom! Suddenly, countless golden mystic qi surged out. Whoosh! In an instant, Yang Dingtian's mystic fire turned golden. In fact, Yang Dingtian's mystic fire had already penetrated the golden color because it contained the Naga royalty's mystic qi. At this time, he directly used the golden mystic qi to burn the mystic fire. The entire mystic fire was completely dazzling golden. At the same time, the speed of the reconstruction of the sword body suddenly accelerated. Originally, the sword embryo was melting bit by bit. According to the normal speed, the remaining 2 inches would take at least more than an hour. And in this more than an hour, how much qi si would be burned and how much his cultivation would degrade. Yang Dingtian had no idea and no way to think about it. However, he would at least fall by about 2 levels. However, for the sake of the grade of the soul sword, he had to fight. But he did not expect that after the golden mystic qi was added to the mystic fire, the progress would suddenly accelerate. After only a dozen seconds, the remaining 2 inches of the sword embryo had completely melted and dripped down. Below him, the black gold water condensed into a sword once again. This treasure sword was only 4 feet and 3 inches long. It was the same length as a normal treasure sword, but it was slightly longer. However, the treasure sword was still very thick. It was more than 2 fingers thick. At this time, the treasure sword was already 80% complete. The next thing to do was to forge it into shape. At this time, the treasure sword was still blunt. Yang Dingtian first closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Once again, he swallowed the battle mystic qi and let the treasure sword float in front of him. His luck was really good. When he burned the qi si just now, he was prepared to fall by 2 levels. He did not expect that it was just a step away. The loss of the qi si cultivation was almost insignificant. At this time, he was still a 1-star intermediate martial venerable. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian filled the battle mystic qi again. Then he condensed the mystic fire again and turned it into a golden energy hammer. Then he continued to inject mystic qi into the energy hammer formed by the mystic fire. In the end, the hammer shone with golden light. It was dazzling as if it was real and full of texture. Boom! Yang Dingtian smashed down fiercely. There was a loud sound and a burst of light. Suddenly, a layer of the thick sword blade was flattened. It was exactly the same as a normal treasure sword. However, the soul sword needed to use the mystic fire as the hammer and the air as the anchor to smash down crazily. The more Yang Dingtian smashed, the faster he got. Ultimately, all that was left was an afterimage. The golden mystic fire hammer was like a meteor smashing down crazily on the treasure sword. 10 times, 100 times, 10,000 times. There was no limit to this kind of crazy forging until the mystic qi was exhausted. This kind of crazy forging, in addition to letting the treasure sword finally form, could also force out the last and most difficult impurities. Bang, 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 countless smashes. Yang Dingtian completely closed his eyes and followed his feelings to smash. He had no idea what his treasure sword had become. Bang! The last smash down. The mystic fire dissipated, and the heart fire returned. Inside Yang Dingtian's qi vessel, there was no one. It was completely empty. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and saw his treasure sword at first glance. In an instant, he was completely stunned, shocked, trembling. Is this the soul sword that I forged with my own hands? What kind of rank would it be? Chapter 334. Yang Dingtian had seen 2 completed soul swords. One was Song Yu's, and the other was Shimin Wuya's. The remaining ones were Dongfeng Bingling and Dugu Fengwu's fledgling swords. Song Yu's soul sword was extremely beautiful, like a pool of autumn water. As for Shimin Wuya's sword, it was simple and mysterious. As for Yang Dingtian's soul sword, no words could be used to describe it. It gave people the feeling that it was completely transparent. From the sword hilt to the body, it was completely integrated, sparkling and translucent. It was as though it was created by the heavens, and there were no traces of forging. Actually, it wasn't transparent. For some reason, it might be because it was extremely pure, and it gave people the feeling that it was transparent. Song Yu's soul sword was as pure as water. However, water wasn't absolutely pure, and there were still impurities. Yang Dingtian's sword was completely like a ray of light. That's right, it was like a ray of light, and it didn't seem to have any substance. Furthermore, it was golden in color. That's right, a golden color that was even more dazzling than gold. During the Earth era, There was a type of iPhone that was considered nouveau riche gold, and it was said to be dazzling. However, compared to the golden color in front of him, it was completely like a pile of yellow mud. Yang Dingtian's soul sword that was like a ray of light was truly so dazzling that it could blind people's eyes. It was so dazzling that during a battle, it was very likely that the enemy's attention would be completely attracted to it, and they would forget to fight. This was a treasure sword that Yang Dingtian had completed by himself. Every piece of bloody black gold was dug out by himself, and every hammer was hammered down by himself. Now, it had finally become the most perfect work of art. After admiring it for over 10 minutes, Yang Dingtian asked, "Master, what grade should my treasure sword be?" Dongfang Minmi saw the image of this treasure sword in Yang Dingtian's mind and was speechless for a long time. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, "What grade? Who knows?" "Huh?" Yang Dingtian asked, "What do you mean?" Dongfang Minmi said, "My soul sword is a 1-star peerless soul sword." At that time, I already felt that it was perfect. I felt that there wouldn't be a more outstanding soul sword in this world. But in front of your treasured sword, I can clearly feel that my soul sword is completely dim. Dongfang Minmi continued, "Some people have categorized the soul swords into different grades: supreme grade, and imperial grade. Every grade is divided into 10 stars. Then will my soul sword be of the emperor grade?" Yang Dingtian asked. Maybe there isn't even a sovereign grade. The grade of a soul sword was different from one's martial cultivation. One had to climb through the threshold. The emperor grade was the pinnacle of perfection, the pinnacle of the universe. I think that there shouldn't be any real emperor grade. It's just an unreachable ranking set by martial artists. Dongfang Minmi said, "But if there really is an emperor grade soul sword in this world, then if your soul sword isn't included, I feel that the term emperor grade is meaningless." Yang Dingtian laughed. Yes, in the Earth era it was said that there was no pure gold. The highest purity of gold could be 9,999%, but no matter how many nines there were, it would never reach 100%. But the soul sword in front of him undoubtedly made Yang Dingtian extremely satisfied. "Okay, don't be intoxicated. There's still one last procedure left. This soul sword will truly belong to you," Dongfang Minmi said. The last procedure of the soul sword was the soul engraving. When forging the sword, there was also an engraving procedure, which was to let the treasured sword recognize its master. At that time, blood was directly sprinkled on the treasured sword, and then it was burned and refined by the supreme grade earth fire. And the soul sword's recognition of its master was even more profound. It was directly the engraving of the soul. Although the soul sword's recognition of its master had no use in increasing the grade of the soul sword, it was undoubtedly the most dangerous stage. Even if there were mistakes in the previous procedures, at most the soul sword's grade would be a little lower. But this soul sword would not have any problems. But once the final soul engraving failed, it meant that this treasured sword would never recognize you as its master. It would never become a real soul sword. It could only be an incomparably sharp and terrifying sword with the addition of Xianqi. And the soul engraving was also very simple. It was to cause the energy in the soul sword to tremble and resonate and establish some kind of compatibility and connection with the master spirit. Once successful, this soul sword would belong to you forever. Even if others took it away, it would be useless. They might even be hurt by the backlash. Therefore, in order to cause the soul sword to resonate and tremble, there are many ways. But most of them used an extreme suicide method because this method had the highest chance of success. The method was as follows. The master gave up all defense and threw the soul sword into the air, letting the soul sword fall directly to the top of his head. At this time, the soul sword already had an extremely weak consciousness. Generally speaking, it would not have any active reaction because this consciousness was extremely weak. It was not even comparable to the consciousness field produced by a plant. But when it found that it was about to kill its master and had no strength to stop it, it would desperately try to stop itself. It would tremble and resonate with its master's consciousness. According to Dongfang Minmi, the soul engraving of the soul sword had a very high failure rate in the past, even more than 80%. Later on, some heaven-defying genius invented this suicidal awakening method. As a result, the success rate of the soul engraving increased greatly, exceeding 50%. Even so, half of the soul engraving still failed. Some people were unwilling to accept this, and even died under their own soul swords. This was because this suicidal soul engraving had to be completely real. As long as one took the initiative to have a trace of defense, it would become an incomparably huge wall, firmly blocking the soul sword's consciousness outside. And the success of the soul engraving mainly depended on the youngling sword. The better the youngling sword forged by the master, and the closer the relationship with the master, the higher the success rate of the soul engraving. Of course, a shameless soul sword like Zhao Wuji's couldn't be counted. After all, his wasn't even considered a real soul sword. Those fake soul swords that used demon cores as sea spirit crystals didn't need to care too much about the soul engraving. The soul engraving stage was no problem for Yang Dingtian. When it was still a youngling sword, it already had a muddled consciousness. This consciousness even knew attachment, excitement, and sadness. It would often communicate with Yang Dingtian mentally. Therefore, Dugu Fengwu had always said that Yang Dingtian's youngling sword was abnormal. When it was still a youngling sword, it already had consciousness. Other people's artifact swords wouldn't have consciousness even if they were soul swords. Therefore, the final soul engraving was something that Yang Dingtian could complete with his eyes closed. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and threw the soul sword up. Then he waited for the soul sword's soul to tremble. His entire body had completely relaxed. At this moment, even if a child took a stone and smashed it at the back of Yang Dingtian's head, it might be able to smash Yang Dingtian to death. But the truth made Yang Dingtian tremble, because the soul sword didn't react. Really, the soul sword didn't have any reaction. The golden soul sword fell from 80 meters and pierced towards Yang Dingtian's head, but the soul sword's consciousness didn't have any reaction. What was going on? Yang Dingtian's relationship with the youngling sword was obviously very close. It was completely like his own child, and that youngling sword's consciousness was clearly like a baby. It could be happy, depressed, excited, and even act spoiled. How could this be? This suicidal soul engraving was actually useless. The soul sword still continued to fall. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be scared out of his wits, and he didn't dare to activate his defense at all. Once he activated his defense, it would be a complete distrust of the soul sword. No matter how close their relationship was, it would be completely destroyed. There was only one chance for this soul engraving, and there was only one chance for this kind of loyalty test. If he succeeded, the soul sword would be loyal to him for life and would live and die with him. If he failed, he would lose the opportunity forever. Time passed quickly, but in Yang Dingtian's mind, it passed extremely slowly, as if every millisecond was a painful ordeal. He could clearly feel the wind from the soul sword stab. It was getting closer and closer to his head, but he didn't know how close it was. Perhaps in the next moment, it would directly pierce through his head. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was incomparably worried about his gains and losses. He even felt that it was because the Naga royal tribe's profound chi energy in the soul sword had suppressed the soul sword's divine sense, and this soul sword was no longer that intimate Cho youngling sword. If this was the case, if he didn't defend himself, he could only be killed by his own soul sword in vain. Perhaps this was also an alternative revenge of the Naga royalty. Little Tian, quickly defend, quickly give up, Dongfang Minmi exclaimed. No, if it wants to kill me, let it kill me. Yang Dingtian completely relaxed all his mind, waiting for the last moment to happen. Whether this last moment was the success of the soul engraving, or his head was directly pierced through. Whoosh! The soul sword, like a golden light, directly pierced the top of Yang Dingtian's head. The incomparably sharp tip of the sword directly pierced the flesh on the top of Yang Dingtian's head. Yang Dingtian's mind instantly went blank, as if his consciousness soul instantly and completely dissipated, as if he directly experienced the feeling of his consciousness being destroyed. However, at this moment, the soul sword directly floated above Yang Dingtian's head. The tip of the sword touched Yang Dingtian's scalp, but it didn't penetrate even a millimeter. Then the soul sword violently trembling. Immediately, Yang Dingtian felt that a special spiritual energy in his mind suddenly flew out, drilling into the soul sword. This spiritual energy was incomparably mysterious and incomparably powerful. In an instant, the soul sword once again erupted with incomparably bright light, and the trembling above Yang Dingtian's head became even more intense. After an unknown period of time, Yang Dingtian finally woke up. Just now, his soul and consciousness were directly lost, because he thought that he was killed by the soul sword. Countless thoughts gradually returned to his mind. Yang Dingtian found that the soul sword was lying on his leg, quiet and gentle, as if the thing that stabbed down just now was not it. The soul engraving was successful. This unprecedented soul sword finally officially recognized its master. However, this was really a soul engraving that was deeply engraved into the bone. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. At this moment, there was a pile of red dust under his feet, emitting a flame-like glow. Yang Dingtian visually estimated that it was no less than 500 kilograms. These were all the impurities of the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. Yang Dingtian lifted his soul sword, 99 kilograms. That's right, only 99 kilograms. The fledgling sword that he forged with 45 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold still had a few hundred kilograms, and this soul sword forged with 999 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold was only 99 kilograms. And these 500 kilograms of impurities that were refined, although they were called impurities, were completely excellent treasures. It was even better than ordinary bloody black gold. After all, this was more than 500 kilograms of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold that was refined from 20,000 kilograms. This 500 kilograms of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold impurities, other than forging a scabbard for himself, was just enough to forge a dozen or so treasured swords. Although it could not become a soul sword in terms of celestial chi and sharpness, it was believed that no treasured swords in this world could match it. Yang Dingtian was confident that these were enough to become the world's top divine weapon. However, time was tight, and Yang Dingtian was now unable to forge them into treasured swords. Next, Yang Dingtian used the fastest time to draw 20 kilograms of bloody black gold ashes and used celestial fire to forge a scabbard. His treasured sword was too eye-catching, so it was better to hide it in the scabbard most of the time. Half an hour later, Yang Dingtian carried 500 kilograms of bloody black gold ashes, flew out of the abandoned mine, and returned to Cloud Sky City. At this moment, there were less than 8 hours before the martial arts contest for the position of the city lord. Chapter 335. More than 1,000 caddies of 10,000 years old bloody black gold ashes were not much in volume, enough for Yang Dingtian to put into the space ring, but it would make the space ring seem more crowded. At this time, Yang Dingtian flew towards the abandoned castle at a speed of 400 to 500 miles per hour. In the air, Yang Dingtian held the soul sword, still surging with emotions. This was truly a perfect artifact sword. It was even more perfect than the artifact swords that Yang Dingtian had used and seen before. Master, what name do you think should be given to this sword? Yang Dingtian. Dongfang Nimi smiled and said, "This sword is yours, so you will be the one to name it." Yang Dingtian thought of several names: Flowing Light, star, red sun, and so on. But he felt that they were not satisfactory. Flowing light was too ordinary and not domineering. The stars were too empty. Red sun was domineering enough, but it was not mysterious enough. But then, Yang Dingtian's mind suddenly emerged an even more parody name. Xianyuan sword, the legendary ancient divine weapon of the Earth era, and it was also a very famous name in the game. All this while, Yang Dingtian's life had been too heavy and solemn. So let's spoof it. It's settled. You'll be called Xianyuan sword. Yang Dingtian. Then he clearly felt a surge of divine sense coming from the sword. However, there were two emotions vaguely. One was like a child cheering, and the other was indeed a disdainful snort. Yang Dingtian was stunned. What was this situation? Inside his treasured sword, there were actually two kinds of emotions. Just what was going on? But then, the divine sense in the sword quieted down. After Yang Dingtian tried many times, the sword no longer had any emotions. Master, how much profound qi does my soul sword have? Yang Dingtian asked. I thought you would never ask this question. Dongfang Minmi smiled and said, the profound qi of a superb soul sword will reach 99%. How much do you think your sword can reach? I don't know, Yang Dingtian said. I don't know how much it is, Dongfang Minmi said, but it's definitely more than 150%. Ah, Yang Dingtian exclaimed. A 150% Xian Qi bonus was completely shocking and unheard of. Even the legendary swords in the history of the chaotic world did not have such a heaven-defying Xian Qi bonus. Master, that soul sword of yours at that time, how much profound qi did it add? Yang Dingtian asked. About 80%. Dongfang Minmi said, about half of your team. A 150% increase in profound qi. Even without a sword soul, the power was incomparably shocking. Yang Dingtian was currently a 1-star martial honorable. In addition to the 150% increase in Xian Qi, his attack power had completely surpassed that of a 2-star martial honorable. Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. However, more than a year ago, Yang Dingtian had thought of refining a sword soul before the Grand Martial Arts competition. At that time, ignorance was bliss. It was completely impossible. Compared to others, Yang Dingtian was already very impressive. Other people's soul swords would need at least 10 years to have a clear consciousness that could communicate with its master. Yang Dingtian's soul sword already had a consciousness, which was equivalent to saving Yang Dingtian almost 10 years. Originally, he wanted to refine the soul of the Lord of the Abyss and use it to cultivate the soul sword. In the end, there was no time at all. Most importantly, the soul sword did not have Xian Vein essence and Sea Spirit Crystal. So even if it was refined after devouring the soul of the Lord of the Abyss, the energy could not be stored in the soul sword. Therefore, from the looks of it, this soul sword could only be used as a peerless treasure sword with profound qi. Just over an hour later, Yang Dingtian flew back to the abandoned castle. At this time, close to 2,000 Black Blood cavalry and 500 new cavalrymen had all finished forming up. Madame Shimin, Shimin Lai, Li Guanong, and the rest had all mounted their war horses and were ready to set off at any time. At this time, the sun had just risen. It was really dawn when Yang Dingtian flew over. Everyone on the ground cheered loudly. It was thunderous. Long live Yang Dingtian! Long live the city lord! Yang Dingtian descended from the sky and rode on the leading white horse. He shouted, "Let's go!" Instantly, more than 2,000 cavalrymen rushed out of the abandoned castle like swords and headed north to Cloud Sky City. With the war horses galloping at full speed, the distance of less than 300 miles could be covered in less than 5 hours. Along the way, it was the most direct territory of Cloud Sky City, and they had to pass through 4 to 5 large castles. However, at this time, there were not many warriors guarding the castles. It seemed that the warriors with slightly higher cultivation in the castles had all rushed to Cloud Sky City to watch the battle. After all, today was the most important day for Cloud Sky City. Originally, Yang Dingtian could have directly bypassed these castles, but Yang Dingtian did not. He chose to pass through them. These castles were the most direct forces of Cloud Sky City. He had to openly announce to everyone that he was back. After an hour, Yang Dingtian arrived at Cloud Sky City's first guardian castle, Heavenly Stone Castle. This castle was about 500 acres. Normally, there would be less than 1,000 warriors guarding it. If there was a battle, 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers could be stationed at any time. He led a few thousand cavalrymen and rushed to the front of the castle. He took the lead and shouted, "The successor of Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian, will lead the army past Heavenly Stone Castle and open the gates." The few warriors on the city wall were slightly stunned. Most of the warriors had a fanatical look in their eyes when they first saw Yang Dingtian. After all, they had seen the scene of Yang Dingtian defeating Qin Shaobai with their own eyes. They were very clear about Yang Dingtian's peerless talent and unyielding character. Therefore, most of the warriors in Cloud Sky City admired and worshipped Yang Dingtian. Because Yang Dingtian had repeatedly created impossible miracles, they supported Yang Dingtian to become the new Cloud Sky City Lord from the bottom of their hearts. In the past year, in order to brainwash the people of the territory, Yang Yan and the others had done everything possible to slander Yang Dingtian. Not only did they say that Yang Dingtian was a spy of the evil ways, but they also said that Yang Dingtian's life was extremely promiscuous and he did not even let his own mother-in-law go. However, this kind of brainwashing was not very useful. After all, the warriors of Cloud Sky City clearly knew what kind of person Yang Dingtian was. Especially after defeating Qin Shaobai, Yang Dingtian, Shimenju, and the others had called a dear horse and wanted to directly kill Yang Dingtian. This was still fresh in the minds of many warriors. On top of Heavenstone Castle, an officer walked out and said loudly, "Yang Dingtian, you have already been expelled from Cloud Sky City. You are not allowed to pass through Cloud Sky City. If you force your way through, that is an act of war. I have the right to kill all of you without mercy." Without a doubt, the officers of the various castles in Cloud Sky City had all been replaced by Yang Yan and Shimenju's direct subordinates. Therefore, these people were full of hostility towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's expression turned cold. That day, the successor of the hidden sect, Nameless, clearly stated at the Taiando League's Northwest meeting that I, Yang Dingtian, am not a spy of the evil ways. Furthermore, I am one of the successors of Cloud Sky City. This was passed by the Taiando League meeting. Are you going to overturn it? The officer said coldly, "I don't care about the Taiando League meeting. I only know that you, Yang Dingtian, are a traitor of Cloud Sky City. If you want to pass through this door, it's very simple. Just kill me. You're not afraid of death?" Yang Dingtian sneered. "I'm not afraid of death," the officer said with a cold smile. "Pooh!" Before he could finish his words, he spat out a mouthful of blood. A sharp sword directly pierced through his heart. Under his incredulous gaze, the officer fell from the top of the city wall. Behind him, a warrior with a full beard held a blood-stained sword in his hand. After killing the officer, the warrior behind him directly went down the castle and opened the city gate. Ling Zhen, the former vice captain of Heavenstone Castle's cavalry, greets the young master. The bearded warrior led a dozen warriors and knelt behind the city gate. It was obvious that this person was a direct subordinate of Yang Dingtian who had been purged. That was why he was so determined to support Yang Dingtian. He directly pulled out his sword and killed without considering any other options. "Get on the horse and follow me back to Cloud Sky City," Yang Dingtian ordered. "Yes," Ling Zhen said loudly. A few minutes later, a cavalry team of nearly 100 people followed behind Yang Dingtian. When they left the second castle, Yang Dingtian's team had increased by nearly 200 people. When they left the third castle, Yang Dingtian's team had increased by another 200 people. When they left the fourth castle, Yang Dingtian's team had increased by another 300 people. The fifth castle was the largest Black Blood castle. Here, the city gate was wide open. However, all the warriors stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian didn't recognize any of these warriors, because none of them were from Cloud Sky City. 5 hours later, Yang Dingtian arrived at the foot of Cloud Sky Mountain. The majestic Cloud Sky City on the mountain was already in sight. It still stood on the mountain peak like a giant beast. Looking at Cloud Sky City on the mountain, Yang Dingtian didn't stop and immediately ordered his troops to go up the mountain. At this moment, the army behind him had already reached more than 3,000 people. Halfway up the mountain, when they were less than 10 miles away from Cloud Sky City, suddenly, the sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard. A valiant warrior led dozens of horses and rushed over. When he saw Yang Dingtian's army, he didn't seem to have any intention of slowing down. Yang Dingtian continued to rush up the mountain. Both sides didn't give way and were about to collide. Whoosh! The leader of the warriors was enraged. When he was about to collide with Yang Dingtian, he pulled on the reins and stopped less than a meter away from Yang Dingtian. The leader of the warriors took off his helmet, revealing his handsome and cold face. Shimin Nu, the owner of the Abyss Castle, Shimin Wuya's third most outstanding godson. Madam, Yan Yan, Big Brother, Shimin Nu is here to welcome you. Shimin Nu bowed to Shimin Lai, Yan Yan, and Madam Shimin. However, he acted as if he didn't see Yang Dingtian at all. Immediately, the people behind Yang Dingtian were enraged. They looked at Shimin Lai with murderous eyes. Shimin Lai, Madam Shimin, and Yan Yan also ignored Shimin Nu. Shimin Lai stepped forward and said coldly, "Young master is entering the city. Unrelated people, don't block the way." Young master? Him. Shimin Nu sneered. Boss, if you were the one fighting for the position of Cloud Sky City Lord, there would be some hope. Just him. Forget it. Yang Dingtian looked at Shimin Nu and said indifferently, "Wait, are you going to participate in the martial arts competition?" "Of course," Shimin Nu said with his head held high. His eyes were filled with pride and confidence. Because this person was Lang Ao and was in the Abyss Castle all year round, he didn't have much contact with the people of Cloud Sky City. Therefore, very few people knew what his cultivation was like. Then there's no need to talk nonsense. Let's meet in the martial arts field later. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Huh. Shimin Nu laughed. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to enter the city, so I came to lead the way. Cloud Heaven City is no longer the same as before. I'm afraid that you'll be chased away, halfway. It won't look good for everyone, and the world will think that we're intolerant. Before the competition even starts, you'll be chased away. Yang Dingtian smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. Ha! Shimin Nu laughed wildly again. Let's go. I'll bring you into the city. Perhaps this will be the last time you enter Cloud Sky City. Either you'll never come back or you'll never get out. Who knows? Shimin Nu laughed as he turned his horse around and led the way. Half an hour later, Yang Dingtian galloped and arrived at Cloud Heaven City. Chapter 336. Today was Cloud Sky City's biggest day. Almost the entire northwest continent had been waiting for this day. On the city wall, rows of warriors were fully armed, looking straight ahead. In the sky, there were flying patrols, looking at everything on the ground with caution. At this moment, Cloud Sky City was silent, but it made people feel extremely oppressed. The turbulent tide under the sea could reach the sky at any time and tear everything to pieces. Shimin Lai stepped forward and said loudly, Cloud Sky City successor, Yang Dingtian has arrived. Open the city gates. The warriors on the city wall were like wooden stakes, as if they didn't hear him. Of course, they wouldn't be like Heavenly Stone Castle, where a clown came out to mock him. They just ignored him coldly. Shimin Lai said angrily, Cloud Sky City successor, Yang Dingtian has arrived. Open the city gates. On the city wall, there was still no response. They didn't even look at Yang Dingtian. Obviously, when they entered the city, they wanted to embarrass Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian couldn't choose to attack the city gates directly. At this moment, Shimin Nu stepped forward and said, Cloud Sky City's Elder Guild's member, Abyss Castle Master Shimin Nu, wants to enter Cloud Sky City. Open the city gates. Yes, the officer on the city wall shouted. Then, the thick city gates were opened. Shimin Nu smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, Looks like it's necessary for me to lead the way. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be locked out. Yang Dingtian smiled faintly. Since the other party used such a clown's trick, he didn't need to lower himself to the same level of shamelessness as the other party. The thick city gates opened and a few people walked out. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. It was actually Shimin Ju, Yang Yen, Tang Buzhao, and the others. Moreover, a gentle and beautiful young woman followed behind Shimin Ju. What surprised Yang Dingtian even more was that the northwest Qin city's young master, Qin Huayu, came out with them. Qin Huayu stepped forward and bowed. Qin Huayu greets Madame Shimin. Madame Shimin nodded on her horse and didn't reply. Qin Huayu looked at Yang Dingtian, smiled and bowed. Junior brother Yang, long time no see. His smile was gentle and polite, just like a gentleman. It made people feel that the person in the Dongli grassland was not him. Yang Dingtian dismounted and returned the greeting. Senior Marshal Brother Qin, I trust you have been well since we last met. Shimin Ju took a step forward and said, Come, let's enter the city. Then Qin Huayu and Shimin Ju walked at the front. Yang Yen and Tang Buzhao were in the second row, and Shimin Nu followed closely behind. Yang Dingtian and the others walked behind Shimin Nu and entered Cloud Sky City. After entering Cloud Heaven City, countless gazes were directed at them. Even though Shimin Ju and the others had deliberately planned for the ranking, after entering the city, the majority of the countless gazes in the plaza were directed at Yang Dingtian, who was at the back. No matter how the other party slandered him, no matter how shamelessly the other party tried to frame him, Yang Dingtian was still the person who received the most attention today. He was the absolute main character today, because he was the successor chosen by Shimin Wia, because he was the husband of Shimin Yan, because he had created many miracles. Today was the most important day in Cloud Sky City. Therefore, the number of people in the plaza was unprecedented. The scene was much grander than the duel between Yang Dingtian and Qin Shaobai. During the previous duel with Qin Shaobai, all the forces in Cloud Sky City's territory had sent people. And today, in addition to all the forces in Cloud Sky City's territory, all the important people in Cloud Sky City's subsidiary castles, and all the others had come. Almost all the forces in the Northwest continent had sent important people to participate. All the members of the Taiando League had sent people to participate. Moreover, the members of the Taiando League who had come to participate were either successors of sects, sect masters, or at least elders. All the members of the Taiando League's Northwest Conference had arrived. At the top of the plaza, there were hundreds of high and mighty seats. Every seat was occupied by an important person in the chaotic continent. Yang Dingtian even saw Zhu Hongxue of the Black Sky Sect, the Manor Lord of the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa, the Pavilion Master of the Sky Wind Pavilion, First Madame Gongsun of the Seven Refined Lane, and so on. More than half of the sect masters of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches had come. The rest were all the young masters of the sections. This should be the foundation of Cloud Sky City. Although they were regarded as traitors of the Yinyang school and didn't enter the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches, they were one of the core forces of the Taiando League. Yang Dingtian's gaze searched for the people of the Yinyang school, hoping to see that familiar figure, but it was obvious that she wouldn't come. However, the relationship between the Yinyang school and Cloud Sky City was special. Although they were like fire and water, they were of the same origin. Therefore, it wasn't strange for Yang Dingtian to see 5 people from the Yinyang school in the most prominent seats. These 5 people were all elders of the Inyang school. Among them, Yang Dingtian saw Lung Ao. He was the young disciple of the Inyang school, who was second only to Dongfang Bingling. His talent wasn't inferior to Zhu, Hong Shiwei, and Qin Huayu. After Lung Ao felt Yang Dingtian's gaze, he didn't have any special reaction. He just glanced at him and ignored him. This person was extremely arrogant and didn't have any good feelings towards Yang Dingtian. Of course, he didn't show any hostility towards Yang Dingtian. Seeing Yang Dingtian enter, the 20,000 people in the plaza were in an uproar. Countless people stretched their necks, wanting to take a closer look at Yang Dingtian. After all, there were too many legends about Yang Dingtian. Countless people were waiting for Yang Dingtian to create another miracle. Other than the VIP seats at the top of the plaza, there was another row of seats below. All of them were Cloud Sky City's Elders Guild. However, Shimin Nu and Shimin Ju weren't there because they were going to participate in the martial arts competition. The Elders Guild was the arbiter of the martial arts competition. The 2 of them couldn't participate in the martial arts competition and be the judges. However, among these elders, Yang Dingtian had never seen more than half of them before. It seemed that in the past year, Yang Yan and the others had made a lot of changes to the upper echelons of Cloud Sky City. After Yang Dingtian and the others entered, the 3,000 cavalrymen found an empty square seat and sat on the ground. Their war horses were all tied up outside the city. After everyone was in place, Yang Yan stood up and bowed towards the VIP seats. The time has come. Cloud Sky City requests the Taiando League to officially start the martial arts competition for the position of Cloud Sky City Lord. In the middle of the VIP seats, a solemn and cold woman stood up. She was the pavilion master of the Sky Wind Pavilion. Yang Dingtian didn't know when she became the chief of the Northwest Division of the Taiando League. Furthermore, the Sky Wind Pavilion was from the Southwest continent. Of course, this was definitely under the manipulation of the Northwest Qin City. That was how she became the chief of the Northwest Division of the Taiando League. This was obviously a deal with ulterior motives. He didn't know if this was also the result of Qin Chichi's plan. The pavilion master of the Sky Wind Pavilion said coldly, "I hereby announce that the martial arts competition for the position of Cloud Sky City Lord has officially begun." Everyone was shocked. The big show that they had been waiting for over a year had finally begun. Chapter 337. Competitors of Cloud Sky City, step forward. Yang Yan shouted. Immediately, 4 people stepped forward. Shimin Yan, Shimin Nu, Shimin Ju, and Yang Dingtian. The scale of the Cloud Sky City Lord's Grand Duel was much smaller than the previous one. Last time, there were more than 10 people participating, or it could be said that Shimin Wuya fought against more than 10 experts. This time, there were only 4 people participating. 3 of Shimin Wuya's adopted sons and a son-in-law. Actually, there was one more person who definitely had the qualifications to participate in the Grand Duel, and that was Shimin Lai. As Shimin Wuya's most outstanding adopted son, it was perfectly justifiable for him to become the successor of Cloud Sky City. If he participated in the Grand Duel, he would take a lot of pressure off Yang Dingtian. Previously, Madame Shimin and Yin Yan had mentioned this tactic, but they were rejected by Yang Dingtian. "Verify your identity." Yang Yan shouted. Member of Cloud Sky City's Elder Association. Chief of Internal Affairs Shimin Ju. Member of Cloud Sky City's Elder Association. Abyss Castle Commander Shimin Nu. Member of Cloud Sky City's Elder Association. Blood Cavalry Commander Shimin Yan. After Shimin Yan proudly introduced himself, Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Shimin Yan to become a member of the Elder Association and the Blood Cavalry Commander. On the surface, he seemed to be on the same level as Shimin Lai, but everyone knew that he was just a puppet. Yang Dingtian took a step forward and said, "Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian." This self-introduction caused a burst of laughter. This was because the first 4 people had said their prominent positions, while Yang Dingtian was just a rookie in Cloud Sky City. His identity as Shimin Wuya's son-in-law couldn't be considered a position. After the 4 of them reported their identities, the Elder Association of Cloud Sky City verified their identities. However, this was just a procedure. These 4 people, especially Yang Dingtian, could be recognized even if they were burned to ashes. The verification is complete. The duel begins and the lots are officially drawn. Yang Yan said. Yang Dingtian suddenly stood up and said, "Please wait." Immediately, everyone raised their heads. Yang Yan and the others frowned, not knowing what Yang Dingtian was up to. Yang Yan said with a frown, "Do not casually interrupt the arbitration council. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the competition." "I'm just pointing out some mistakes," Yang Dingtian said coldly. "Speak," Yang Yan said coldly. "Firstly, may I ask Cloud Sky City's Elder Council if Commander Shimin Lai and Madam Shimin's qualifications to join the Elder Council were not revoked during the previous Taiando League Northwest Conference?" Yang Dingtian asked, "Didn't young Master Wu Ming say that it was illegal for Cloud Sky City to expel Shimin Lai and Madam Shimin from Cloud Sky City?" Yang Yan's expression changed. In particular, Qin Huayu's expression instantly became extremely ugly. "Damn it! Wasn't that bullshit young Master Wu Ming yourself? This is a huge matter. Once it's exposed, there won't be a place for you, Yang Dingtian, in this world. Now you're actually recklessly bringing it up?" "That's right. I didn't say that Shimin Lai and Yang Peipei were expelled from Cloud Sky City," Yang Yan said. "Then in this martial arts arbitration council, shouldn't there be a spot for Madam Shimin and Shimin Lai?" Yang Dingtian asked. Yang Yan's expression instantly became extremely ugly and was about to scold him. Suddenly, Qin Huayu's gaze shot over. Yang Yan hurriedly bowed towards the VIP seats and said, "May the Taiando League Northwest Conference make a decision." The Sky Wind Pavilion Sect Master and the surrounding Taiando League members looked at each other and nodded. Yang Yan said, "Add 2 more spots for Yang Peipei and Shimin Lai to join the Martial Arts Arbitration Council." After saying that, Yang Yan's mouth revealed a cold smile. He felt that Yang Dingtian's actions were laughable and pointless. Could it be that he would win and stand up alive? What a joke! Shimin Lai and Madam Shimin entered the Martial Arts Arbitration Council. Yang Yan frowned and said, "Let the drawing of lots begin." "Hold it," Yang Dingtian shouted. At this moment, the tens of thousands of people in the hall were shocked. Yang Yan's expression turned cold as he coldly scolded, "Yang Dingtian, shut up! Don't think that we won't dare to disqualify you." Yang Dingtian laughed mockingly. "Don't worry, you won't." Of course they wouldn't. They still wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of this scourge. Yang Dingtian in broad daylight. Then, Yang Dingtian ignored Yang Yan's reaction and walked to the VIP seats. He bowed and said, reporting Taiando League Northwest Branch, "Wooden Sword Castle is a member of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches. Taiando League. Castle Lord Li Guanong came to Cloud Sky City to observe the ceremony. Shouldn't he be seated in the VIP seats?" Once these words came out, the faces of the people in the VIP seats became slightly awkward and angry. That's right, the Wooden Sword Castle was in dire straits now. They were worse than a countryside force. But they were still a member of the 27 branches and Taiando League. A few hundred years ago, they were even one of the leaders of the Taiando League. They couldn't treat them coldly when they were in dire straits, and not even give them a seat. The Sky Wind Pavilion Master stood up and saluted Li Guanong. "My apologies, Senior Brotherly, I didn't see you earlier." Then, the Sky Wind Pavilion Master ordered an extra seat in the VIP seats. Li Guanong sat in the most prominent seat of the day. Coincidentally, he sat directly beside Qin Huayu. At this moment, Yang Yan's complexion was extremely unsightly. Yang Dingtian had repeatedly ruined the drawing of lots. causing his prestige to be swept to the ground. Yang Dingtian, can we begin? What else do you have to say? Yang Yan said coldly, No, please. Yang Dingtian returned to his seat. The drawing of lots has officially begun. Yang Yan said coldly, The rules are the same as the previous martial contest. One of the lots is the stage master, and the rest are the challengers, from number 1 to 3. The person who draws the stage master's lot will take turns to accept the challenges of all the opponents on the stage until they are defeated. The winner will automatically become the new stage master. The last person to stand on the stage will become the new Cloud Sky City Lord. When this rule was announced, the crowd was in an uproar. This was too cruel. It was simply a tag team battle. That's right, it was a tag team battle. This rule was tailor-made for Shimenwuya by the Yang clan. It couldn't be described as shameless. Moreover, they had prepared more than a dozen challengers for Shimenwuya, each stronger than the last. Not only that, they even schemed to frame Shimenwuya and poison him, weakening his cultivation. But even so, Shimenwuya still defeated more than a dozen challengers with incomparable valiance. He won the martial contest and became the first city lord to defy the heavens in more than 200 years. This time, Yang Yan and the rest were considered kind. They only prepared 3 challengers for Yang Dingtian. However, this was also a form of disdain. They felt that Yang Dingtian and Yang Dingtian were worlds apart. 3 challengers were more than enough to kill Yang Dingtian. With regards to Yang Dingtian's cultivation, they were extremely clear about it. 1 month ago, in the Dongli grassland, Yang Dingtian was completely defeated by Dugufengwu and didn't have the slightest ability to retaliate. After the Tiando League chairman checked the lot, the drawing of lots began. Many people present held their breaths and waited for the result of the drawing of lots. Yang Dingtian went forward and casually drew a lot before handing it over to Yang Yan. The result of this drawing of lots was certain. Yang Dingtian would definitely get the stage master position. Yang Yan opened the lot and flipped it over to show it to everyone. He then announced loudly, Yang Dingtian has drawn the lot, stage master. Hush! Instantly, countless people below booed. Yang Dingtian also sneered. Regarding the shamelessness of Yang Yan and the rest, no matter how high their estimation was, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Of course, on the surface, this was very fair and transparent. All the lots had been carefully examined. These lots were all made of energy crystals. If one wanted to cheat, it was really too easy. Following that, Shimen Yan and the rest drew lots even more blatantly. Shimen Yan drew the first challenger. Shimen Nu drew the second challenger. Shimen Ju drew the third challenger. It was a completely undisguised battle of attrition, from low to high. The tens of thousands of people present booed unceasingly. Cloud Heaven City's way of eating was simply too unsightly. Yang Yan's expression was cold as he said to Yang Dingtian and the rest, Do you have any objections to the result of the drawing of lots? No, no, no. Shimen Yan, Shimen Nu, and Shimen Ju said at the same time. Yang Yan's gaze landed coldly on Yang Dingtian's face and said in a cold voice, Yang Dingtian, do you have any objections? Immediately, everyone's gazes all looked at Yang Dingtian, waiting for him to peel off Yang Yan's face again. The corners of Yang Dingtian's mouth revealed a mocking smile as he shook his head and said, I have no objections. If you have no objections, then stand on the stage. Yang Yan said. The stage was in the center of the huge plaza, paved with huge stones. After dozens of steps, the stage was more than 10 meters high and about 500 square meters in area. Yang Dingtian stepped onto the stage step by step. Everyone looked at Yang Dingtian, who was walking up step by step and had a very strange feeling. Yang Dingtian seemed to not be competing, but ascending to the throne as a king. He walked to the center of the stage. Suddenly, the tens of thousands of warriors below cheered in unison. Long live city, Lord Yang Dingtian! Long live Yang Dingtian! In the beginning, it was only the black blood cavalry that was shouting. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian's 500 new direct subordinates also started to shout. Subsequently, most of the martial artists in Cloud Heaven City also started to shout. Finally, almost all the martial artists were shouting. Anyway, the law can't punish the masses. Most of the people sitting in the plaza were basic level warriors. They yearned for the legend of Yang Dingtian's rise very much. If they were previously filled with jealousy towards Yang Dingtian because he had married Shimin Yan, they were now filled with jealousy. But now, this jealousy had almost disappeared. They only felt that Yang Dingtian was like their spokesperson. From the weakest martial artist, he had walked to the peak of this world. This feeling made them empathize with him. Hearing everyone cheering for Yang Dingtian, the faces of Yang Yan and the rest turned ugly. Let him be proud for a while. In any case, he will definitely die today, Tang Buizhao said coldly. In terms of hatred towards Yang Dingtian, no one present could surpass Tang Buizhao. His son and daughter, whether directly or indirectly, had died in the hands of Yang Dingtian. He really wished he could skin Yang Dingtian alive. Challenger number 1, go. Yang Yan said. Shimin Yan bowed towards the VIP seats and gently bounced. He landed lightly on the contest stage and stood 10 meters in front of Yang Dingtian. Draw your sword, you bastard picked up, Shimin Yan said coldly. Originally, you should have died under my sword more than a year ago. Killing you today can be considered letting you off too easily. When he said more than a year ago, he was obviously referring to when they were at sea. A year and a half ago, you bastard used despicable means to defeat Qin Shaobai. You used the power of heaven and earth to break through from a novice warrior to a Xian martial artist and steal the title of a peerless genius. Shimin Yan sneered and said, I want to see how strong a peerless genius like you has been in this year and a half. Because there won't be a second Yin Yang festival for you to take advantage of. Did a peerless genius like you break through to the great Xian martial master? Shimin Yan actually did not know his cultivation. Qin Huaiyu clearly knew, so Shimin Ju definitely knew as well. However, he did not tell Shimin Yan. Immediately, Yang Dingtian looked at Shimin Yan like an idiot. In this year and a half, I have already broken through from a 9-star martial profound to a 2-star martial ancestor. Tell me, how do you want to die? Shimin Yan slowly drew his sword. Yang Dingtian looked at Shimin Yan with a gaze filled with pity. This idiot was clearly a cannon fodder that Shimin Ju and Yang Yan pushed out to die. Yang Dingtian, draw your sword, Shimin Yan shouted. Yang Dingtian raised his sword and said indifferently, Against trash like you, there is no need to draw my sword. Your blood is not enough for my sharp blade to drink. Hearing Yang Dingtian's humiliating words, Shimin Yan was enraged and roared, Die! Then he held his large sword and ferociously charged towards Yang Dingtian.